I was listening to my boss scolding me at work, and the next second, the surroundings were distorted, and I was sitting on the sofa at home. Huh. I blinked, and it took me a long time to react. Then, I shuddered and was shocked. Are those words just now not hallucinations? Is the end of the world coming? I took a deep breath and tried to calm myself down. I soon figured out the situation. All humans around the world were teleported back home and had random shelters. In 10 minutes, the first round of the doomsday disaster, extreme heat, was about to begin, with temperatures as low as 60 degrees and technology failing. I murmured, looking at the information on the mysterious note, knowing that I had to respond as soon as possible. Open the shelter data panel. I called softly, and a translucent data frame appeared, which made me widen my eyes. I carefully checked the shelter information. Level 0, 1 bedroom, 1 living room, and 1 bathroom. Safety and comfort are only 1 point, there are not many supplies, and the doomsday survival point is 0. The current task is to survive. I looked out the window and saw the street was already in chaos. Some people were disheveled and terrified, some rushed to the store but were turned away by the owner. I didn't go downstairs, but watched silently, knowing that it was too late to go out to buy things. I tried my phone, but there was no signal and it didn't work when I charged it. It seemed that there was a power outage. Fortunately, drinking water was not affected for the time being. I decided to get some water first, took out all the pots and pans, and turned on the bathtub. Time was running out, so I collected water and patted my face with cold water to keep my skin moist. I also took the time to check the refrigerator. Although it had no power, it might be my last life-saving trump card. I opened the door less often, found the thermos, filled it with water and put ice cubes in it. There was only 1 minute left. I knew it was difficult to survive with the current conditions, so I could only hope for the talent of the shelter. Turn on the talent of the shelter. I shouted. Soon, the talent was turned on, and I got the Homebuddy's Home SSS level. I was surprised and happy. I get rewards for staying at home. Whatever I need, I get it. This is to let me lie down in the doomsday. However, the specific effect will have to be verified tomorrow. For now, I can only wait. Suddenly, a wave of heat came over me, the air became dry, the heat kept rising, and my breathing seemed to be burning. I saw the sky outside the window was red, and the heat waves rolled into the house, which instantly became an oven. Oh no, I forgot to close the window. I rushed over, but was burned by the steel bars of the anti-theft window. At this time, screams and pleas came from the street, and many people fell down in the heat, frantically looking for shelter. I couldn't save others, so I could only take care of myself, grit my teeth, close the window and draw the curtains, and the temperature in the house dropped slightly. It was only a few minutes before the end of the world, but I was already sweating, my lips were chapped, and I felt dizzy and tired, which were signs of dehydration. I stripped naked and got into the bathtub, but the water was already warm. The temperature of the earth was too high. I had a lot of random thoughts, but it was difficult to find a way out. I could only wait for my talent to take effect. After a long time, I stood up and the water droplets evaporated instantly. I decided to eat something, and chose food that was not easy to store, swallowing it despite the scalding heat. My habit of being a stay-at-home has allowed me to have some food in stock. Those who don't have the habit of storing food will probably be the first to suffer. The end of the world actually favors stay-at-home boys and girls. I tried to make fun of the situation, slowing down my eating movements to conserve my energy. During this time, I heard desperate shouts from outside from time to time. It was difficult for humans to adapt to the high temperature. The end of the world was approaching, and many people were panicked and their defenses collapsed. To avoid too much mental stress, I drank water while analyzing the living environment with a pen and paper. If the talent works, I can get a reward at noon tomorrow. What do I need most now? The heat causes rapid water loss, so water is theoretically the most needed, but the existing supplies can only last for a few days, and food spoils faster. The reward may be food or water. But how will it be given to me? Drop it from the sky. I was full of doubts and could only wait. I care more about whether the human order on Earth still exists. China has always done its best to fight disasters. Can it do it this time? I don't know. I can only endure the heat and silently count the time. 8 hours later, as night fell, I heard people moving outside, but there was still no official rescue news. Human technology has failed, disasters have destroyed countries around the world, and rescue is unlikely in the short term. There will be a new crisis next month, and humans around the world have become toys. I lay in bed, thinking all night, and decided to rely on myself. How to live? Stay at home. The next day at noon, I was lying in a daze, and suddenly I remembered the talent reward, and looked up at the wall clock. At this moment, a message box popped up in front of me. Congratulations, you have received a random reward, ice water maker, D-level. White light bloomed on the floor, and a large freezer appeared. I was stunned, and my eyes moved to the freezer, and I saw the text description, D-level shelter items, permanent refrigeration, with refrigerated space, automatically generates 10 servings of ice water every 24 hours, which can relieve human body temperature, and the number of ice water cannot exceed 10. At the same time, the comfort level of the shelter becomes 11 points. What a reward! I was so excited that I quickly walked to the freezer and opened the door. A gust of cold air hit me in the face. I almost cried out in comfort. I leaned forward to feel the coolness, looked at the freezer, took out a bottle of ice water, took a sip, and my body instantly became cool, the heat disappeared, my pores closed, and I stopped sweating. What a great thing! It solved the biggest problem. I don't have to worry about heat stroke or lack of water. I was studying the freezer when suddenly there was a rapid knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. I became nervous, my intuition told me that there was a group of people outside, and I didn't know what they were doing. I held my breath, remained calm, and quietly walked to the cupboard to get a knife for self-defense. Is anyone here? Open the door. We are our upstairs neighbors. A rough voice came from outside the door. No one here again. Strange, according to the voice, everyone has gone home, so there should be someone in this room. Brotherly, don't wait, he may have fainted from the heat, there is no need to waste time. It's really unlucky. I guess another unlucky person is going to die. As they were talking, someone kicked the door to vent his anger, and then the sound faded away. I didn't say anything until they walked away. Half an hour later, I carefully pulled out 2 knives and continued to guard the door. 2 hours later, I drank some ice water to replenish my strength, tiptoed to the door, and checked through the peephole. There was no one there. They didn't come back to kill me. Who are they? Looking for survivors in groups. I heard from them that they checked many rooms and saw dead people. I thought to myself. Although the information was limited, it was useful to confirm the shelter. As long as I ensured this, I would not need to go out and could survive the hot doomsday by staying at home every day. Fortunately, I locked the door, otherwise the freezer would be discovered. I looked back at the freezer and was very grateful. People's hearts are unpredictable, and the world order has collapsed. I can only be cautious and rely on myself to survive. I moved the tables, chairs, refrigerator, etc. to block the door, implemented the turtle shell strategy, closed the door, and the wind and rain outside had nothing to do with me. There were curtains and hot anti-theft windows outside the window, and no one could climb up to invade in the high temperature. I felt relieved to carry food and drinking water into the freezer. The freezer is special and does not require electricity for efficient refrigeration. Although I don't understand the principle, I try my best to use it. After doing all this, I was sweating profusely, and then I took ice from the freezer to cool down, stripped naked and took a bath, enjoying it while drinking ice water. Well, comfortable. I don't know what the reward will be tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Since I have talent, others should have it too. How are my parents? It's a pity that I can't contact them. I was sad, and at this time, a new reminder sounded. Congratulations, everyone. Those who heard the news are the lucky ones. Now we will start the Earth Doomsday Disaster Daily Report. The number of surviving shelters around the world, more than 8.2 billion. Yesterday, more than 1.3 billion people on Earth lost shelters. Today's disaster changes, the temperature will increase by 10 degrees, and the temperature at night will not decrease. Please do your best to survive. My expression changed, it's going to get hotter. 60 degrees is hot enough, How many people will die at 70 degrees? Losing the shelter data is the death data. 1.3 billion people died on the first day, and there will be more in the future. The crisis of survival is coming. What on earth is this thing? Does it have to make humans extinct? I was in a heavy mood, and the new reminder sound rang again. As a first-day survival reward, we will open a global shelter exchange platform and trading section with cities as regions. Shelters can trade items freely. Orders must be authentic. Scammers will have 10 times as much supplies confiscated. Collective rewards. City divisions, free communication and trade. It's like a game, but at the cost of global life. I saw a new data panel, like an online game chat interface, with Jinling City Shelter Communication Channel on top and information scrolling down the screen. Hello. Is anyone there? Yes, I'm dying of heat. What's going on? Is this really the end of the world? I have 2 liters of drinkable liquid available. Exchange for food. The trading platform has been set up. Big Dragon number 1, we haven't given anyone a name yet, so I can't tell who's who. My shelter has an A-level talent, so I feel like I can survive. Wang Chinchen, should I use your own name? I won't tell you about your talent because I'm afraid you're bad people. Unnamed, it's already this late, and you're still hiding things. Humans must unite. Help the weak. By the way, who will help a weak person like me? My child has nothing to eat. Unnamed, Mom. Dad. Where are you? I'm Daniel. Unnamed, Daniel, stop spamming. We're dying of thirst, and you're still looking for your mom. I quietly observed that most of the chat messages were about looking for people, asking for help, and trading. A small amount of communication was about talents and doomsday situations. It should be a refuge for people with good talents and no pressure to survive. It is now the second day. Although most people are panicking, they can still hold on. The real crisis has not yet arrived. Everyone is cautious. There is no useful information. Although there are self-proclaimed official calls for unity, it is difficult to tell whether it is true or false at this time. I opened the trading interface, and it was full of trading information about Jinling City and its surrounding areas, mostly bartering, and some messages asking for help. I have 1 liter of urine. Sweet. Trade it with food. No shit. A bottle of 2 yuan version of mineral water. Just easy to store food, 1.5 days of adult food. No knives. A complete set of collector's edition Ming Dynasty general armor. With sabers and bows and arrows. A must-have for a home in doomsday. Only 7 days of drinking water and food will be accepted. My neighbor hoards grain, so I hoard guns. My neighbor is my granary. I have a set of powerful crossbows, and I'll give you 20 iron arrows. 5 days of food and drink. The transaction information keeps increasing. It seems that there are many survivors in Jinling. I wonder how many will be left later. There are not many valuable things. Most of the trading items are hard currency such as food, weapons, tools, etc. Some people sell gold bars and jewelry at high prices but no one is interested, but those who sell sweet urine are sold. In troubled times, food and drink are the hard truth. I looked at the half bottle of ice water in my hand and thought to hang it up and try. I put half a bottle of water on the shelf, and wrote that I wanted food and weapons. The public information showed that it was a talent item. I was anonymous, unnamed shelter, and was not afraid of being exposed. As soon as I put it on the shelf, a prompt sounded, "You have new order transaction information, please reply as soon as possible." Someone bought it so soon. I checked in surprise. The buyer's message, "Hello, I want to exchange 2 buckets of instant noodles for your ice water, please agree." 2 buckets of instant noodles can last for 3 days. I held my chin and didn't reply. I wanted to wait a little longer. The order is valid for 24 hours. I don't have to worry about food shortages for the time being. With the trading platform, I don't have to worry about not being able to exchange ice water for food. At high temperatures, water is the most valuable. You have new order transaction information, please reply as soon as possible. Several prompts popped up in succession, and I hurried to check. Brother, are you there? An edible item, want to exchange? A large bottle of sweet liquid, 1 bottle for half a bottle, you will definitely not lose out. How about cigarettes? 3 packs of Wazi, buying you half a bottle will definitely not lose out, this thing will definitely be a bestseller in the doomsday. Brother, the beauty's newest underwear, absolutely fragrant, 7 in various colors, hope you will be satisfied. I was dumbfounded. These trading messages were too bizarre. In addition to cigarettes, there were also seductive messages. Cyber seduction. It's already so late, can this be eaten? I was too lazy to reply, but the reminders kept coming. Everyone was envious of the cooling effect of ice water. There were many smart people who wanted to take advantage. I set the trading categories to food and weapons, and blocked other messages. 2 hours later, I saw a message in the normal transaction information, plant bread, D-level consumables, after consumption, it provides basic nutrition for a day and replenishes physical strength, but still makes you feel hungry. How about it, buddy? 2 Wonder Breads in exchange for half a bottle of yours, you will definitely not lose out. This information is interesting. Bread is a magical item, like my ice water. I think it is a good deal and agree to the transaction. The prompt sounded, and the transaction was successful. I got 2 pieces of bread, with an attractive wheat color and a fragrant aroma. I checked the information and it was the same as what the buyer said. I ate 1 piece without saying anything. It tastes good, sweet. I licked my lips with satisfaction, wondering how much more this guy has. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in my head and I realized the problem. My talent rewards me with something I need every day. The first time it was ice water, and the next time it might be food. If I use ice water to exchange for enough food, will the second reward change? If it changes, won't it be possible to control the content of the reward? I realized that this might be the correct way to use the talent. Obviously, humans need to manage the shelter well to survive the apocalypse. I walked to the freezer, took out 5 bottles of ice water, and only selected food to put on the shelf. 2 hours later, there were many trade requests, including ordinary food and magical food. I chose those that were easy to store in large quantities, such as instant noodles and biscuits. 5 bottles of ice water were exchanged for a large amount of dry food, with a full range of varieties. Conservatively estimated, it can last for more than half a month. The food problem has been solved. Let's see what the reward is tomorrow. I muttered to myself, planning to stay at home and get the reward. Although it's boring, it's safe and guaranteed. I was lying on the sofa, browsing the Jinling chat channel. At this time, there was no water or electricity, and my phone and computer could not be used. This was my only entertainment. I wanted to spy secretly, but when I opened it, I saw people in most of the city calling me. Is Brother Ice Water here? Please support me with some ice water, the price is negotiable. Brother Ice Water. Give me a few more bottles, I didn't get any, can you give me more food? At Brother Ice Water, Big Brother, I risked my life to buy it for free at the supermarket, please exchange it for a bottle of water. I realized that they were calling me, and they all wanted ice water. Someone asked curiously, what are you calling? Who is Brother Ice Water? Are there still internet celebrities in the doomsday? Brother Ice Water is much more awesome than internet celebrities. Someone explained, the ice water on the trading platform can cool down the temperature. It will soon reach 70 degrees. Ice water can save your life at the critical moment. Can an internet celebrity compare with Brother Ice Water? Brother Ice Water is a saint. Please, sell me another bottle. Brother Ice Water. Ice water. I want ice water. I can't stand it anymore. I feel hot and there are ants crawling on my body. Please, Brother Ice Water. Sell me another bottle, I feel uncomfortable, even half a bottle is fine. I gasped, humans are crazy. There are many people who know what's good. After exchanging information, everyone knows the key to ice water. But they can't call me, I seem to have disappeared. In the chat channel, the lucky ones show off the ice water they bought, or resell it to make a profit. Special ice water. Starting from 10 boxes of instant noodles. The highest bidder wins. Brother Ice Water's ice water is now on the shelves, bring a lot of food, or gentle women are also fine. Ice water 1 bite version is online. Personally tested, a small sip can also cool down. One special sip is worth 5 packs of instant noodles, or 5 bottles of ordinary drinking water. When Sui saw this information, he was shocked. Good job. The business instinct of the Chinese people. It's the end of the world, and yet you still don't forget to make a profit. Keeping some of the magical ice water for yourself and then selling some of it can help many lucky people ensure their early supplies. This also made Sui realize how valuable the ice water in his hand was at the moment. Sold at a loss. Sui sighed, but he didn't plan to sell the remaining ice water just yet. Now I am the only one in Jinling that sells cooling ice water. The 4.5 bottles on the market have not been consumed yet. Putting more on the shelves will only make the price of ice water lower. Wait a little longer. When they run out of ice water and have nowhere else to go, that's when my interests will be maximized. Sui was very calm. He didn't think there was anything wrong with what he did. At the end of the world, your own interests come first. What does the life and death of others have to do with me? Time flies and soon it is 8 o'clock in the evening. The temperature did not drop because of darkness. The extra 10 degrees high temperature today made every breath people took at night feel like they were experiencing the feeling of grilled organs. Sui was also getting hot and irritable, constantly checking transaction information and area chats to pass the time. Until suddenly, bursts of voices were heard on the street outside the window. Someone came out. Sui quickly walked to the window, slightly opened the curtains and looked out. On the street at night, there were a few people holding candlesticks and simple torches, and they were walking out of the residential building where Sui lived. Hurry up, don't dilly-dally, it's so hot outside. Brotherly, can we really find something to eat? It's much hotter outside than inside. I feel like my throat is smoking. Even if you can't find it, you have to look for it, or you will starve to death. In this lousy weather, the temperature doesn't even drop at night. Several men in work clothes were complaining loudly. Windows on every floor of the building were open and people were looking down. Brotherly. Sui's heart moved. Isn't this the men who knocked on the door during the day? Sui recognized the group of men, but he didn't know where they came from or where they were going. Sui was usually busy with work and hadn't seen many of his neighbors. I'm so thirsty. I remember there are several shops on this street. Let's go take a look. Have you brought all the stuff? Don't come back empty-handed like last night. Brotherly, we have brought all the things. Can we bring some more food to exchange for ice water later? I heard that thing is magical. Ice water. Humph, it's too expensive and not worth it. We can just drink some regular water. The men talked to each other as they walked deeper into the darkness. Sui, who had been observing secretly, saw clearly that these men seemed to be holding weapons such as steel bars, kitchen knives, and homemade bows and arrows. It's a hot doomsday. The enemy is the high temperature. I'm afraid they have other intentions by bringing so many weapons. Sui murmured, and suddenly became alert. There must be someone in the shop. They are going to rob the shop. The high-temperature doomsday only brings about extreme changes in the climate, which disrupts the original living environment of human beings on Earth, but does not directly eliminate human beings. Compared to the unbearable hot temperatures, the most dangerous thing is humans. The shutdown of cities around the world and the lack of all kinds of resources can easily breed the darkest side of the human heart. At this time, the more people do not follow the old rules, the more comfortable their lives will be. After a while. Please spare my life. Please spare my life, ah. Husband. What did you do to my husband? Murder. Someone come quickly, murder. A shrill scream suddenly broke the night sky. In the deep darkness not far from the street, one could clearly hear a man's screams and a woman's shrill cries, mixed with the cries of a child. In an instant, a tense atmosphere enveloped several nearby residential buildings. In the darkness, countless pairs of prying eyes silently watched the direction where the sound came from. About an hour later, Brother Li and others were carrying large and small bags of supplies back, chatting and laughing on the way. Brother, why don't you let me have sex with that woman? She's quite attractive. What do you know? You need to conserve your energy. Doing that in such hot weather, aren't you afraid of dying of dehydration? Oh, what a pity, I just touched it, but it feels really good, haha. Hurry. Now we have food. Let's move it a few more times tonight so that others won't miss out. The men occasionally let out lewd smiles during their conversation and sounded very happy. Sui saw that many of them had fresh blood on their bodies, and the things on their hands also had red marks. They are indeed a group of dangerous people. Sui narrowed his eyes slightly. He was glad that he did not open the door during the day, otherwise he would have been alone and powerless when he encountered this group of people, and the freezer in his house would definitely have been stolen. This group of people should be banding together, but I don't know what their talents are. They have adapted to the rules of the apocalypse very quickly. If they are allowed to continue like this, I am afraid that sooner or later they will dig me out. Sui was thinking silently in his heart, and a feeling of uneasiness arose in his heart. These guys didn't break in today, but there's no telling what will happen in the future. Once humans break free from their inner shackles, they can do anything, and are very likely to break into homes to rob and collect supplies. I have to find a way to strengthen the shelter's defenses. I have to be able to protect myself. Sui silently closed the curtains and sat in the dark to think calmly. Soon, he reopened the trading platform, put the 4 bottles of ice water on the shelves one by one, and changed the trading requirements to all effective means of self-protection in the shelter. Whether it is weapons, equipment, or anything else, as long as it can improve the safety of the shelter, Sui can exchange it. He even emphasized in the message, if you think the price is not suitable, you can leave a message to discuss. As long as the item is good enough, it doesn't matter even if I have to exchange it for multiple bottles of ice water. After all, by tomorrow noon, the freezer will automatically produce 10 bottles of ice water, so Sui's ice water transaction is a completely no-cost business. Brother Ice Water is out again. A new order for ice water has appeared. 4 bottles are on the shelf at once. It must be Brother Ice Water himself. Let me check the order. Oh, Brother Bingshui wants to take defensive measures this time. This is a clear idea. Brother Bingshui has enough food and drink now. If we can get some defensive measures, we can basically rest easy in this doomsday. I'm dying of thirst here. My neighbor's family has lost a member, but Brother Bingshui has already started to consider the safety of the shelter. Humanity should unite and overcome difficulties together. I call on Brother Ice Water to provide more ice water to everyone for free and become a great hero for the people of the city. There were some discussions about new ice water orders in the chat channel, but most of them were still requests for help and appeals from self-proclaimed saviors. On the night of the second day after the apocalypse, people have lost the novelty of their initial experience of the apocalypse, and all that remains is the fear of the future. Resources are becoming increasingly scarce, and the temperature is becoming increasingly hot. People must face up to the fact that this is a truly deadly global horrific disaster. It is precisely because of the scarcity of resources that the ice water put on the shelves by Sui is particularly popular. The few bottles of ice water bought in the afternoon have been consumed. The new order for 4 bottles of ice water has attracted the attention of most of the surviving shelters in the city, and reply messages have been sent to Sui one after another. Sui looked through it carefully, spending an hour to carefully select what he wanted from the large amount of reply messages. In the end, Sui chose a set of small compound crossbows, equipped with 30 professional steel arrows, as well as corresponding maintenance tools and replacement parts, and instruction manuals. This thing is a strictly controlled item in peacetime and its lethality is no less than that of a pistol. It was very valuable, and Sui finally successfully traded 3 bottles of water with the other party. He also exchanged the other bottle of water for an insulated jacket. These guys are too stingy, each one is more cunning than the other. Although ice water is precious, it can only be exchanged for so many things. Sui took a deep breath. In the doomsday, people were calculating carefully. Now that Sui has a thing, he feels a little more secure. He glanced at the door that he had blocked tightly, and placed the crossbow next to his pillow, making sure he could have it in his hand the first thing he did when he went to sleep. Sui also put on the thermal insulation jacket, but unfortunately the effect was not very obvious and he still felt stuffy. I have food, water, and weapons. What I need now is probably medicine. Sui lay on the bed, slowly thinking about his future survival plan in the dark. Tomorrow's ice water, try to change it to some medicine, such as Wuxiang Jingqi water or something like that. I don't know what tomorrow's reward will be. Now that I have the basic survival guarantee, will the reward be repeated food and water? Or something new? While thinking slowly, Sui fell asleep unknowingly. Bang. Ah. Don't come over here, I'll call the police. Help. Someone save me. Someone is going to kill someone. Suddenly, a woman's shrill scream came from upstairs, waking Sui from his sleep. He quickly got up from the bed, picked up the crossbow quickly, and looked towards the door vigilantly. The door was intact and there was no one else in the house. After ensuring his own safety, Sui turned his gaze to the ceiling. This is an old neighborhood with poor sound insulation. Sui can clearly hear the loud noises of fighting coming from upstairs. There were men shouting and cursing, women screaming, and the sound of objects being smashed in the room. What are you doing? Are you trying to hurt anyone? Don't come over here. I'm armed, ah. There was another man's scream, and it seemed that some brave guy was subdued. Is it Brother Li's group? Sui's eyes were solemn as he thought in his heart. Judging from the situation in the past 2 days, only Brother Li and his group in his building seemed to be very combat-ready. But no matter whether it was them or not, the current situation meant that someone in this residential building had already started searching around. Start with your neighbors, breaking into their homes and stealing supplies. The worst-case scenario at the end of the world is already unfolding, and the disorderly human population will become extremely chaotic and dangerous. Sui waited nervously in silence. An hour later, the noise upstairs gradually stopped. The perpetrators did not seem to have any new expansion moves, and they did not go downstairs to approach Sui's room. But Sui knew that the resources in just one room would definitely not be enough to satisfy this group of abusers. It won't be long before this group of people arrive at his door. I definitely can't avoid it. I will face off against this group of people sooner or later. Sui felt heavy in his heart. He looked around and found that it was already bright outside the window. The sky outside was still red and the air was filled with twisted heat waves. The clock on the wall showed exactly 12 noon at this moment. Now is noon on the third day of the apocalypse. Congratulations, you have stayed in the shelter for a new 24 hours, triggering the shelter's talent reward. Congratulations, you have obtained the D-level talent recruitment ticket for the shelter. As the mysterious voice sounded, a piece of light golden paper fell on the coffee table in front of Sui. Talent recruitment voucher. Is this my second reward? Sui picked up the paper and looked it up and down. There were only mysterious patterns that were incomprehensible and the words, D-level recruitment, on it. Apart from that, there was nothing unusual. Each shelter can also recruit talents. Then did the recruited talents appear out of thin air, or were they the rest of the Earth's human beings? Sui murmured, it really is becoming more and more like a game where many people will die. Sui often plays games. Through the appearance of recruitment tickets, he gained a preliminary understanding of the current mechanism of the Doomsday Shelter. If things go as expected, the mysterious being should be treating the entire Earth as a huge playground, and all human beings are players participating in this Doomsday game. Use. Sui held the recruitment ticket and confirmed its use. A bright golden light burst out from his palm, and then the golden light left his palm, floating in front of Sui and expanding, gradually condensing into a golden human form. When the golden light dissipated, a short but bright-eyed young woman stood in front of Sui. It's a great transformation. Sui was stunned. Even though he was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by this scene. The girl in front of me was less than 1.6 meters tall, probably in her early 20s, with ordinary looks, but bright pupils and a strong spirit in her gaze. Soldier Lin Yue, greetings to the commander. The girl saluted Sui in a loud voice, standing at attention with her chest out and her head held high, looking very imposing. Warrior. Only then did Sui notice that she was wearing a camouflage combat uniform, which was covered with carefully designed pockets and accessories, fully functional and in line with human usage habits. Her combat boots are solid and stable, and the anti-slip texture design on the soles is non-slip and wear-resistant, providing sufficient grip in complex terrain. Lin Yue has a multifunctional tactical belt hanging around his waist, on which are mounted a pistol, magazine bag, flashlight, multifunctional knife and other survival tools. Everything is in order and ready to deal with various emergencies at any time. Female soldier. Sui looked at Lin Yue with some surprise and asked, "Are you from Earth? Where are you from?" Lin Yue's face was firm and delicate, and he answered clearly without blinking his eyes, "Report to the commander. I am from Earth, and I come from the Chinese Special Warfare Zone. I have received the order. The end of the world is approaching. The survival of mankind depends on this moment. I have been ordered to protect the leader and obey his orders." Lin Yue's answer was clear and accurate, and it also allowed Sui to guess something. Perhaps this is the new human being that the mysterious being created based on the blueprint of Earth's human beings. She naturally has the concept of loyalty to me in her memory and knows the general situation now. Sui thought silently in his heart, this is shelter talent. This is really becoming more and more like playing a doomsday management game. At the same time, a prompt sound rang in Sui's ears. "Congratulations, you have successfully recruited D-level combat talent, Special Forces soldier Lin Yue. You have successfully opened the talent information panel. You can check the status of all talents in your shelter in the Shelter Talent Module interface." As the prompt sounded, a talent item appeared in the shelter information in front of Sui. The population of the shelter also increased from 1 to 2, and the safety level also increased from 1 to 11. Sui clicked on the talent module, and Lin Yue's detailed information quickly popped up in front of him. Talent data information. Name, Lin Yue. Age, 22 years old. Type, soldier. Talent level, D level. Physical strength, 85. Neural response, 83. Endurance, 88. Mental will, 95. Self-healing immunity, 82. Talent characteristics, loyalty, she is a loyal Chinese warrior and will never betray no matter what difficulties the shelter encounters. Talent, military basics, she is proficient in all conventional combat skills of modern soldiers, and has a comprehensive proficiency in firearms and knives. She is also good at free fighting, reconnaissance, wilderness survival and other military abilities. Combat power rating, 105 points. A panel that was very similar to game data appeared in front of Sui, listing Lin Yue's personal information in detail. Lin Yue has a combat power of 105 points. Is this high or low? Sui thought for a moment, but soon came to the conclusion, anyway, she is definitely better than me. Sui is just an ordinary office worker. When he has nothing to do, he likes to play games, read novels, and occasionally exercise. Given Sui's physical condition, it was impossible for him to beat a professional soldier, even if the other party was just a female soldier. "Commander, what do I need to do now?" Lin Yue looked at Sui with sharp eyes and asked in a clear voice. Lin Yue's face is firm and delicate. Her skin is slightly dark due to long-term outdoor training. Her short hair is neatly combed inside the helmet without a single mess. Her nose is high and her lips are tightly closed, as if all difficulties and challenges cannot shake her determination. This is a female warrior who can give people a sense of security. Even though Sui is a man, he still cannot refute this. "Don't worry yet." Sui waved his hand and asked, "Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something?" There are many more detailed data that are not displayed in the talent interface, but Sui can conduct in-depth inquiries, such as information on hunger, disease, mental state, etc. Obviously, the people in the shelter also need to eat, get sick, and may even develop mental problems under the high pressure of the apocalypse. "I'm not hungry." Lin Yue shook his head and said calmly, "Commander, our situation is not good right now. Our supplies are seriously insufficient, and I cannot waste food. When I'm not in combat, I can eat only one meal for 3 days, and each meal only eats half the amount of food that an adult man would. Only eat half a meal in 3 days. Hiss. He is truly worthy of being a Chinese soldier. His endurance and stamina are simply inhuman." Sui gave a thumbs up, but before he could speak, a new mysterious prompt sound suddenly rang in his ears. "Now making city area announcements. The existing shelter has obtained talents, and now the Shelter Exploration Mission module is open. All shelters can send talents to perform exploration missions. Get more survival supplies. At the same time, the shelter level rankings, shelter talent rankings, and shelter exploration mission rankings are now open in this area. When this round of Doomsday ends, more survival rewards will be distributed according to the rankings. This reminder is a citywide notice. For a moment, the whole city was boiling, and the originally lifeless chat channel was suddenly in uproar. Unnamed shelter, what the hell? Start an exploration mission. Start a leaderboard. Why does this Doomsday game feel like a pay-to-win online game? Unnamed shelter, we are half dead here, and a mysterious being is watching us play games. I am dying of thirst. I am a big shot. Which big brother recruited the talent? Is he strong? Can you help me contact my parents? Wang Qinchin, I looked at the rankings, and there is only one person in the talent rankings, and that's the unnamed shelter. It's a pity that I can't privately chat with this big brother. Jinling Human Self-Rescue Association, call on this big brother to stand up. Join the Human Self-Rescue Association and contribute your strength to the disaster victims in the whole city. The chat channel was buzzing with everyone discussing this matter. Some people speculated that this person was Brother Bing Shui, some people stepped forward to pretend to be the mysterious number one, and some people were closely communicating about the exploration mission module. After observing silently for a while, Sui closed the chat interface, then opened the 3 rankings and took a look. The shelter level ranking list was a mess, with all the shelters at level 0. Sui saw that his own ranking was displayed as 35,164th. The talent ranking list of the shelter is much clearer. Only Sui is at the top of the list, which means that he is the only one in the city who recruited talents for the shelter first. The ranking list for the shelter exploration mission is empty, with no one on the list. Sui closed the ranking list and opened the new exploration module of the shelter. Current exploration tasks, automatically refreshed daily. 1. Material collection, E-level exploration mission, takes 8 hours. Some materials can be obtained randomly, and the task harvest depends on the talent score, talent level, and task level. A shelter talent needs to be dispatched. 2. Material collection, D-level exploration mission, takes 12 hours. You can randomly obtain some materials for upgrading the shelter. The mission harvest depends on the talent score, talent level, and mission level. You need to send a shelter talent with a minimum of D. 3. Medicine collection, D-level exploration mission, takes 12 hours. Some medicines can be obtained randomly, and the mission harvest depends on the talent score, talent level, and mission level. A shelter talent needs to be dispatched. There are only 3 exploration missions, each with different contents, but all require sending a shelter talent. This means that as long as there are enough talented people in the shelter, some survival supplies can be obtained without leaving home. Sui thought in his heart, this is very safe. I don't have to go out and take risks myself. Even if I don't have enough food and water, I can send people to search outside. The emergence of the exploration mission was of great help to Sui. Due to the special nature of Sui's shelter talent, he must stay in the shelter for a long time without going out. Naturally, he cannot go out to adventure and collect supplies like other people. Although this is very safe, it also means one loses a channel to obtain supplies. After having talents, Sui can send them out to explore by himself at home. He can get talent rewards and exploration rewards at the same time. Double harvest means more supplies. Sui made a prompt decision and decided to try this exploration mission module. The question is, which of the 3 tasks should I choose? The rewards from these 3 tasks are what Sui needs, but he only has Lin Yue to use now. Try this 8-hour method first. It's shorter and will work faster. Sui made a decision quickly, and he didn't dare let Lin Yue go out to explore for too long. After all, there are still perpetrators in this building, and God knows when they will discover my room. Sui picked the task, and Lin Yue responded instantly, Commander. I have received the task and I will complete it. Lin Yue saluted and was about to turn around and leave, but was stopped by Sui. Etc. Sui glanced at the crossbow in his hand, hesitated for a moment, and handed the kitchen utensils to Lin Yue. Pick and see if there is any weapon you can use. Also, see if you can use this thermal jacket. Bring some food and 2 bottles of ice water. It's very hot outside. Don't get a heat stroke. Su-yi really wanted to give the crossbow to Lin Yue to improve her safety when going out, but Su-yi was also worried about the intrusion of the perpetrators, so he had to prioritize his own safety. "Thank you, Chief." Lin Yue took the coat, picked up 2 fruit knives as backup, and patted her holster. She smiled brightly. "Commander, don't worry, I'm very strong." "I almost forgot, this woman came out with a gun. Are there enough bullets?" Su-yi asked, and Lin Yue nodded. "It's enough, a submachine gun, 20 rounds capacity, with 3 magazines. 60 rounds of bullets, that's enough." Su-yi nodded with satisfaction. "Go ahead, be careful of your own safety, and don't force yourself to get supplies." "Yes, Chief." Lin Yue turned around with high spirits, walked to the door of the room, and then stopped. "Commander, this door." Lin Yue turned around and pointed at the large amount of debris piled up at the door of the room. "Oh, I forgot. We used them to block the door before." Su-yi patted his head awkwardly. "You know, I'm not good at fighting. I do this to ensure my own safety." The chief is smart and did the right thing. Lin Yue smiled and helped Su-yi clean up the door. Before leaving, Lin Yue worked in front of the door for a while with her head down. "Commander, I have set up some crude defense traps and early warning devices. If you hear any noise outside the door, please be alert and wait for me to come back for rescue." After Lin Yue finished speaking, he walked down the corridor neatly and stepped into the rolling heat outside. When Lin Yue left the house, Su-yi closed the door without saying a word, moved the things back to their original places and blocked the door. After all this tossing and turning, Su-yi was already sweating all over, his head was dizzy from the heat, and his body was shaking. He didn't care about anything else and rushed to the bathroom with his crossbow. He washed his head with half a bottle of ice water to cool down, drank another half bottle, then took off all his clothes and got into the bathtub. Only then did Su-yi feel that his symptoms of heat stroke had improved slightly. This weather is really too hot. It's so hot that it can kill people at home. I don't know what the situation is like outside. I hope Lin Yue will be all right. She is the only talent in the shelter right now. Yesterday's ice water has all been used up, so I put 10 more bottles of water in the freezer. I gave 2 bottles to Lin Yue and used 1, so there are 7 bottles left. Shouldn't we exchange these 7 bottles for something better?" Su-yi lay in the bathtub and opened the city area trading platform of the shelter. He took a quick look and found that there were some more magical items on it than yesterday. Most of them are food and water, but the prices are extremely expensive. It seems that it's not just my sanctuary talent that's useful. Others' talents may not be bad either. Su-yi muttered to himself that he didn't find much worth buying. But considering that the value of ice water might continue to depreciate as good things become more available, he still spent 3 bottles of ice water to buy some long-lasting food. There are still 4 bottles of water left. Su-yi doesn't plan to use them for the time being and will wait and see in the evening. The afternoon was boring. In order to kill time, Su-yi took out all the comic books at home and read them over and over again. At around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, there were suddenly sounds of smashing, shouting and cursing coming from upstairs again. Su-yi was somewhat accustomed to it this time and was not so panicked. He just listened for a while and checked every corner of the house to make sure it was well covered. I don't know how many people these thugs upstairs have harmed, and I don't know when it will be my turn. Su-yi thought to himself, no matter what, this is a hidden danger. For safety, I have to find a way to deal with this group of thugs as soon as possible. Let Lin Yue take a gun and kill these thugs. This is not appropriate. Although Lin Yue is a soldier, he is weak after all. If an accident occurs, Su-yi will suffer a great loss. I'm mainly unsure of the other party's sanctuary talent. I've seen someone in the chat channel activate a combat talent. If there is a person with fighting talent among the thugs upstairs, even though Lin Yue is a soldier, he may not be his opponent. Just bear with it for a while. Su-yi took a deep breath and decided to continue hiding. As long as the other party doesn't cause trouble for him, he will try his best to keep a low profile and accumulate strength secretly. At around 6 o'clock in the evening, Su-yi heard some messy footsteps coming from upstairs, and could vaguely hear some scolding conversations. It's getting hotter and hotter. Brother, can you give me some of that bottle of ice water? Let's go out and see what we've found. According to the rules, the person who finds the most can have a drink. Okay, big brother, watch me. By the way, brother, I seem to hear a faint woman's voice downstairs at noon, saying something like the chief. Is there an official here? Be an official. It's the end of the world now, being an official is useless. Come back later and find that woman to find out what happened. The sound of conversation passed by Su-yi's door and went all the way downstairs. Su-yi stood by the window and quietly saw through the gap in the curtains a group of men dragging empty sacks out of the residential building. The leader was the group led by Brother Li yesterday, but the team had grown a little, with the number of people increasing to 13. I seem to be being watched. Su-yi muttered to himself that the sound insulation of the old residential building was extremely poor, and the noise of summoning Lin Yue seemed to have been noticed by Brother Li and his group. This building has 8 floors, with handrails and stairs, and 4 households on each floor. Since the surrounding facilities are complete, it is said that every household is occupied. The people living here are mostly office workers from nearby, and there are also workers from the construction site. Judging from their body shapes, they should be workers from nearby. Assuming there is at least one person in each household, there are at least 32 people in this building. If the perpetrators are Brother Li and his gang, taking into account the number of times they committed violence and the death rate at the end of the day, there should be about 20 people left. Su-yi silently calculated in his mind, I live on the 6th floor, and Brother Li and his group can only be on the 7th and 8th floors above me. Considering the violence that has already occurred upstairs, Brother Li and his men will search my place tomorrow or the day after tomorrow at the latest. If you're unlucky, you'll find me here at night. I don't have much time left. Su-yi had a strong sense of crisis. Brother Li had more and more helpers around him. Lin Yue alone might not be able to deal with the dozen or so strong men working on the construction site at the same time. If he considered using a gun, it might be able to deter the criminals, but if the other party had some difficult shelter talent, Su-yi's chances of losing would be even greater. We still need to find a way to improve the shelter's protection capabilities. If possible, I have to turn this house into a bunker. Su-yi looked at his own gate, thinking about the possibility of letting Lin Yue be the only woman to guard the gate. Time passes by little by little. At around 8 o'clock in the evening, it was already completely dark. Brother Li's group hasn't come back yet. The street outside is completely quiet. Occasionally, there are voices coming out, as if the survivors in the surrounding area are searching for supplies. Even though the temperature does not drop at night, it can give people a psychological illusion of getting colder. Darkness can also provide people with a good sense of security, so everyone seems to be accustomed to moving around in the dark at night. Su-yi still stayed at home, silently without making any noise, while constantly searching on the online trading platform for things that could enhance the protection capabilities of the shelter. Just at this moment. Boom, boom, boom. There was a sudden knock on the door, which startled Su-yi in the dark, and he quickly grabbed the crossbow beside him. In the darkness, Su-yi held his breath nervously. But he soon heard that the rhythm of the knocking seemed to be different, the length was uneven, and the sound was very light. This was the code Lin Yue left for going home before she went out. Su-yi walked to the door and did not say anything. Instead, he slightly moved the table blocking the door, making a sound of moving foreign objects. Commander, it's me. Soon, Lin Yue's low voice came from the door. Su-yi was not sure who was outside the door, so he responded to the knock in this way. After confirming that it was Lin Yue, Su-yi quickly and deftly moved the things aside one by one, opened the door to let Lin Yue in, and then placed the heavy object that was blocking the door at the door. He didn't mind the trouble of moving these things back and forth. Compared with the safety of his life, any trouble was not a trouble. How's it going? What's the harvest? In the darkness, Su-yi asked in a low voice. Lin Yue went into the bathroom, turned on the tactical flashlight with the help of the wall, and put the 3 school bags in his other hand on the ground. Chief, they're all here. Lin Yue was also very careful. She opened her school bag with light movements, revealing the bag full of supplies. Su-yi looked over, and at the same time a prompt sound rang in his ears. Congratulations. The shelter exploration mission is completed, and the explorer brought back the following supplies. 20 bags of biscuits, 35 boxes of chocolate, 6 large bags of candy, 3 small rolls of toilet paper, 3 boxes of painkillers, 2 boxes of cold medicine, 8 boxes of patchouli, 20 cans of various canned fruits and vegetables, and 20 bags of dried fruits. This exploration mission completion score, excellent. Your shelter has gained 10 survival points. Your shelter has opened a survival point store. You can use your survival points to purchase doomsday items or improve talent attributes. Survival points. Sui raised his eyebrows. He remembered that there was indeed this item in the shelter data, but he didn't know that survival points were so useful. According to the introduction, it seems that the more survival points you have, the faster your shelter will become stronger, and currently the only way to obtain survival points stably seems to be the exploration mission. Well done. Sui patted Lin Yue on the shoulder and ordered, "Turn off the lights, pick some things and put them in the freezer, then we'll have dinner." "Okay, Chief, but I'm not hungry yet." "Eat something even if you're not hungry to replenish your energy." Sui could notice that there was a barely perceptible stamina bar above Lin Yue's head, which had changed from the full green value at noon to half yellow. This 8-hour exploration obviously made Lin Yue a little tired, and she had to rest. This also made Sui give up the idea of letting Lin Yue continue exploring overnight. Currently, there is only this one talented person in the shelter, and he must be taken good care of and not overexploited. With an extra helper in the house today, it is much easier for Sui to handle things. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the two had a simple meal and opened 2 cans of food to replenish the nutrients needed by the human body. Then, Lin Yue took the initiative to suggest improving the basic protection measures in the house at night and setting up some internal traps and early warning devices. Sui naturally nodded happily in agreement. Having professional soldiers do these things would definitely be better than doing it himself. While Lin Yue was busy, Sui was also helping out, patiently asking for advice and inquiring, "What else do you need? Tell me, I'll find a way to get it." "Commander, I also need nylon rope, more knives, and regular stuff like chili powder." Lin Yue knew the current situation of the shelter and did not make excessive demands for supplies. "I see. I'll go get these things." Sui nodded, opened the trading platform, and directly searched for the corresponding items. Since the establishment of the trading platform, people in the city who are in short supply would put almost anything on the platform for trading, even used sanitary napkins. There are almost all the common things on it, and the things that Lin Yue wants are no exception. Sui consumed a small amount of food that could not be stored for a long time and a bottle of ice water and bought what Lin Yue wanted. After Sui completed the purchase order and was about to close it, he suddenly saw an order that caught his eye. "We have police equipment available, and we will exchange it for food and water. If you are interested, please reply to the message." Police equipment. I'm afraid the other party is in the police station. Sui quickly sent a transaction request message in the order, and noted, "I'm Brother Bing Shui, I still have 3 bottles. Do you have a pistol and bullets? Grenades or something will do too." The other party quickly sent a message, indicating that the transaction was rejected, but there was a note, "Hello, Brother Bing Shui, we need a lot of food and water. We do need your ice water, but 3 bottles can only be exchanged for 154 pistol. I can give you 10 rounds of bullets, which are enough for you to protect yourself in the near future while waiting for rescue." Waiting for rescue. It seems that the other party's identity is official, and he still has not lost his determination to save the city. This is also in line with the consistent style of the Chinese people. In the face of disasters, there will always be heroes standing up. Sui pondered. He knew that the other party's refusal to trade was not a real refusal to trade, but a way to achieve private chat between shelters to ensure sufficient communication with the buyer. A pistol and 10 rounds of ammunition don't seem to be of much help. Sui thought in his mind, according to the other party's idea, it seems that he doesn't want to give out too many weapons and resources. He should be worried about the problem of weapon recycling and the negative social impact after the disaster. If that's the case, I don't need the pistol, but it would be nice to have more bullets. Sui turned around and asked Lin Yue, who was working nearby, in a low voice, "Lin Yue, what type of bullet do you have?" "CZ-75 submachine gun. The magazine has been modified to hold 20 rounds of ammunition. The bullet type is 9 by 19 mm pistol bullet." Lin Yue answered without turning his head. Sui didn't understand these military knowledge. He wrote down the content and replied to the seller's message. 3 bottles of ice water, 100 rounds of 9 by 19 mm pistol bullets. You have a submachine gun. The other party soon noticed and sent a message in surprise. Brother Bingshui, who are you? How can you own a gun in China? Are you my colleague? I can't give you so many bullets. I'm not sure of your identity. I can only give you 20 bullets at most. 10 more bags of cookies and 100 more rounds of ammunition. Sui did not answer the question directly, but just gave a price, which made the other party even more uncertain about Sui's identity. You are my comrade. Well, 50 rounds, that's the biggest concession I can make. Add a box of painkillers, a box of cold medicine, a box of Huixiang Jingqi water, and 100 bullets. The conditions offered by Sui almost moved the other party. Food shortages might be tolerable temporarily, but medicines are too precious. It's so hot outside right now, and it's difficult to get these medicines if there's no pharmacy nearby or if the pharmacy is closed. These drugs are extremely effective in the current environment. Especially painkillers and Jingqi water, which can be regarded as life-saving artifacts. Congratulations, you have successfully completed an order transaction. The other party agreed quickly and did not send any more rejection messages. Instead, he readily accepted the order and delivered 100 rounds of bullets. At the same time, the online platform also took away the trading items given by Sui, causing his material reserves to be reduced by 1/10. But it's all worth it. Sui looked at the 2 small bullet boxes stacked in front of him, which were full of brand new bullets. He couldn't suppress a smile on his face. Lin Yue, have you used up your bullets today? How many are left? Commander, I'm saving money. I didn't use the gun today, and I still have 60 rounds left. Here are 100 rounds. Don't be too frugal. Shoot when the time comes. Sui handed the bullet box to Lin Yue and said with a smile, it's a pity that I didn't get the magazine. I will find a way to buy more next time. Thank you, Chief. When Lin Yue saw the bullet, her beautiful eyes lit up instantly and she quickly took the bullet. She knew very well that the safety of her life and that of the leader now depended almost entirely on her gun and bullets. Now that he had more bullets, Sui felt less stressed and a smile appeared on his face. Lin Yue, let me help you set the trap. Just when the two of them were relaxing, a loud noise suddenly came, breaking the silence of the night. Boom. A sound like a missile exploding came from outside the window, and a flash of fire instantly illuminated the night sky outside the window. The loud noise was so close that Sui was almost scared out of his wits. Lin Yue also became alert instantly. What happened? Sui almost jumped up on the spot and rushed to the window to look outside. A fiery red light reflected on Sui's face. He looked out the window in horror, only to see a raging fire erupting on the street next door. The inexplicable explosion just now caused a fire in the city. In the hot climate, the fire was like a divine help, and it took almost an instant to form a fire, affecting several surrounding buildings. The terrifying flames grew higher and higher, like a long snake climbing towards the top of the building. A residential building was engulfed in fire. The windows on the floor were opened one after another. The people inside were awakened from their sleep, screaming and calling for help. Sui even saw someone unable to resist the rapidly spreading fire, risking his life by jumping out of a tall building alone. And then he was engulfed by a sea of fire. Those who were afraid to jump off the building to survive could only turn into fireballs in the room, rolling around and screaming in pain. Scenes of human tragedy are being played out right before our eyes. There's a fire. Sui's whole body was stiff, and the firelight reflected the faint fear in his eyes. It was just a fire across the street, and at such a temperature, the speed at which it spread would definitely be extremely fast. This means that the house where Sui is no longer safe. With the entire city paralyzed and in chaos, no one was able to suppress the fire. It won't take a few hours for the fire to spread to the residential building where Sui lives, and it will spread to most of the city in a few days. The entire Jinling city might be destroyed in this sudden fire. The raging fire also caused an uproar in the city's chat channels. The chat channels, which were already filled with pessimism, were filled with wailing. It's over. I'm done. The fire is right next to me and it's going to reach me soon. Help me. Someone help me. I'm in the fire. I was close, and I saw that it seemed to be a gas pipeline leak that caused the explosion. I think we are all doomed. There is no one to put out the fire now. Brother Bingshui. Call Brother Bingshui, our city needs a hero to stand up. Stop shouting. Do you expect Bingshui to put out the fire with those bottles of water? Aren't you awake yet? The chat channels of the entire city fell into panic, and everyone was filled with despair. Su Yi's expression was also silent. He knew that this was a crisis that was almost impossible to reverse. Commander, we have to leave here as soon as possible. Lin Yue also walked to Su Yi's side. She looked ahead with heavy eyes and whispered, "This fire will destroy the city. It will definitely affect us within 2 hours. We don't have much time left. Is it just a matter of walking?" Su Yi clenched his fists, his eyes were complicated. It's the end of the world now, where can he run to? If the shelter is destroyed, will his talent still be effective? Without his talent, how can he survive in the future? Even if we bring enough supplies and a capable Lin Yue, how long can we last? After surviving the first doomsday, there is still the second and third doomsday. Su Yi had too many concerns, but he knew that Lin Yue was right. If he didn't make preparations, he would not be able to leave. Huh. Lin Yue looked at the fire in front of him and suddenly murmured in confusion, "It seems, it has stopped spreading." Su Yi was startled and quickly looked forward. After careful observation, he found that the fire had indeed stopped. After 20 minutes, Su Yi was completely sure that the fire had not spread further outward and was still enveloping the 2 residential buildings and surrounding buildings. The range was about 800 meters, and the buildings outside the edge of the fire were not affected at all. The air was filled with heat waves, and the fire burned at a temperature ranging from 600 to 2000 degrees. However, such a high temperature flame did not affect the surroundings at all, and even the surrounding green plants were not ignited. Strange, why is this? Su Yi murmured, his brows furrowed. He was not the only one who was puzzled. People in the chat channel in the urban area also noticed this and were discussing it. Some lucky people who were close to the fire found that they were safe and sound, so they decided not to run away and began to live broadcast the fire to the survivors in the city through oral narration. Some people were there to watch the fun, while others were still frightened, but their eyes were unable to protect the survivors who were dying in the fire. Half an hour later, no more screams were heard from the fire-covered building. The last survivor also died in the fire. At 12 o'clock in the evening, the raging flames were quickly extinguished and completely stopped in less than 10 minutes, leaving behind only a few ruined buildings with thick black smoke rising continuously. This fire started strangely, and it went out strangely. Su Yi kept observing, but he didn't understand until the fire was out. And at this moment, a few seconds after the fire was extinguished, a citywide warning announcement appeared. Now making a city area announcement. The first regional doomsday derivative disaster has occurred. The derivative disaster module is now officially open. Around the world, derivative disasters may break out at any place and at any time depending on the current doomsday type. Derivative disasters will not affect organisms and objects outside the disaster area. There may be signs when they occur, and some disasters will be notified in advance. If any shelter survives the derivative disaster, the shelter will receive a huge amount of doomsday survival points. If it does not survive, it will die. The cold announcement voice appeared, causing surprise and sudden enlightenment in the whole city. It's becoming more and more like a game, with random events appearing. Su Yi murmured, he guessed that derivative disasters should arise around random catastrophic events that might erupt in reality. The downside is that it is likely to be very destructive and cannot be resisted by the current shelters. The advantage is that it will not have unlimited impact, but will only cover a certain range. If I were to encounter a secondary disaster at this stage, I'm afraid there would be no hope of survival. Just as Su Yi was thinking, he suddenly heard whispering coming from the window upstairs. Brother, that fire is really strange, it seems like some kind of disaster. Is there going to be a fire here for no reason? What are you afraid of? The second brother's house is very strong. Even a big fire can't burn us to death. Yes, if we work together, we will be invincible, haha. It was the voice of Brother Li's group. No one knew when they had returned, and from the sound it seemed that they lived on the top floor. Sui closed the gap in the curtains silently without revealing anything unusual. Lin Yue, who was standing by, was about to open his mouth to say something, but Sui raised his hand to stop him. "Sleep and rest, we'll talk tomorrow." Sui gestured with his mouth and hands, and Lin Yue nodded seriously. She knew there was danger upstairs, so she turned around and went back to the door to continue tinkering with the trap. Sui took out a thin quilt from the cupboard and spread it on the sofa to make a simple bed for Lin Yue, then placed the open freezer close to Lin Yue to cool it down. This freezer does not require electricity and can provide continuous cooling, so Sui also uses it as an air conditioner, turning it on for a long time to release cold air to lower the temperature in the house. Only in this way can we ensure that the two of them will not be too hot to sleep. After doing everything, Sui lay on the bed, closed his eyes and went to sleep. Perhaps because Lin Yue was guarding him tonight, Sui slept particularly soundly. It was not until 11 o'clock the next morning that Lin Yue carefully woke Sui up. "Commander, I heard some noise outside. The group of people upstairs seemed to have gone downstairs to search for supplies. In the morning, they seemed to have killed someone upstairs." From the sound of the voice, it seemed to be an old man. Lin Yue looked at Sui with a serious expression, and there was a gleam of hatred in her eyes. Sui patted his head, which was drowsy after sleeping, and waved his hand. "Don't worry about them, let's protect ourselves first." "Well, Chief, should I still go exploring today?" Lin Yue asked. "We don't have enough supplies yet. Now that the group of people are out, I don't have to worry about your safety if I explore now. Wait a little longer." Sui refused. He was waiting for the talent reward on the third day. After the two of them had a simple meal, Sui sat next to the freezer to cool down. Time passed and soon it was past 12 noon. As promised, the clear and pleasant reminder sound rang in Sui's ears. "Congratulations. You have stayed in the shelter for 24 hours, triggering the talent reward. The stay time starts again. Congratulations, you have successfully recruited D-level auxiliary talent, Engineer Lin Yue." As the mysterious prompt sounded, a human-shaped golden light appeared in front of Sui, and in the blink of an eye, a woman walked out of the golden light. She is tall, with a unique temperament, and smooth black hair, which is simply tied into a low ponytail. Her eyes are full of wisdom in the gold-rimmed glasses. She was wearing simple dark work clothes and a multifunctional tool belt around her waist, which was equipped with various small and precise tools, ranging from screwdrivers to microwelders. Even her gloves were specially made anti-static gloves, and she carried a backpack filled with various electronic components and measuring instruments. Another talent reward. Sui's eyes lit up. He found that as long as there was enough food and water, the rewards from the talent unit had appeared twice in a row. Does this mean that, according to the talent mechanism, the resource I lack most at the moment is talent? The shelter has population data, which means that population is also a urgently needed resource for the shelter. Talent units are actually a higher-level population resource. Sui was thinking in his mind, and the new talent Lin Yue was politely greeting Sui. "Hello, boss, I am happy to serve you." Boss. Another new name. However, these talents are loyal to the shelter, so their names don't matter. While Sui was looking at Lin Yue, he opened Lin Yue's data panel to check. Talent data information. Name, Lin Yue. Age, 28. Type, engineer. Talent level, D level. Physical strength, 75. Neurological response, 90. Endurance, 80. Mental will, 78. Self-healing immunity, 78. Talent characteristics, wisdom, she has outstanding IQ and problem-solving skills, strong logical thinking ability, and is an intellectual research talent. Talent, engineering expertise, she has a high talent in the field of engineering scientific research, is proficient in a variety of engineering technologies, and is good at developing, improving, and creating technological items for the shelter. Research ability score, 85 points. A whole new type of talent. Engineer, research and development, good at creating technological items for the shelter. Sui was very keenly aware of the uniqueness of these key words. If Lin Yue is a typical combat talent, then Lin Yue's data panel is very interesting. In the apocalypse, human technology has already completely failed. As a scientific research talent, how can Lin Yue recreate technological items under such circumstances? Sui noticed that the technological item mentioned in Lin Yue's data had a prefix of shelter. Are shelter technology and human technology different systems? Sui hesitated for a moment, then looked at Lin Yue and asked, "Lin Yue, what can you create?" "Anything that improves the current shelter environment is something I'm good at." Lin Yue's voice was brisk and her tone was firm, including the shelter's defense facilities, living facilities, expansion, etc. Of course, I can't develop anything too advanced yet. Lin Yue's level is only D, so the level of the items she develops will not be too high. Wait, expansion. Sui noticed this word and was surprised. Lin Yue can actually expand the shelter. Doesn't this mean that the space in the shelter can be made larger? This is a good thing. A larger space not only means that it can accommodate more people, but also improves the defense and disaster resistance capabilities of the shelter through the creation and arrangement of space. Leia, how do you plan to expand the shelter? Sui asked, and Lin Yue said respectfully, that depends on what type of shelter the boss plans to have. In addition, I need the corresponding type of shelter expansion materials. After Lin Yue said this, as if a certain keyword was triggered, a new prompt message popped up in front of Sui. Necessary prerequisites for expanding the shelter: having the corresponding type of talent or technical drawings, having enough building materials for expansion, and having enough renovation space. Currently your shelter is level 0. To upgrade to level 1, you need to meet the following conditions. 1. Select the type of shelter you want to upgrade, not completed. 2. Have corresponding talents or technical drawings, already have engineers. 3. Have 100 doomsday survival points, currently have 10 points. 4. An adjacent space twice the size of the current shelter, unsurveyed. 5. 100 units of corresponding building materials, not owned. Building materials can be obtained by sending talents to explore missions. Hiss. Sui's eyes widened, and he murmured, "These 5 requirements don't seem simple at all. These are just the conditions for upgrading the shelter to level 1. But what changes will happen to the shelter after it is upgraded to level 1? Does this type of shelter have any special meaning?" Sui focused his attention on the type of shelter, and soon the prompt box changed. Currently, the optional types for upgrading level 1 shelters are 1. Refugee camp. With more living space, the residents of the shelter have a 20% resistance to various extreme natural environments. The corresponding building material is refugee wood. 2. Experimental house. Has a more detailed technology tree, which can create more shelter items, corresponding to the building material, electronic components. 3. Studio. The time consumed in dispatched exploration missions is reduced by 20%, and the dispatched materials obtained are increased by 10%, corresponding to the building material, big banknotes. Please choose your shelter type carefully. Each shelter type has its own fixed upgrade route. Once the type of shelter is determined, it cannot be changed in the future without specific means. Sui glanced at the information in front of him and had a rough idea in his mind. The 3 types of shelters correspond to different shelter styles, which can be roughly divided into disaster resistance, scientific research, and active work. These 3 also correspond to different attitudes towards disasters, and have their own advantages. Which one should I choose? Wait, I haven't even met the conditions for upgrading yet. How come I was chosen? These 3 corresponding building materials don't sound like something that can be found on Earth. Let's gather them together first. Sui smiled bitterly. Given his current situation, he could only upgrade the type of shelter that depended on which of the 3 materials were gathered first. Lin Yue. Get ready to go out and explore. Sui turned his head and opened today's dispatch mission, and found today's material collection, exploration mission, which took 12 hours. Yes. Lin Yue nodded, took 2 bottles of ice water and some dry food, then moved away the debris blocking the door and left home. It is now past 12 noon, and Lin Yue will not be back until after midnight. After making arrangements for Lin Yue, Sui looked at Lin Yue. He originally wanted to assign a mission to Lin Yue, but considering Lin Yue's identity as an engineer, she didn't seem to be very combat capable. Lin Yue, can you tell me what exactly you can make? Sui looked at Lin Yue. He wanted to place talents in the right positions and give full play to their abilities. Boss, I don't know how to introduce myself. Leah shook her head and suggested, but you can tell me what you need. If I can make it, I can start working now. Don't you need specific materials to make things? Boss, I can make low-level items using local materials. Leah looked very confident, and Sui couldn't help but ask expectantly, can you generate electricity? Build a motor or something. Electricity is a vital energy for human beings. If we had electricity, we could do a lot of things. Leah shook her head, without specific materials and drawings, I can't do it. Then, let's renovate our shelter and improve its defense. Sui asked, and Leah nodded, it can be simply repaired and strengthened, but it can't be improved too much. We'll improve as much as we can. Sui was already very satisfied, as long as the shelter was strong enough to withstand the risks. Get to work now. I'll help you. And be quiet so the neighbors don't hear you. Okay, boss. Leah nodded, picked up her toolkit and started working. She didn't ask Sui for help, and started measuring, planning and other work in the room on her own. Sui walked around, wanting to help, but couldn't get a hand. So Sui simply lay back on the bed, thinking about what to do next. He thought about a lot of things, including the upgrade of the shelter, the arrangement of talents, and the potential threats from Brother Li and others. All kinds of thoughts kept colliding in Sui's mind. The temperature in the room was still hot, but fortunately there was a freezer next to it that kept emitting cool air. The cool feeling made Sui's head groggy, and he fell asleep in a daze. Boss. Boss, wake up. Leah called out softly, causing Sui to open his eyes in surprise and turn over in bed. It was already pitch black outside the window, and Sui suddenly realized, Leah, how long have I slept? 9 hours, boss. Leah squatted beside the bed and whispered, you are under too much mental pressure, so you sleep very deeply, but this is a good thing. Effective sleep can repair your mental state. Leah, did anything happen while I was asleep? Is there any movement outside? Boss, a group of people came outside an hour ago. Leah reported softly, it seems to be a group of men. They tried to push open our door, but failed. It's Brother Li and the others. Sui suddenly became nervous and looked towards the door reflexively. Just with this one glance, Sui was stunned. All the obstacles he had placed by the door were gone, and they had returned to their original positions in the room. The original old wooden door now has an inner structure with steel bars interspersed and covered. There is a wooden door on the outside and a layer of fine steel bars covering the inside. There is a layer of fine iron spikes on top of these steel outer shells, which seems to be a specially designed defense measure to prevent the wooden door outside from being pushed open. The entire door exuded a heavy and stinging feeling, which gave Sui a great sense of security. This is much more powerful than the door of his room that is filled with clutter. It looks very difficult to be broken into from the outside. You did all this? Sui looked at Leah and asked in surprise. Leah nodded, yes, boss, due to limited materials, this is all I can do for now. Materials? Where did you get them? Sui then realized that there were no iron products in the house. Where did Leah get these things to modify the door? Could it be possible that this woman could make something up out of nothing? Boss, I explored the other 3 houses on the same floor outside the door and found some usable materials inside. Leah explained, and these words also made Sui realize something. It seems that as long as you give the orders, talents will find ways to complete the tasks on their own. For example, Leah would take the initiative to explore the surrounding area of the shelter in order to find suitable materials. You're not in danger, are you? Sui paused and reminded, pay attention to safety issues and don't take too many risks. Thank you for your concern, boss. I made sure it was safe before exploring the surrounding area, and I didn't make any big noise. Leah paused and said, I originally planned to make some lockpicks to open the neighbors' doors, but when I went out, I found that their houses had been broken into by force. The remaining 3 rooms on this floor are uninhabited. There are only some bloodstains, as if they were invaded from outside. It was a mess inside, food and water had been taken away, and I could only find some repair materials that no one wanted. Considering what happened to my neighbors, I modified our front door. I also made some door traps and 5 steel spears. Leah turned her head and looked towards the corner. There were 5 steel spears about 2 meters long placed there. The spear bodies were made of common steel pipes, and the spear heads were welded with kitchen knives. They were carefully polished and shiny. This is good stuff. Su Yi's eyes lit up. This was a long weapon. In the absence of firearms, holding such a spear could provide a certain degree of resistance when facing thugs. Leia, you are really capable. Thank you for the compliment, boss. By the way, the group of people just now didn't break open the door. Did they find that there was someone inside? Su Yi asked. He was a little annoyed that he slept too deeply and didn't hear any of the noise. Actually, it's not Su Yi's fault. Su Yi has been under great mental pressure during the 3 days of the apocalypse, especially when he was alone. There were villains and natural disasters outside, and he also had to consider the problem of material shortages inside. Under the high pressure that lasts for many days, once you fall into a deep sleep, it is difficult to wake you up. I don't think it was discovered. Leah shook her head. I remember the boss's instructions. I didn't make any sound or movement. The welding machine I used also has a silencer effect. However, a normal wooden door cannot withstand their hammering and ramming. Sooner or later, they will react and realize that we are hiding here. Leah's analysis was correct. Being exposed was a matter of time. Before that, Su Yi needed to be better prepared. Yes, I understand. Su Yi took a deep breath and looked around the room. Many parts of the room had been specially modified in detail. For example, wooden insulation layers were added to the windows, the curtains were thickened, and a simple air conditioning diffusion device was added outside the freezer. Leah's renovation not only took into account the safety of the shelter, but also the comfort. No wonder I felt the temperature was a little lower tonight. Leah, you've worked hard. Su Yi was very satisfied. It's almost time, let's eat first. Lin Yue should be back soon. Boss, I've already had dinner. Please eat first. I still have some new renovation work to complete. Leah stood up and her figure blended into the darkness of the room. No one knew what she was fiddling with. Su Yi picked up the bread and ice water, and while eating, he prepared to open the trading platform to see if there were any new trading items today. He has developed a habit of trading the unused ice water every day to maximize the storage resources of the shelter. While browsing the interface, Su Yi discovered that one of the 5 major requirements for upgrading the shelter had been completed. Successfully surveyed the nearby available space required to upgrade the shelter. Successful detection. Is this the reason why Leah searched several nearby houses? Su Yi thought in his heart, if that's the case, if there are other shelters next to the shelter, don't we have to kill them all to complete the expansion requirements? After all, most modern residences are connected to each other, and when both residences are shelters, there will inevitably be natural conflicts and contradictions in expanding the shelters. It seems that even if someone doesn't want to upgrade the shelter and doesn't want to cause trouble, there will be others who will come to cause trouble for them. In the apocalypse, everyone wants to become stronger and upgrade the shelter. I'm afraid that this process will cause many humans to die at the hands of their own kind. Su Yi sighed. He couldn't change the dangerous environment of the disaster. He just wanted to protect himself. After opening the trading platform, Su Yi immediately searched for weapons trading orders. What he lacks most now is weapons. If possible, Su Yi hopes to get another gun and some bullets. I still have 6 bottles of ice water left today. I should be able to buy some nice weapons, right? Su Yi quickly searched for suitable order information, and soon he saw a weapons sales order issued by a shelter called Jinling Rescue Team. There are a large number of police weapons and equipment of all kinds available, which can be exchanged for medicines, food, and drinking water. Please submit your information if you are interested. Note, don't ask me where I am. The shelter has a population limit and we can't accommodate too many survivors. No one can help the weak now. You have to rely on yourself. This information is very interesting. The other party is not only selling weapons, but also seems to know some insider mechanisms of the shelter. It looks like he was trying to rescue more survivors in the city, but he seemed to have failed. Su Yi murmured, Is this the mechanism of the doomsday game that doesn't allow humans to stick together? Is it forcing us to fight on our own in the doomsday? Sui quickly submitted the order for ice water, and at the same time tentatively asked his own questions in the transaction information. The other party quickly responded, "Hello, Brother Bingshui, I am very interested in your order. We can talk about it in detail." During the communication and negotiation, the other party did not try to lower the price much and readily agreed to Sui's transaction request. At the same time, the other party also gave Sui some key city intelligence. "Brother Bingshui, we already know that humans who also own a shelter cannot live in other shelters. As for those who voluntarily abandon their shelters, our level 0 shelters cannot accommodate too many people. There is a limit on the upper limit of the resident population. We are unable to provide rescue assistance to more people. We can only strive to provide support in the form of food and weapons. At the same time, we also have to consider our own survival. This game has interrupted our ability to unite, which is what we humans are best at. However, we have not given up and are still looking for new ways to help more of our compatriots. I hope Brother Bingshui can do his best to help as many people as possible. Our nation needs more heroes to stand up in times of crisis." The other party seemed to be an official and gave Sui some earnest advice. At the same time, Sui also realized that in the past few days, there is still a group of people in the city who are actively carrying out rescue operations and trying to gather more people to keep each other warm. But they failed and are still looking for new ways. Thank you for your information. I will do my best to help the weak. Sui's reply was very insincere. He didn't intend to do so, but considering that the other party was indeed very generous, it didn't matter if he said some polite words. 6 bottles of ice water in exchange for 2 Type 54 pistols and 50 rounds of ammunition. It's a real bargain. Sui played with the pistol in front of him and sighed. Although the pistol in front of him was a bit old and had few bullets, it at least enabled everyone in the shelter to have a gun. Even if you encounter any problems, don't worry too much. "Leah, can you shoot?" Sui asked Leah in a low voice in the dark. Leah quickly poked her head out, looking very cute in the moonlight through the window. "Boss, I can use a gun, but my accuracy is average. Can you teach me? I've never fired a gun." "Okay, boss." Leah obediently walked to Sui and patiently taught Sui how to use a gun. Most of the space in the room was filled with darkness. The young man and woman were alone in the room and could smell the scent of the opposite sex on each other's body. When a single man and a single woman are close to each other, it is easy for them to become passionately attracted to each other. But Sui didn't have these distracted thoughts now. He studied very seriously and Leah also taught seriously. Although their bodies were pressed tightly together, their hearts were pure to each other. 2 hours later, there were sudden bursts of dull knocks on the door. Because of the addition of steel, the knocks were louder than usual. Leah's expression suddenly became tense. She held the gun in both hands, turned around quickly, and pointed the gun at the door. "Don't panic, Lin Yue is back." Sui comforted her. He heard the rhythm of knocking on the door and motioned Leah to go over and open the door. This iron door requires a special door opening technique. People who don't know it will definitely not be able to open it using the technique, let alone open it by force. Leah carefully opened a crack in the door, and after confirming that it was Lin Yue outside, she opened the door and let Lin Yue in. This time, Lin Yue also returned with a lot of bags. She put the things on the ground and opened them in front of Sui. Inside was a pile of various electronic components and some colorful banknotes. "Congratulations, you have obtained 103 units of electronic components and 76 units of big banknotes in this talent exploration. Completion score of this exploration mission, perfect. You have obtained 20 survival points. Lin Yue, well done." Sui couldn't suppress the smile on his face. This wave of material collection tasks was too perfect. He directly gathered all the necessary materials for upgrading the shelter. He also got 20 survival points. Sui now has 30 survival points. However, this material collection task really only provides upgrade materials, and no other supplies are provided. Sui has now met 4 of the 5 prerequisites for upgrading the shelter, and all he needs is 100 survival points to upgrade to a level 1 shelter. According to the conversation between Lin Yue and Sui in the evening, Lin Yue told Sui that if the shelter was upgraded to a level 1 laboratory type, the power system of the shelter could be restored and it could barely reach the living conditions before the disaster. Sui, who has been tortured by darkness for many days, now desperately wants to see the light, so he is more inclined to upgrade the shelter to a laboratory. Lin Yue's face remained heavy when she heard Sui's praise. She looked at Sui and warned him in a low voice. "Commander, on my way upstairs, I heard the group of people upstairs preparing for a search. It seems like they are planning to search our entire building tonight." Lin Yue's words made Sui's expression change slightly. Before Sui could speak, a loud and noisy sound suddenly came from the corridor outside. "Hurry up! Bring your weapons with you. Catch all the people alive tonight. I didn't expect that killing people would give survival points. Brotherly said that we should finish this floor tonight, and we will finish the neighboring buildings tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. It won't be long before the whole city belongs to us. We are the emperors of Jinling. Ha ha ha, if you follow Brotherly, you will definitely get some meat to eat." The voices of the group of people were getting closer and closer, and soon they gathered at the door of Sui's room. "Right here. I felt there was something strange about it before. I couldn't even open this broken door. Brothers, break the door. Kill people if they are there, search for supplies if no one is there." Sui's expression suddenly became gloomy and embarrassed. The actions of this group of thugs were faster than he expected. Without any warning, they attacked at night. As soon as Sui was informed of Lin Yue's news, the thugs outside the door had already gathered in the corridor outside the door. Sui barely had any time to react as he could already hear the men outside the door seemingly beginning a thorough check of the floor, and the looming sounds of thugs coming from the neighbor's room next door. "Ah! The traces I set up here yesterday are gone. Has anyone been here? Something seems to be missing. It must be the one with the door closed. I said there must be someone inside. Go find them. How dare they hide?" Sui narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Yue. Lin Yue calmly made a few gestures, indicating that Sui and Lin Yue should stand in the blind corner of the room. Sui nodded and stood cautiously against the wall. Lin Yue stood diagonally opposite Sui. Lin Yue squatted behind the freezer. The three of them held guns and held their breath waiting for the enemy to come. After a while, a violent banging sound was heard from outside. Bang! 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 "Everyone inside, come out. If you keep hiding, I'll kill you all. How dare you play tricks on me? I came to knock on the door on the first day, but you didn't say anything. Tear down this door and bring me the hammer." Bang! Boom! Along with the shouting of the thugs, there was a sound of wood smashing. The old wooden door outside could not stop the thugs outside at all. When the wooden door was broken, rays of blinding flashlight light penetrated into the house through the gaps in the steel bars. The flickering light allowed Sui to see a vague figure swaying outside the steel door through the reflection in the mirror. A rough estimate is that there are at least 20 people. The group of thugs had grown larger, and with more people than us, Sui did not dare to shoot rashly and expose his position. On the contrary, Lin Yue was very brave. She fired decisively the moment the light came in. Da-da-da. A small volley of bullets burst out from the muzzle fire, and almost at the moment the gun went off, a puff sound was heard outside the door. "Ah! There's a gun. The person inside has a gun. I've been shot. Brotherly, I've been shot, I'm going to die. Hide. Let's hide quickly. Where are our guns? Take them out and shoot." There was a burst of screams and panic outside, and Lin Yue's sudden attack directly interrupted the other party's arrogance. "That's amazing." Sui's eyes lit up and he looked at Lin Yue who was squatting behind the freezer. He knew how complicated the modification of the iron gate by Lin Yue was. Although there were gaps between the steel bars, they were not large. If Sui were to shoot, his bullet would most likely not be able to penetrate the gap and would likely bounce back inside the house and injure his own people. Lin Yue's marksmanship is not simple. She can do this even with a submachine gun. But the thugs outside the door were not pushovers either, and soon the muzzle of a gun was pressed against the gap in the iron door. Bang! Bang. Bang. The crisp sound of gunfire rang out in the darkness, and the bullet fire ran around the walls of the room, breaking some things. The thugs also had guns, which I guess they bought on online trading platforms. Kill them. Shoot now. No more bullets. I wonder if the person is dead or not. There's no movement inside, break down this broken door quickly. Kill him while he's sick. The thugs were shouting outside, and they had already used up all the bullets in a magazine. While the thugs continued to smash the door, Sui saw Lin Yue making a gesture to Lin Yue. Lin Yue nodded, half of her body appeared from the corner of the bunker, and fired 3 bursts in the direction of the door with a flashlight. Bang. 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 One bullet was empty and hit the iron gate and went off to some unknown place, while the other 2 bullets obviously went out of the door. Ah. There's still someone alive inside. My brother was shot, my brother was shot. Brotherly, what should we do now? Shoot. Keep shooting. The thugs outside were in a panic, and after changing their bullets they continued shooting inside. But Lin Yue had already hidden back in the corner. The thugs' bullets flew around the room but could not hurt Sui and the other 2. Because Lin Yue's positioning arrangement had taken stray bullets into consideration, their positions were relatively safe in the small space, and they were not bothered by stray bullets, nor would they be directly hit by the opponent's bullets. When the thugs finished firing a volley of bullets and the gunfire just stopped, Lin Yue was almost instantly exposed and fired 2 volleys of bullets towards the door. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. Puff. Puff. Outside the door, the sound of bullets hitting flesh could be heard, and the screams of the thugs were endless. No. We can't be targets at the door. There's a sharpshooter inside. We can't defeat him. Brotherly. Let's retreat first. This is a tricky idea, let's retreat upstairs first. The thugs did not have the fighting spirit of regular soldiers. After several counterattacks, many of them were injured and they were all afraid that they would be the next unlucky guy to be shot. Amidst the noise and screams, the messy sounds outside the door gradually faded away. They left. Sui asked in a low voice, but Lin Yue held his breath and squatted there, not moving. Sudden. Lin Yue exposed his arm and fired a gun to the right, da-da-da. As the gunfire erupted, screams were heard from the door again. The people inside discovered us. Go. Go. There was a new chaotic sound outside the door, and another burst of dense footsteps faded away. Cold sweat broke out on Suyi's forehead. These thugs were so insidious that in this situation they actually wanted to ambush the people in the room, waiting for the moment when the people in the room relaxed under the high pressure, and then launch another surprise attack. Fortunately, Lin Yue was here. She had extremely high combat skills and saw through the ambush of the thugs. Commander, they ran away. Lin Yue bent down from the freezer and walked quickly to Sui, and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Sui shook his head. He didn't fire a single shot just now and dodged well, so of course he would be fine. Sui was not timid, but his vision was obstructed at night. It was also his first time touching a gun, so he did not dare to shoot casually for fear of holding his teammates back. As it turned out, Suyi's decision was correct. Given the terrain obstacles, this group of bandits together are no match for Lin Yue alone. "Commander, we probably won't be able to sleep tonight." Lin Yue lowered his voice and analyzed the subsequent battle situation for Sui. The people outside have suffered losses. There must be no less than 5 people who were shot just now. They will most likely attack us again in the second half of the night. This iron gate should be able to stop them, but if the other side has a door-breaking device, it may not be possible. Lin Yue's expression was very serious, and the strong smell of blood coming from outside the door also confirmed Lin Yue's analysis. The thugs suffered such a heavy loss that they naturally could not swallow their pride. "Then let's counterattack them." Lin Yue lowered her voice and suggested, "Lin Yue, you are so strong, let's take the initiative to attack, disrupt their formation, and use the advance to retreat. Your analysis makes sense." Lin Yue glanced at Lin Yue and said with a wry smile, "But I can't do it. They should be squatting in the corridor now, waiting for us to go out. We don't know how many guns the other party has. Besides, the commander also said that the other party might have some kind of combat talent. That thing should be more difficult to deal with. I'm not actually afraid of death, but I'm worried that if I go out, I might not be able to catch them all in one fell swoop. If I die and a few more enemies are missed, the leader will be in danger. Lin Yue frowned. She was the only combat unit in the shelter now. Although Lin Yue could shoot, her combat skills were definitely not as good as Lin Yue's. Not to mention Sui, who was just an ordinary person a few days ago. It's no problem to let Sui fight hard, but he can only be regarded as a combat force at most. It seems that we can only adopt a delaying tactic. Lin Yue glanced at Sui and whispered, "Boss, let's not let Lin Yue go out these days. We should wait and see, and find a way to hurt the enemy so that we can break the deadlock. I'm afraid we don't have that much time to waste." Suyi's expression was very ugly. He opened the city area chat channel and saw a shocking message. Buying at high prices, grenades, flamethrowers, kerosene and other weapons and equipment. Goods are negotiable. If you have any to sell, place an order now. This is the latest city channel purchase information. The spokesperson was a guy named Li Daqiang Shelter, and Sui quickly determined that they were the group of thugs outside the door. They want to buy equipment that can break into the door by force. These thugs really couldn't swallow this humiliation. According to Sui, such equipment is being sold on trading platforms throughout the city. At least Sui had seen orders for grenades and the like. This means that the next round of attacks by the thugs will begin soon, and the means of attack will be more brutal and more threatening. If only these thugs could really buy the right equipment. No, it's almost certain that they can. This group of thugs go out every day to search for supplies, and kill people and steal supplies in neighbors' houses. Their reserves must be very rich. As long as they are willing to pay a high price, they can definitely buy it. If they get hold of such a powerful weapon, I'm afraid I won't be able to make it tonight. Suyi's expression was embarrassed, and there was deep helplessness in his eyes. He obviously hadn't offended anyone, he just stayed at home every day thinking about how to survive the end of the world, but he happened to encounter such a bad thing. "Commander, you." Lin Yue saw the change in Suyi's expression and asked in a low voice, "Is the situation very bad?" Sui nodded and told Lin Yue and Li Yue about his concerns and findings. "Do you have any solution?" "Just hold on until tomorrow noon, that's all." Sui asked for advice sincerely, hoping that the two people could give him the correct advice. As long as he can hold on until tomorrow noon, Sui will be able to obtain a new talent reward. According to the information about the talent reward will give Sui the reward he needs most urgently at the moment, and Sui will definitely be able to obtain something that will break the deadlock. Lin Yue lowered his head and said nothing, while Li Yue looked at Sui, then at Lin Yue, seeming to want to say something but stopping herself. "Boss, I have a solution, but it's a little dangerous. Hurry up and tell me." Suyi's eyes lit up and he asked anxiously, "It would be best if there was a way to break the impasse now. If we wait until those thugs buy the equipment and block the door again, everything will be over. The current shelter is just an ordinary living house, which cannot withstand powerful weapons such as flamethrowers and grenades. Maybe Lin Yue needs to take a risk." Li Yue looked at Lin Yue and whispered, "Among the three of us, only Lin Yue has the strongest fighting ability. It's night time now, and the conditions outside are very suitable for defense and individual concealed combat. If we cover her going out and let her stay outside, we will definitely be able to involve this group of thugs. If the thugs dare to block the door again, Lin Yue can take the opportunity to attack from outside, and cooperate with us from inside and outside, and most likely we can stop the enemy's offensive again. But there are many difficulties. 1. The thugs outside may be guarding the place with guns. After we open the door, we may not be able to send Lin Yue out, but will destroy our own protective barrier. 2. Lin Yue can use darkness to ensure her safety, but if it is daybreak, in the morning, if she shoots rashly, she may expose herself. In such a small building, it will be difficult for her to escape the enemy's search. If Lin Yue dies outside, the two of us won't be able to hold out in the room for long." Li Yue's analysis is very comprehensive. Sui opened his mouth and finally sighed. Should a woman be left to die alone? She is a comrade in the shelter. Li Yue's analysis is the most logical way to break the impasse, and Sui can't think of a better way. After all, the number gap between them and the mob was too big, so it was difficult to come up with any feasible strategy. Let's do it. Lin Yue suddenly spoke up, and she agreed with Li Yue's plan. Chief, Li Yue is right. If I go out, I can take more initiative and delay the gangsters to the greatest extent. You will die. Su Yi looked at Lin Yue with a complicated expression. There is a high probability that you will die outside. I'm not afraid of death, as long as I can keep the leader alive. Lin Yue answered without hesitation. Her eyes were blazing and her expression was firm. The leader is the most important. I will do my best to hold off the enemy until noon. Su Yi was silent. The bottom line as a human being tells him that it is wrong to let a woman die. But the desire to survive told Su Yi that this was the only way. Even if Lin Yue's adventurous behavior is likely to be futile, it is better than the three of them being trapped in this house. Then there is another question: how do we get out? Li Yue looked at Lin Yue, who looked out the window with a raised eyebrow. Go through the window. Can you do it? Yes, this is a military training program. Lin Yue was very confident, and even winked at Li Yue playfully. For Chinese soldiers, flying over eaves and walking on walls is a basic skill. Lin Yue, you are not in training now. You don't have a safety rope. Under the current conditions, I can't make you any rock climbing equipment. Li Yue's expression was serious. You can only climb the wall with your bare hands. I don't want you to fall down. It would be a meaningless death. It's better to stay with the boss. Don't worry, you protect the leader. Lin Yue did not hesitate any longer. She bent down and walked quickly to the window, slightly opened the curtains, quickly removed the covering on the door frame, and opened the window. A wave of heat suddenly poured into the room from outside. Lin Yue hung a bottle of ice water around his waist, then nimbly jumped out of the window and disappeared into the darkness. Lin Yue. Su Yi rushed to the window and stretched his head to look. Under the moonlight, he saw an agile figure stepping on the air conditioner outdoor unit and moving continuously on the outer edge of the wall with the help of the hot water pipe. Wherever she reached out, it was burning hot. The scene was very dangerous. If she missed a step, she would be smashed to pieces. Heat waves continued to sweep in from all around, enveloping her entire body, and continuously taking away her strength and moisture. Boss, come back soon. Li Yue pulled Su Yi back from behind. Be careful at the door. If the enemy opens fire, you will be hit from this position. Trust Lin Yue, this is our only way to survive. Li Yue dragged Su Yi back to the corner with a serious expression. Boss, you can't be too soft-hearted. In an emergency, we must take emergency measures. Am I being soft-hearted? Su Yi lowered his head with a bitter smile on his face. If he was really soft-hearted, he would not have remained silent and let the two of them make the decision, allowing Lin Yue to take a risky action that would surely lead to his death. Su Yi knew that this was the right thing to do, but people have conscience. Su Yi also understood that he should be more hard-hearted in the doomsday and learn to lose his conscience. But he is not the reborn person in the novel, and he cannot be naturally cold-blooded and ruthless. But in order to survive, he had to do it. Yes, I have done so. Su Yi lowered his head, thinking silently in his heart, with a complicated expression. If Lin Yue dies, I won't be able to survive until tomorrow noon. Su Yi felt very conflicted. He could only keep comforting himself. Lin Yue may not be a human. She may just be the game data created by that mysterious being. She may just be a replica of a human soldier. But is she really not a human? Su Yi didn't know that the more he comforted himself, the more he thought about the sense of security Lin Yue had brought him in the past few days. Regardless of whether this woman is human or not, at least Su Yi knows that he does owe Lin Yue something. Boss, it's the end of the world now. You have to learn to be more ruthless. Li Yue stuck close to Su Yi. She looked at the door vigilantly and lowered her voice. If you don't do this, you are not a qualified leader. I'm already learning. Su Yi muttered. He covered his forehead and sighed deeply. Li Yue, I am already very cold. I just might need some time to get used to it. No matter how guilty he felt, he still let Lin Yue take the risk. He was already cruel, but he just felt a little guilty. The atmosphere in the room became silent for a moment. Su Yi's expression gradually relaxed, and he had adjusted his state. Anyway, at least it has been proven that the recruited talents are very loyal to me. Su Yi took a deep breath and said to himself, I hope I can hold on until tomorrow noon. In the high-pressure environment of doomsday, having time to cherish one's conscience is a luxury. I don't know how much time has passed. There was still no movement outside the door. It seemed that the thugs did not purchase enough equipment to break down the door. The only sounds coming from upstairs were some cursing and the screams of some wounded people. Lin Yue's whereabouts were also unknown. There was no body of her downstairs where she accidentally fell to death, and Sui didn't know where she was hiding. Time passes by little. Soon, daybreak came. Sui tried to hold on to his drowsy spirit when he noticed that the sky outside the window had turned red. Sudden. Da-da-da-da-da. A burst of rapid gunfire came from upstairs. It was Lin Yue who took action. Sui was startled and quickly looked up at the ceiling. Lin Yue beside him also clenched her pistol and looked towards the door nervously. Soon, there were bursts of gunfire from upstairs, accompanied by screams and curses. It's the window. Over there. It's a woman. Is she a resident downstairs? I don't know. Brotherly, my brother is dead. He's dead. He's dead. I don't want to wait any longer. What kind of shitty military advisor are you? Brotherly, don't listen to him. Go and get revenge now. One grenade is enough to smash this bastard to death. How dare this bitch counterattack me? Wait. Brotherly, she has already appeared. There is probably no one downstairs. She is a resident of a single room. We can't waste grenades in an empty house. I remember there was a man living downstairs. When did he become a woman? There were chaotic noises coming from upstairs. Sui listened attentively with a serious expression. The other party really bought the grenade. No wonder Lin Yue suddenly opened fire. She was trying to attract firepower to prevent the other party from coming after Sui with a grenade. Shoo. Lin Yue put her finger to her mouth, signaling Sui not to make any sound. If the other party knew that there were people downstairs at this time, both of them would probably be dead. In such a small space, the two of them will definitely suffer all the damage from the grenade explosion. As expected. In less than a few minutes, there was a rustling noise outside the door. Sui's hair stood on end. Through the reflection of the mirror specially placed in the corner, he saw pupils shaking in the gap of the iron door, and someone was spying on the house. The man was sticking close to the iron gate, his eyes darting around like a devil, making people's hair stand on end. After a while, there was a loud shouting from outside the door. Brotherly. There's no one downstairs, no movement at all. But the iron door is locked very well, it seems she didn't go through the main door. An echo soon came from upstairs. Sure enough. That bitch came out, she climbed up the window and attacked us. Is this bitch Spider-Man? Search the entire building. We must catch her. Brotherly, catch her and hand her over to me first. I want to avenge my brother. I want to kill this bitch with my own hands. There were frequent footsteps coming from upstairs, and it seemed that people were being dispatched. Brotherly, let me follow you. I think you are the best fighter. It's safer to follow you. Stop talking nonsense, count the guns, and give the grenades to the military advisor. Do you have enough bullets? That woman's shooting skills were very accurate last night. Don't be careless. Divide into 2 teams. We'll start the search from the top floor, and you go to the first floor. We'll search the middle together. Don't miss any room, and check every window carefully. Remember what the military advisor said, move quickly. Capture him. The thugs upstairs began to move, and soon there were dense footsteps in the corridor. Sui bit his lips tightly, with cold hatred flashing in his eyes. These guys, I didn't do anything, but they insisted on killing me. Lin Yue, you must survive. Whether for his own safety or for Lin Yue's safety, Sui at this moment extremely hopes that Lin Yue can live well. About 10 minutes later. Da-da-da. Another burst of gunfire came from downstairs. This woman is on the 2nd floor. The military advisor is dead, the military advisor is dead. This shooting is too accurate, one shot hits the head. Where is the 2nd floor? Have you caught him? Sui heard it. It seemed that Brother Li was rushing down from upstairs with his men, while he was still shouting and anxiously asking, "What happened to my military advisor?" "Brother Li, the military advisor is gone. That woman is in the house on the right side of the second floor. We have searched this place before, and the door is not closed." "Lao Song. Lao Song. You are a bunch of losers. You can't even protect the military advisor. What are you standing there for? You don't even dare to rush in and arrest people." "Brother Li. That woman is very evil, her shooting skills are so accurate." There was chaos downstairs. Su-yi listened nervously for a long time, but no new gunshots were heard. Apparently, the thugs did not dare to chase into the room immediately, which gave Lin Yue time to escape, and they failed to catch Lin Yue. "There's no one in here, keep searching." "Bitch, I'm going to cut her into pieces. Where's my grenade? Give it to me." "Brother Li, we're upstairs." Da-da-da. Da-da-da. There was a burst of gunfire, this time coming from the top floor. An unlucky guy was shot dead without even issuing a warning. Brother Li was almost going crazy. He led his men to rush upstairs from downstairs, but they were all empty-handed again. "You bunch of rubbish, hold her back. Hold her back and wait for me to come." Brother Li was almost mad with rage, but his men didn't say anything back and seemed to be very afraid of him. But they were also afraid of Lin Yue. The more they trembled, the more afraid they were of Lin Yue. This woman is elusive. She kills people when she shoots them, and changes her position when she kills them. If you hesitate for a moment, you will lose your grasp on him. Moreover, this woman was very smart. She completely avoided Brother Li and only attacked the subordinates around Brother Li. Good, very good. Su-yi clenched his fists tightly, sweat dripping from his forehead, but he didn't notice it. He murmured nervously, "Lin Yue did a good job. Don't run into this Li guy, he must have a talent for fighting." "Boss, it's 10:30 in the morning." Lin Yue whispered a reminder from the side, and in order to avoid being discovered by the thugs outside the door, she almost spoke into Su-yi's ear. Su-yi looked up at the wall clock. It was partially hit by a stray bullet last night. The main body was already in tatters and one could barely see the hands still ticking slowly. 2 more hours. Su-yi clenched his teeth. The only thing he was worried about now was the reward effect of his talent. He was not sure whether the talent would really work. After all, it was only a talent reward for a level 0 shelter. Even if he was given the thing he needed most, what if it was useless? Or what if it could not solve the current dilemma? That would really be a complete dead end. Su-yi had no better way, he could only pray in his heart, feeling extremely tormented. If only I had a better start, if only I didn't have these thugs around me, ugh. Su-yi sighed deeply. God gave him SSS-level talent, but also placed such a group of crazy thugs around him. It is true that fortune and misfortune are interdependent, and there is an unspeakable underlying fairness. Time passed by bit, and the sound of gunfire from both sides rang out continuously, rising and falling, erratic. Now, even Su-yi is not sure about Lin Yue's location. He also ventured to look out the window a few times, but did not see Lin Yue climbing. God knows how she did it, hiding like a ghost. The small residential building almost became Lin Yue's battlefield. However, Lin Yue is not invincible. She has been fighting a guerrilla war, avoiding direct conflict with the opponent and running away after fighting. During the guerrilla warfare, Su-yi heard the thugs walking past his door many times. Brother Li even suspected that Lin Yue had hidden back in the house and tried to break the door by force, but fortunately Li Yue's improvement skills were very strong and Brother Li returned empty-handed. He was so angry that he kicked the iron door several times. The two sides remained in a stalemate until 12:20. Just when the new rewards were about to be issued, a deafening roar suddenly came from the top of the building. Boom. The whole floor was shaking, Su-yi lost his balance and fell. He saw a lot of dust and debris falling from the ceiling. It's a grenade. Lin Yue widened her beautiful eyes and almost lost her voice. The enemy used a grenade, which definitely means they caught Lin Yue. Is she dead? Is she dead? Su-yi gritted his teeth and climbed up. He looked at Lin Yue, who shook her head silently. She didn't know that no one knew whether Lin Yue was dead or alive. After the grenade, a man's excited laughter could be faintly heard from upstairs. Ha 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 ha. You stinky bitch, I can't kill you with my bomb. Brother Li is awesome. I thought our building was going to collapse. This old building is really durable. It didn't collapse. Where's the woman? Where's her body? I don't know, maybe it fell down. Go find him quickly. I want to see the body even if he dies. I want to whip the corpse. Ha ha ha, Brother Li, is that a serious corpse whipping? Get in line. I want one too. I'll be second. The wild laughter of the thugs upstairs almost meant that they had won. After a morning of fighting, the woman was finally killed by them. Su-yi heard this and his whole body trembled uncontrollably, but not because of fear. He is angry. Lin Yue tried his best to delay time, but still died. These bastards. Give me what I need most. You can't lie to me, you made it very clear. Su-yi closed his eyes, muttering almost to himself, his fingers turning white as he pinched his hands. I want the reward I need most, give me what I need most. I need to kill people. I need to kill people most now. I'm going to kill these bastards. Congratulations. You have stayed in the shelter for 24 hours, triggering the talent reward. The stay time starts again. Congratulations, you have obtained the talent reward, D-level combat team card, consumable. Along with a message box with clear fonts flashing in front of Su-yi's eyes, a golden card fell into Su-yi's palm. This is a card about the size of a bank card, all gold in color, with the blurry silhouettes of several soldiers engraved on it. At the top of the card, there is detailed information about the item. D-level combat team, a consumable item. After use, it can randomly summon a technological combat team of 3 to 6 people. The strength of each member is fixed at D level, and the equipment is adaptive according to the number of people. The effect of this item only lasts for 2 hours. After the period, the combat team will take it back. Temporary summons. At least 3 D-rank soldiers. Su-yi's eyes lit up. How strong a D-level soldier is has been fully demonstrated in Lin Yue. His combat effectiveness is almost comparable to that of a special forces soldier. A combat team of at least 3 people is enough to definitely annihilate this group of thugs. Call. Su-yi chose to use the card without hesitation, and suddenly a hazy golden light appeared around him. When the golden light dissipated, 6 special forces soldiers wearing full sets of armed equipment stood beside Su-yi, ready to go. They were all men, wearing special camouflage uniforms, combat boots, night vision goggles, grenades and navigators hanging around their waists, and holding black guns of varying lengths. Each of them has firm and sharp eyes, and exudes a well-trained, decisive temperament. Su-yi only took a quick glance and determined that the division of labor among these 6 people was very clear. There are battlefield medics carrying medical boxes, main attackers holding submachine guns, and teammates holding special rifles standing next to them, protecting the sniper holding a Barrett in the core position. 3 main attackers, a medic, a communications soldier, and a sniper. 6-man combat team, fully equipped. Chief. The leading charge saluted Su-yi. He wore a mask that only showed his eyes. He asked in a steady voice, "Sir, please give us the combat order. What is our combat mission?" Kill. Su-yi took a deep breath, and without hesitation, he raised his hand and pointed at the door. "There are people in this building who threaten our lives. Kill them all." Yes. The soldiers shouted in unison, "We will complete the mission." Leah, who was standing by, woke up in shock and quickly reminded, "There is another woman. Her name is Lin Yue, she is also a soldier. She is the commander's soldier, we must save her." The soldiers looked at Su-yi, and Su-yi nodded, "Yes. Yes, sir." The leading warrior made a gesture, and the 6 warriors were divided into 2 groups and deployed in different formations. The signalman and sniper left the supplies through the window, put on the grappling hooks on their waists, and quickly went to the top floor opposite to set up the sniper position. The main attacker and the medical soldiers waited for Leah to open the iron gate, then took out the smoke bombs and threw them out. Bang. The smoke exploded, and suddenly there were cries of panic from the thugs squatting outside. Brotherly, the iron gate is open, where does the smoke come from? Da-da-da. A volley of bullets swept by, and the rioters' panic notification came to an abrupt end. The male soldiers gestured to each other, took tactical steps, and blended silently into the smoke. After a while. Da-da-da. 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 Dense and rhythmic gunshots rang out from outside the door. Every time a gunshot was heard, there was a dull sound of a body falling to the ground, and rarely a scream was heard. This means that every enemy they discover will basically not have time to issue a new warning and will die quickly and efficiently. As the soldiers began their cleanup activities, the shouting of the rioters soon became known. It's the enemy. Here they come again. A soldier. He really is a soldier. Is this the team that rescued us? Aye, they are killing our people. I surrender. I surrender, don't kill me. This is definitely not a regular army. How dare they attack ordinary people? Fight back. The panicked sounds of the thugs continued to be heard outside the door, and from time to time there were also the sounds of stun bombs and smoke bombs exploding. During this time, the gunfire never stopped. At the same time, Sui also heard the occasional sniping sounds from the rooftop in the distance. Bang. Bang. The sniper's shooting frequency is not high, but the power is extremely great. The Barrett's bullets can penetrate almost any obstacle. Even enemies hiding behind cover can be killed instantly, and will undoubtedly be exposed under the scanning of the thermal imaging device. Once the thugs were discovered by snipers, they would die on the spot. There's a sniper outside. Hide. Brotherly. Brotherly. Brotherly was shot in the head by a sniper. Brothers, run. There was a constant stream of chaotic noise outside the door. It was obvious that with the cooperation of the 6 soldiers, the mob outside was no match for them. Only the screams and panic of the thugs continued to be heard, and Sui did not hear the frustrated sounds of the soldiers. He walked to the window and looked down to see many thugs covered in blood running out of the building with fear on their faces. The sniper upstairs shot them one by one in the head, killing them all. In just a few moments, 7 or 8 bodies were lying downstairs, and the remaining survivors were forced to flee back into the building, where they continued to face the ruthless sweeps from submachine guns and rifles. Sui stood by the window, watching the scene indifferently. He felt a little uncomfortable. It was the first time he saw a dead person with his own eyes, and he was indeed uncomfortable, but this discomfort was soon replaced by the pleasure of revenge. After just a few breaths, Sui's discomfort disappeared and he no longer felt anything. Have I adapted? Sui muttered to himself, his face still expressionless and without the slightest bit of joy. Lin Yue hasn't appeared yet, so he still suffered a loss. After 2 hours, the combat team will be recalled. Overall, it seems that he has not gained anything at all and can only vent his anger. The battle was cleared very quickly. Soon, a voice came from the communication headset left by the signalman. Commander, the threat has been eliminated. 5 prisoners have surrendered. The identities of some people are uncertain. Please give instructions, Commander. Let me go over and take a look. Sui took a deep breath and walked out of the house with Lin Yue. This was his first time walking out of the shelter. If necessary, Sui didn't want to take a step out of the shelter. But things did not go as planned. The thugs forced him out of the shelter and he was forced to fight back. Under the guidance of the signalman, Sui took Lin Yue to the top floor. The corridors along the way were littered with corpses and blood. The pungent smell made Lin Yue cover her nose involuntarily. On the contrary, Sui walked up the stairs on the pool of blood with an expressionless face. Boss, can't you block it? This smell is too bad. No need. Didn't you tell me to learn to be cruel? Sui glanced at Lin Yue and forced a smile. I think I need to adapt in advance. I'm afraid there will be more scenes like this in the future. Sui walked up silently and came to the top floor, where he saw that this floor was completely connected. The messy house was filled with the smell of blood and unsanitary stench, garbage was scattered everywhere, and several headless corpses were lying on the ground. In the inner room, there were a dozen women, squatting in the corner with their heads in their hands, their faces filled with fear. Chief. The rifleman guarding the female prisoners saluted Sui and reported in a low voice, "The rebels have been killed. These women have no weapons and are suspected to have been captured by the bandits. Should they be killed too? Need not." Sui took a quick glance and saw a group of women who didn't even have weapons and whose faces only showed despair and numbness. He even saw some familiar faces in it, including a running girl he had seen on his way to work before, a young woman from the neighborhood taking her daughter to school, and a cleaning lady who worked in a nearby company. Without exception, they all suffered murder. What about the rest of the people? Sui retracted his gaze and looked at the rifleman, who pointed to the room opposite the door. "There are several people who surrendered and are being held there." "No, I'm asking about Lin Yue, the female soldier." Sui stared at the rifleman. "Did you find it?" "We have arranged for people to continue searching, but there are no results yet." The rifleman shook his head, and his answer disappointed Sui. "Now that we haven't found the person yet, I guess he's in great danger. If Lin Yue had been hit head-on by the grenade, his body would probably not be intact." Sui was in a depressed mood. He ignored the group of female prisoners and walked straight to the room opposite. He saw the assaulter guarding 3 men. They squatted on the ground with fear on their faces. When the assaulter shouted, "Leader," they all looked up at Sui. "It's you." A man suddenly spoke up, looking at Sui with surprise on his face. "You are Sui. Are you the resident downstairs?" "I know you, I just said that I remember there was a man living downstairs." Sui looked at the man silently, frowned and said, You are the guy with a daughter. I remember your last name is Zheng." Yes, it's me. I'm Lao Zheng." The man nodded disrespectfully, smiled, and tried to get closer to Sui, but was blocked by the gun. The assaulter's eyes were cold. "Watch your distance. Don't get close to the leader." Yes. Old Jing shrank back in fear, and looked at Sui eagerly. "Sui, we are neighbors. There must be a misunderstanding here. Can you ask him to let me go?" "Where are your wife and daughter?" Sui answered irrelevantly and looked at Lao Zheng indifferently. Lao Zheng was stunned for a moment and lowered his head and said, "I don't know. I don't know. Are they next door? I saw them all just now." Sui had a sarcastic smile on his face. "You can even sell your wife and children. I don't have a neighbor like you." "It's not like that, Sui, I can't beat that guy named Li." Old Zheng's face turned red and he tried his best to defend himself. In order to survive, he sold his wife and daughter. Sui looked at him calmly. "I don't care about these, it's your family affair, but you want to kill me. You were among the people who attacked the goal last night, right?" Old Jing opened his mouth, wanting to argue, but then he lowered his head dejectedly. "Sui, I beg you, I really don't want to die." The scorching sun outside the window shone on Lao Zheng's back, making him almost faint from the heat, but the heat could not dispel the fear in his heart at the moment. God knows how the young man downstairs, who is usually unknown, suddenly has such an armed force. If he had known that Sui was so powerful, he would not have joined the Li guy. He would have followed Sui a long time ago. "What about Li?" Sui asked, and a man next to him quickly said, "Boss, he's dead. The guy surnamed Li was shot in the head. I saw it with my own eyes." "Where is the body?" "He's not dead." Before Sui finished asking his question, Lao Jing suddenly spoke, attracting Sui's attention. "What did you say?" Sui looked at Lao Zheng, frowned and asked, "How do you know he is not dead?" He is immortal." Lao Zheng looked up at Sui, gritted his teeth and decided to tell the secret. "That guy is very strong. There is no way to kill him. Someone tried, but he was resurrected. He was stabbed through the heart and his head was chopped off, but he still survived. This guy is impossible to kill. Some people have long been dissatisfied with him, but no one can kill him." Lao Zheng's betrayal made the 2 men around him look strange. They didn't expect that Lao Zheng was so courageous and betrayed his eldest brother so thoroughly without worrying at all about his eldest brother's subsequent reckoning and revenge. Real. Sui frowned and looked at Lao Zheng. He was not quite sure that someone could have such a terrifying talent. Resurrection from the dead. This is probably an SSS-level talent. In the Doomsday, you are almost invincible, and you don't have to be afraid no matter what kind of threat you face. Real. Old Jing gritted his teeth and nodded, his face full of gloom. I don't want to live anyway, and I don't want to suffer this humiliation anymore. It would be best if you can kill him, but if you can't kill him, just give me a quick death. It doesn't look like a lie. Sui remained silent, and after a moment he gave an order, take Lao Jing to identify the body, find the body of Mr. Li, and if you can't find the body, find someone else. Yes. The assaulter nodded and escorted Lao Jing out. The remaining medics exchanged positions with the rifleman guarding the remaining prisoners and ensuring Sui's safety. Sui kept the two captives and planned to ask them some questions. Tell me about the good things you and Mr. Li did. Sui glanced at the two captives and said calmly, tell me everything you know. Don't try to lie to me. Old Jing doesn't want to live anymore. I will ask him to verify everything you say. If I find out that you guys have lied to me, you will go with Lao Jing. Sui's words clearly gave the two people hope to survive. The two captives looked at each other, and one of them gritted his teeth and said, Boss, what do you want to know? All things. What have you done since the end of the world? Sui glanced at the two captives and asked emphatically, especially the one with the surname Li, what's so strange about him? Boss, if we tell you, don't kill us. The other person was a little timid. He swallowed nervously and murmured, that day, after we were sent back, the sky turned red. We lived together on the 3rd floor. There was no food at home and we were starving. Just at this time, the man surnamed Li came to us and said he could take us out to get food and water. We followed him, going out to look for supplies every night, and sleeping and playing with women upstairs during the day. After that, the man surnamed Li found a lot of people and robbed most of the people on this floor. The more the man spoke, the lower his head dropped, as if he knew he had done things worse than animals. That Li guy was just threatening everyone at first, but then that day, he used a knife to kill someone. Then, he said he would kill anyone who disobeyed him, and the old people were the first to suffer. He asked the men to go out hunting with him in batches, and then come back to sleep with the women. Many people thought that since it was the end of the world, they might as well listen to him. The man was talking on, and Sui frowned and interrupted, what's the matter with Li's immortal body? I have no idea. A hint of fear appeared on the man's face. He murmured and shook his head, I did see it. Someone chopped off his head. There was a girl on the roof. Her boyfriend was there when the apocalypse broke out. He was said to be a very powerful fighter. That guy chopped off Lao Li's head, and then Lao Li. Lao Li's head grew back soon and killed the man. That guy's woman was later played to death by Lao Li, and after that no one dared to resist Lao Li. Sui raised his eyebrows and said coldly, you don't dare, and you don't want to, right? The men shuddered and remained silent. Old Li is also a character. He uses a combination of kindness and severity. While killing the chicken to scare the monkeys, he also shares benefits with these men. People were already in panic about the end of the world, and after what Lao Li did, most men were willing to follow him. If nothing unexpected happens, Lao Li's shelter will probably grow and develop easily. Since Lao Li's talent is immortality, what is your talent? Sui asked indifferently. The man was stunned and a little confused, talent. What is talent? Sui raised his eyebrows and looked the man up and down in silence. This guy didn't look like he was lying. Or is it that his talent needs to be hidden? Sui couldn't see through it, but the man was frightened by his gaze and couldn't help but quickly explain, Boss, you don't think we are as unkillable as Lao Li, right? We are just human beings, mortals. We can be killed with one knife. Don't joke with us. Don't try it. We just want to survive, and many things are forced upon us. Even if they want to kill us, it's the police who should arrest us, try us, and sentence us. The men explained in a panic, and Sui suddenly interrupted, you haven't returned to your house. Have you been following Brother Li all the time? Yes, big man. The man was stunned, nodded in confusion and said, Old Li won't let us separate. He's afraid that others will betray him. He wants everyone to be under his watch. Even sleeping requires sleeping where he can see us. No wonder. Sui murmured, the men surnamedly probably knew about the existence of talent, and he was also afraid of the emergence of a difficult opponent, so he ordered everyone not to return to their own shelter. At the beginning of the apocalypse, many people were taken by Li before they had time to unlock their talents. This group of people without talent are just ordinary people. Sui silently called the data panel of the shelter in his heart, and found that there was indeed no response. In this case, it is conservatively estimated that only the one with the surname Li has talent. The 3 people who are still alive should not have activated their talents. Sui was thinking in his heart that the only thing giving him a headache now was Li's immortal body. Just then, the worst news came. The assaulter and Lao Zheng brought back the news that they had searched the entire building carefully but did not find Li's body. This made Sui frown. Not finding the body meant that this guy had been resurrected. A potential enemy who is still alive is an extremely huge threat. After all, Sui's 5 warriors had lasted less than an hour. Once they are recovered and Lin Yue's life or death is unknown, the combat effectiveness of Sui's shelter will drop to freezing point. Thinking of this, Sui felt a new sense of crisis. Guard these prisoners well. Send the signalman back. The sniper will continue searching for Mr. Li. Sui frowned and quickly ordered, move all the supplies here downstairs. Take everything that is edible and usable. Don't leave any behind. Go and inform Li Yue to reinforce her home. She will have all the supplies in the building at her disposal. But she only has 1 hour. At Sui's command, everyone except the sniper started moving. The 3 prisoners were also being guarded and started to do hard labor, carrying supplies up and down continuously, and moving all the supplies that Brother Li and others had collected hard in the past few days downstairs. 7 big men kept carrying supplies up and down. The speed was not slow, but Sui still thought it was too slow. He kept counting the time in his mind and paced back and forth in front of the group of women in the inner room. Sui Zhen didn't have any bad intentions. He was just thinking about whether he could use these women to provide more security for the shelter. They must have been tortured badly by Brother Li, so they should hate Brother Li the most, right? Sui held his chin and murmured, if I can awaken the hatred in their hearts, they can also become my helpers. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. As for what to do with this group of women, Sui hasn't figured it out yet. He now only wants to increase the available strength as much as possible and unite everything to resist Brother Li who can be resurrected. Just as Sui was thinking about how to communicate with this group of numb women, suddenly a new line of prompt information appeared in front of him, which made him stunned on the spot. It has been detected that you have stayed in someone else's shelter for more than 30 minutes. The current shelter owner is not in the shelter and is in the unable to resist state. Excuse me, do you choose to occupy the shelter? Or destroy it? Conquer and destroy? Sui was stunned. He had been in this room for half an hour without realizing it, triggering the potential doomsday game mechanism. He recalled carefully, and especially remembered that the group of thugs seemed to have mentioned that they found killing people could increase survival points. From this point of view, doomsday games not only bring terrible natural disasters, but also encourage humans to kill each other. Since even killing is encouraged, it is not surprising that there is a mechanism for destroying and occupying other people's shelters. According to the prisoners, this house originally belonged to Brother Li, and he later broke through the wall to create a larger floor area. Sui narrowed his eyes slightly. If I operate this option now, Brother Li's shelter will be gone. Will his talent still exist? The answer seemed to be self-evident. Sui confirmed it quickly without hesitation. Destroy the current shelter. Following Sui's confirmation, a red light instantly appeared in front of Sui. The women looked at this scene in panic and kept curling up in the corners. They are afraid, dreading new tortures and changes. Sui didn't have time to care about the feelings of these poor women. He stared at the red light in front of him, watching it continue to spread, covering most of the room in a few breaths. When the red light dissipated, Sui received a new prompt message. Congratulations. You have destroyed a level 0 shelter and received a reward of 100 survival points. The current owner of the shelter will lose the shelter talent and all doomsday game mechanism rights. You now have a 30% chance of inheriting the items in the current shelter, and the inheritance ratio is 20%. Since this is your first time destroying a shelter, the probability of succession is increased to 100%. The succession ratio is increased to 100%. Excuse me, do you confirm the inheritance? If you do not respond to this message within 24 hours, it will be deemed that you have given up the inheritance. A series of prompt messages made Sui overjoyed. Sure enough, if the shelter is destroyed, he will lose his resurrection talent. Ha ha ha, not bad, very good. Sui couldn't suppress his excited smile, and he didn't notice that the group of women in front of him were looking at him with increasingly desperate eyes. In their eyes, this young man seemed quite normal, but suddenly he started laughing lasciviously. Never mind, at least this guy isn't ugly, so it's not a waste to sleep with him. While the women were trying to comfort themselves in despair, Sui had already confirmed new information. Confirm the succession. Sui raised his eyebrows. He would not miss any opportunity to strengthen himself. Although there might not be any good things in Brother Li's shelter, more is better, and Sui doesn't mind. Inheritance completed. The destroyed shelter currently contains 2,876 survival points, an E-class bun-making machine, and 3 bottles of F-class cooling fluid. You have perfectly inherited all the above items. The props and survival points have automatically entered your shelter reserves. You can freely withdraw them after returning home. Ah. Sui was stunned and his eyes widened. That Li guy is so rich. How come he has more than 2,000 points? Sui murmured, and he suddenly realized that he seemed to have missed something just now. If there are points for killing people and destroying shelters, then there is no way a thug like Brother Li would not know about this. There are 32 residents in this building, which means there are at least 32 shelters. In addition to Li Gu and Suyi's shelters, Li Gu could theoretically obtain at least 3,000 points by destroying the remaining shelters in the first few days. Adding in the points gained from killing people outside, all told, the points obtained by Brother Li could not possibly be less than 3,000 points. As for the E-class bun-making machine, and F-class cooling liquid, Sui had seen these two things in the survival points mall provided by the shelter. The price is not expensive, but their appearance means that Brother Li already knows the role of points and has begun to use them in a preliminary way. Then why did he leave so many points unused? Sui blinked. He could only think that maybe Brother Li knew that the shelter could be upgraded. He wanted to save up points to upgrade, or buy some more expensive point items. As a result, before he could accumulate enough points, Sui snatched them away, and all the survival points he had accumulated with great difficulty were used to serve Sui. With so many points, I will become rich overnight. Sui sighed. The last points condition for upgrading the shelter was also met. He could upgrade the shelter. Now Brother Li's gift of immortality is gone, so even if he is still alive, he is not much of a threat. At least on the surface, even without Lin Yue, Sui still has Li Yue by his side. 2 against 1, and they still can't win. What's more, Sui had no intention of going out casually. All he had to do was let Li Yue continuously improve the defense of the shelter, and he could get stronger every day by staying at home. In this case, Sui didn't believe that Brother Li, who had lost his shelter, could do anything to him. Speed up. Sui picked up the intercom given by the signalman and said solemnly to the male soldiers carrying the supplies, "We only have less than half an hour left, hurry up. Also, leave 2 people to place some traps at the doorstep. Remember, the more the better. Don't be afraid of wasting supplies. Make full use of your military qualities to maximize the safety of the shelter." Sui planned to make good use of the soldiers in the final time and let them set up sufficient countermeasures for the shelter before disappearing. "Yes, Chief." A clear response came from the intercom. Strangely enough, the intercom systems in the city police station had been broken, but the soldiers who were summoned had an intact combat communication system. It seems that the technological limitations targeted by the Doomsday game are only the technological system originally possessed by humans on Earth. The technological modules born from the shelter mechanism have not been interfered with or restricted. By the way, Commander, what should we do with these prisoners? The signalman sent a message asking for instructions. They also seemed to know that they were about to leave and should not leave such a threatening person next to the leader. Commander, I request that these dangerous elements be shot dead to ensure your safety to the greatest extent possible. The signalman was holding a walkie-talkie in his hand. He saw fear on the faces of the 3 prisoners carrying supplies, but the signalman's eyes remained cold. He was waiting for Su Yi's order. After a brief silence, Su Yi's dull response came from the intercom. Well, kill him. Yes, Chief. The signalman picked up his pistol and pointed it at the prisoner's head. Bang. 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 3 gunshots were soon heard downstairs, meaning the loss of 3 lives. Su Yi's heart was not too shaken. After experiencing the bloody battles last night and today, his state of mind had undergone a drastic change. Old Zheng, don't blame me. Su Yi murmured in his heart, I also want to live, I must be cruel. Su Yi took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and glanced at the women in front of him. This is a new problem, which gives Su Yi a headache. Kill them. But this group of women seemed to be poor people who were tortured by Brotherly. They had never been able to deal with Su Yi, which made Su Yi unable to do it. He can be ruthless to his enemies, but he still has a hint of conscience towards the weak. Let's drive them away. Su Yi took a deep breath, frowned, and made a decision in his heart, I cannot kill them, but they cannot stay in this building. I have to clean this building thoroughly to ensure my own safety to the greatest extent possible. Living in the end of the world, Su Yi trusts no one. He could be soft-hearted and not kill anyone, but he would never let the other person get too close to him. Gotta. Su Yi replaced the bullets in his pistol and prepared to threaten the women to put on their clothes and get out of the building. Right at this moment. Suddenly a soft call came from behind Su Yi. Commander. Lin Yue. Su Yi was stunned and turned around reflexively. He was surprised to see Lin Yue, covered in blood, leaning against the door frame, smiling weakly at him. Commander, it's great that you're still alive. Lin Yue's body was covered with scars, and there were charred marks on her body from the explosion. Half of her face was covered in blood, her clothes were torn, and the skin on her hands and arms had been burned away by the high temperature, revealing pink flesh and blood vessels. Lin Yue. Su Yi almost rushed to her side and supported her. Lin Yue is still alive, which is a good thing, but her condition seems to be only slightly better than death. Lin Yue looked like she had completely lost her fighting ability. Su Yi could even feel bullet holes on her body that were barely from the explosion and were already soaked in blood. Commander, I'm not in any trouble, I'm still breathing. Lin Yue paused, her voice weak, and she spoke with great difficulty. Those guys used grenades on me, but I also lured the leader into the trap. I found that he seemed to be not afraid of bullets. He was not human and could be resurrected. So. Lin Yue raised her head and looked at Su Yi, grinning with blood all over her mouth. I tied him up, no matter what he grows, I will continue to chop it off. The head and the limbs. I think as long as I hold on, I can wear him out to death. Just now, that guy's head stopped growing. I think I succeeded in killing him. You should be safe now. Before Lin Yue could finish her last sentence, she fell limply into Su Yi's arms. Medic. Medic. Su Yi grabbed the intercom and shouted desperately, come up and save people. Quick. Chief, here I come. The medical soldiers downstairs quickly put down the supplies and ran upstairs. He took Lin Yue from Su Yi's arms, laid her flat on the ground, opened the first aid kit and began to quickly examine and treat her. Su Yi looked at Lin Yue, who was lying on the ground and being treated, with a complicated expression. He still underestimated the loyalty of talents. Lin Yue discovered Brother Li's talent for resurrection, but still didn't think of escaping. She tried her best to hold Brother Li back. Although Lin Yue thought that he was the one who exhausted Brother Li to death, it didn't matter anymore. Brother Li has lost his talent, and he will definitely die if Lin Yue chops off his head. Now Su Yi just wants to cure Lin Yue as soon as possible. Such a loyal and combat-oriented talent means so much to the shelter. Commander, I can't save her. The medic looked up, apologetically. She has 7 bullet holes on her body and was also hit by a grenade. The skin on her body was basically burned away by the high temperature. She is severely dehydrated, has lost a lot of blood, and her internal organs are also damaged. Surgery is necessary to save her life, but I lack the conditions and medical supplies. She must have been able to hold on until now by sheer willpower. I expect she will die before dark. The medic's report made Su Yi's expression darken. It was already afternoon, and it would be dark in just a few hours. Even if he took Lin Yue to the nearest hospital to find an operating table and medical supplies, the medical soldiers would not be able to hold on until that time, and they would soon disappear. We must save her. I remember there are healing items in the survival supply store. Sui gritted his teeth, signaled the medical soldier to carry Lin Yue, and then quickly went home. After returning to the shelter, Leah also noticed Lin Yue, who was seriously injured and unconscious. She screamed and rushed over to support him. Leah wanted to ask Sui, but Sui had already rushed into the house. Open the survival points store. After Sui returned to the shelter, he called the panel immediately. A translucent data information was listed in front of Sui. As expected, humans could only perform these operations after returning to their own shelter. Filter item categories and intelligently adjust purchase requirements. Treat seriously injured combat talent units. Sui has been staying at home these days. He has become familiar with the shelter panel and is proficient in many detailed operations. After a while, the store merchandise information in front of Sui changed rapidly, and new information appeared. There are a wide variety of therapeutic supplies here, most of which have miraculous effects and are not something that can be produced by human technology, but they are very expensive. The cheapest medical supplies cost 500 survival points. Sui did not hesitate too much. After a brief selection, he bought it directly. Sui is very generous to his own people who work for him, even if the other party may be just a clone created by the shelter. Congratulations, you have successfully purchased C-level medical consumables gene improvement medicine. Gene improvement agent, C-level medical consumables. When used on a target, it can inject new gene sequences, which can fully treat most of the target's injuries. It also has a certain probability of optimizing the target's gene sequence and improving the target's physical fitness. Purchase price, 1,000 survival points. 1,000 points price. Looking around the world, there are probably not many people who can pay out so many points in one go. Sui did not feel any reluctance, he bought it directly and injected it into Lin Yue. As the emerald green liquid was pushed into Lin Yue's blood vessels through the syringe, Lin Yue's originally pale face began to turn red after a while, and the wounds on his body were still healing slowly, visibly to the naked eye. Although Lin Yue is still in a coma, according to the latest examination by the medical soldiers, Lin Yue's body is gradually recovering and is expected to wake up on his own in a few hours. It would be good if she could be saved. Sui breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Yue was fighting so hard, there was no reason for him to just leave it alone. What's more, the shelter will need Lin Yue, a combat talent, to support it for a long time in the future. After settling Lin Yue, Sui was about to look up to give new orders to the soldiers, but when he looked up, he saw that the medical soldier who had just stood in front of him had disappeared. Leah, where are those soldiers? They disappeared, boss. Leah squatted at the door and continued to repair the iron gate. She answered without raising her head, didn't you just say that? They are a temporary rescue force and will disappear. Well, the time has indeed come. Sui looked down at his surroundings. The walkie-talkie was gone, and all the equipment they brought disappeared. Even the traps that Sui had them set at the door were gone. All of them disappeared, and the entire world was clear of any trace of their presence. What a pity. Sui sighed, feeling a little reluctant. 6 fully armed special forces are an extremely powerful security force. If we could keep them, the safety factor of the shelter would be greatly increased. Maybe the level of my shelter is too low, and the talent reward only gives me temporary use rights. If the shelter is at a higher level, I might be able to get more combat-oriented talent rewards. Sui now urgently wants to upgrade the shelter, but to be cautious, he first asks Leah to go upstairs and drive the group of women away. Of course, Sui would not be so heartless and would leave the clothes and some food for them. But this group of women definitely cannot continue to stay on this floor. Sui has to maintain the internal security of the entire building to ensure that there are no strangers. After Leah drove the women away, she stayed downstairs and began to transform the external entrance of the building according to Sui's instructions, and by the way, she continued to place new traps in the corridor. The sky outside the window had unknowingly turned dark. The red light disappeared, replaced by a pitch-black night sky. Only the bright moonlight could provide some light for the humans at night. Sui opened the chat interface of the shelter, wanting to observe today's intelligence information, and also wanted to know whether the battle in this building during the day had any impact on the people nearby. Sure enough, as soon as Sue opened the chat channel, he saw many people discussing this matter. Really, that scene felt like a police movie to me. The gunfire only stopped from last night until this afternoon. I live in the building across the street, and I saw a man climbing outside the building like Spider-Man, hiding and fighting guerrilla warfare everywhere. It's a pity that the phone can't be turned on, otherwise I would really record a video for you. I watched them play the game all day long. They were having so much fun. Enjoy it. I don't know how many people died. I can smell the stench of the dead bodies from such a distance. The building must be stinking. Oh, this is the end of the world. Humans have already started killing each other, and they don't know how to unite with each other at all. No. Are you really treating this as a gunfight movie? Don't you have other thoughts? I heard people say that a lot of women walked out of the building just now. It seemed like they were kicked out. That seems to be the case. Get out of here quickly, and take anyone in. Hey, wait for me. Leave the one with the biggest butt to me. That's what I like. The battle that broke out in Suyi's building obviously attracted the attention of some survivors in the city. However, the mainstream information in the entire chat channel was not all about discussing this matter. After all, it had been a few days since the doomsday outbreak, and the whole city was filled with chaos and murders. The fighting in Suyi's building was just a ripple in the vast ocean, which could only attract the attention and discussion of nearby survivors. I can't see any new danger, but at least it's certain that someone is keeping an eye on this building. Sui closed the chat message box and murmured, but judging from the force I displayed during the day, no one should be blind enough to come and cause trouble, right? As long as I can get a few more days of bonus time, I can survive the most difficult pre-apocalyptic situation. Sui took a deep breath, checked the curtains at home, made sure no one would disturb him, and then began to call out the shelter panel. Check the conditions for upgrading the shelter. Congratulations, you have met all 5 upgrade prerequisites. You can currently upgrade the shelter to a -1 level experimental house, or you can continue to wait for more upgrade directions. Start upgrading. Sui did not hesitate and started to execute the operation directly. He didn't have time to choose. There were only 3 types of upgradable shelters anyway, and it didn't matter which one he upgraded. What he cares about is not the type of shelter, but whether the talent rewards after the upgrade will be more generous. Congratulations, the conditions are met and the shelter starts upgrading. As the information in front of Sui changed, bursts of golden light emerged from the void and spread throughout the room. Everything in the room was covered in golden light. The golden light was dazzling but not harmful to the eyes. However, Sui could not see the specific upgrade process of the shelter. After a few breaths, the golden light dissipated and everything returned to calm. Sui looked around quickly, but was somewhat disappointed to find that the shelter seemed to be still the same as before. It was still the same house he lived in, with no changes in terms of area, items, or rooms. Congratulations, the shelter has been upgraded to a level 1 experimental house. You can get additional area in the 4 adjacent spaces on the left, right, front and back of the shelter. The area of the new shelter will be 4 to 5 times the size of the previous one. You can now freely transform the adjacent space by consuming supplies and survival points to give your shelter a facelift. The current shelter has opened the experimental technology tree. You can arrange suitable talents and improve the technology level of the shelter by consuming supplies and survival points. After a series of new information prompts, Sui suddenly realized, so this is just an upgrade. Do I have to personally come to the specific transformation process of the shelter? Sui discovered that there was an additional option of shelter transformation in the shelter module information in front of him. He reached out and clicked it to open it, and suddenly his eyes became dazed. Sui felt as if his soul was pulled out of his body. His perspective was like a bird's-eye view, observing the entire shelter from top to bottom. All the walls and obstacles were blurred, and green markings were distributed on the floor. These green areas included Suyi's original house and the supplies of his neighbors on all sides. The green area covers the entire current floor, representing that these are all shelter spaces belonging to Sui. Sui also saw a series of construction options pop up in front of him. He could freely place new rooms within these green areas, break through walls, adjust the position of load-bearing walls, or paint the room in different colors and purchase various decorations. This really has become a construction game. Sui widened his eyes, feeling that the world had gone completely crazy. Sui felt like he was playing the game, The Sims, experiencing the extremely detailed and complex shelter construction module. But I am obviously a living human being, living on Earth. Why does my survival seem more and more like a game? Sui was shocked. He did not transform the shelter immediately, but quietly exited the construction interface. He needed to calm down and also think about how to adjust the upgraded shelter. Just as Sui had just exited the shelter creation interface, suddenly a new round of information prompts surrounded Sui like a wave. Congratulations! You have completed the shelter upgrade and your shelter talent has been improved. The effect of the shelter talent, HomeBuddy's Home, has been improved. HomeBuddy's Home, every time you stay in your own shelter for 24 hours, you can randomly get a survival reward that is most needed at the moment. The lowest reward is sea level, except for special rewards. And the current talent time is reset to 12 noon. You have 1 hour of exemption time every day, and the exemption time does not affect the reward time settlement. After upgrading the shelter, the talent effect will continue to be upgraded. Congratulations! You are the first survivor in this city area to upgrade the shelter. You have received a special award, the Pioneer's Horn. Pioneer's Horn, a sea-level special item that can be used on any talent and adds the Pioneer feature. Pioneer characteristic effect, in this dangerous era, the most important quality for a brave pioneer is luck. The owner of this characteristic often has good luck. Special reward. Sui touched his chin, somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that he would be the first shelter in the city to be upgraded, and that he would even receive a reward similar to a game achievement. Just as Sui was checking how to use this reward, a new prompt appeared in front of him. Congratulations! You are the first survivor in this country to upgrade the shelter. You have received a special award, Awakening of Bloodline. Awakening of Bloodline, a special A-level item that can summon special talents with national characteristics. These talents are growable and have great potential. There are also special rewards. Sui's eyes widened. In addition to being the first in the city, there is also the first in the country. A-level talents make a fortune. Sui was grinning so hard that he couldn't close his mouth. He got an A-level talent for free. This was probably the top talent ahead of all the shelters at this stage. But at the same time, Sui also realized some bad news for the whole country. It's been so many days since the apocalypse began, and I'm the only one in the country who has upgraded my shelter. How much pressure must others be under to survive? Sui sighed. Most of human technological means were restricted, and only some low-end technology and simple weapons could be used. But this is not a doomsday like the Resident Evil. Under the global high temperatures, air has become people's enemy. After all, even if humans hold guns, it is impossible to stop the spread of high temperatures by shooting. On the contrary, the lack of many life-related technologies has caused humans to lose most of their effective means of resisting high temperatures. Sui's sigh did not last long. He knew very well that he was just an ordinary person and did not have the vision to worry about the life and death of all mankind. Sui just wants to survive and live well. The special rewards for these two achievements are stored in the shelter data, and Sui can use them at any time just like when he first activated his talents. Use, Awakening of Bloodline. As Sui used the reward, a golden light bloomed around him and quickly condensed into a human figure. Soon, a woman in a white cheongsam stood in front of Sui. Her face was as delicate as a painting, her skin was as white as jade, and her eyes were as clear as autumn water under her slender eyebrows. Gentlemen. The woman bowed gently to Sui. She was like a gentle lady from a classical poem, beautiful and charming, with a faint smile on her lips that made people feel like a spring breeze. May I have your name? Sui looked at the woman and was quite amazed. I didn't expect that I would summon such a beautiful woman. Her appearance is so breathtaking and stunning that I fall in love with her at first sight. Sir, my name is Jiang Xiaozi. The woman bowed her head and introduced herself softly. I am from Jiangnan. It is a great honor to meet you today. Nice name. Su Yi nodded. Jiang Xiaozi was tall with elegant curves. The white cheongsam perfectly set off her slender waist, making her look graceful and charming. This woman has a noble temperament and obvious graceful beauty of an Oriental woman, and she seems to have an extraordinary background. But what attracted Su Yi most about her was not her impressive figure under the cheongsam, but the piece of ancient jade worn around her waist, with complex patterns carved on the surface of the jade. The jade was round in shape, emerald green all over, and emitted a faint glow that was visible to the naked eye. Congratulations, you have obtained the A-level special talent Jiang Xiaozi. An information prompt appeared in front of Su Yi's eyes, and he opened Jiang Xiaozi's data panel. Su Yi took a look and his expression suddenly changed. Name, Jiang Xiaozi. Age, 28. Type, National Prodigy. Talent level, A-level. Physical strength, 60. Neural response, 68. Endurance, 50. Spiritual will, 368. Self-healing immunity, 211. Talent characteristics. National fortune blessing, she has the specific qualities of the Chinese nation and is blessed by the national fortune. The shelter she is in will not be affected by doomsday derivative disasters. Filial piety comes first. For every resident in the shelter who is over 40 years old, the shelter's dispatch exploration rewards, senior talent acquisition rate, and technology research and development speed will increase by 1%. The maximum bonus limit is 100%. Foresight, any matter in the shelter that requires thinking about strategies, scientific research, traps, defense, etc. will not fail. Talents. Wide friends, she has many friends, and there is a certain probability of bringing new talents to the shelter every month. If no talents are recommended that month, the probability of recommending high-level talents next time will be increased. High resourcefulness, she can effectively pass on her knowledge and experience to others. Through communication and guidance with the residents of the shelter, she can significantly improve their skill level and thinking ability. People's will, her power makes the residents of the shelter united and united. In the shelter, her presence can greatly improve the morale and work efficiency of the residents, making the operation of the entire shelter smoother. Value score, 3,568 points. Hiss. Su Yi couldn't help but take a breath. He looked at Jiang Xiaozi's talent data again and again to make sure he was not dazzled. This is too exaggerated. Su Yi murmured. Jiang Xiaozi's data was far better than Lin Yue and Lin Yue. The high mental willpower of 368 and the self-healing immunity value of 211 points were not enough to shock Su Yi. At most, they showed that Jiang Xiaozi's data panel showed that he was a type of person who was not good at fighting. What surprised and shocked Su Yi the most was Jiang Xiaozi's talent and talents. The three characteristics and three talents, combined with each other, make Jiang Xiaozi the perfect internal affairs talent. The combined effects of her talents and characteristics can be called a self-propelled vehicle for group buffs. The most important thing is this, wide social circle. Do I need to worry about a lack of talent in the future? I can get one for free every month, and there's a chance that I can get a senior talent for free. Does this count as buy one get n free? Su Yi laughed so hard that he could hardly close his mouth. The only thing about Jiang Xiaozi's entire panel that made Su Yi feel a little regretful was his characteristic, filial piety comes first. Its effectiveness requires that there are residents over 40 years old in the territory. In an environment where doomsday disasters are rampant, it is difficult for humans who are too old or too young to survive independently. To put it nicely, it is not suitable for survival. To put it bluntly, it is a burden. The first round of doomsday disasters was not very friendly to elderly humans, and it is unknown how difficult the subsequent doomsday disasters will be. The probability of these older humans surviving is very low. If there are too many such people in the shelter, it will also simultaneously drag down the shelter's disaster resistance and development potential. But its effect is really good. 3 types of benefits, up to 100% increase in benefit effect. Su Yi murmured, awakening of bloodline, can summon talents with national characteristics. This is indeed unique. Filial piety comes first among all virtues. It seems that if I have time in the future, I will have to find a few old men and women to support. Su Yi thought about it and found that as long as the number of elderly people was controlled, the effect of this talent characteristic would have a great benefit to the shelter. Just as Su Yi was thinking about how to make full use of Jiang Xiaozi's characteristics and talents, suddenly a woman's slow moan came from the bed behind him. Water, water. It's Lin Yue. She opened her eyes and woke up from her coma. Her injuries had almost recovered, but she was still very weak. Here comes the water, drink slowly. Before Su Yi could react, Jiang Xiaozi was already squatting beside the bed with water, patiently and gently feeding Lin Yue. You are. Lin Yue was somewhat confused and alert. She saw Su Yi standing behind Jiang Xiaozi and asked hoarsely, "Chief, is she a new member?" Su Yi nodded and emphasized, "She is very important. In the future, if there is anything at home, you must listen to her, and I am no exception." Jiang Xiaozi's characteristic effects have fully demonstrated that she is a military strategist type, internal affairs talent with extraordinary wisdom. This woman is smart, so it's definitely right to listen to her advice on everything. Even if something goes wrong, it doesn't matter. Because Su Yi felt that if even Jiang Xiaozi's wisdom could be wrong, he would definitely not be able to figure out the problem. As a leader, you should know yourself so that you can use people well. Very important. Lin Yue chewed on this word, trying to stand up with his weak body. "Comrade, I'll do it myself." She didn't dare to let Jiang Xiaozi take care of her, but Jiang Xiaozi pushed her back. "You are injured, you need to rest well. Just listen to her and have a good rest." Su Yi smiled and said, then paused and emphasized, "You are also very important, don't take your body lightly." "I am important too." Lin Yue was stunned for a moment, then looked up at the men in the darkness. He smiled gently. "Our family is now a little bigger than it was a few days ago, and it can be considered to have some vitality." Su Yi sat on the bed and said to Jiang Xiaozi, "Including you and me, there are now 4 people in the shelter, namely you and me, Lin Yue and Lin Yue. Lin Yue is my first subordinate. He is a soldier and very loyal. Lin Yue is an engineer and has some experience in transformation and technological research. Also, I just checked more information related to talents, and I have given you the operation rights of some shelters." Su Yi paused, his expression very serious. "Xiaozi, can I call you that? The future shelter will rely on you to a great extent. I am not a smart person. I hope you can use your wisdom to protect everyone." Jiang Xiaozi nodded gently and responded softly, "I will, sir." Lin Yue, who was standing by, looked at the two of them. When they finished their conversation, Lin Yue couldn't help but interrupt and asked, "Commander, have all the enemies been eliminated?" Su Yi nodded, "Yes. Commander, I seem to remember, you still have some soldiers. Where are they?" "Already gone." Su Yi smiled bitterly and said, "There are still 4 people in our shelter now, but maybe there will be more in the future. By the way, Xiaozi, I moved all the supplies upstairs today, but I haven't had time to count and organize them yet, so I'll leave it to you." "Yes, sir." Jiang Xiaozi nodded, stood up and walked towards the pile of supplies. Her gait is light and graceful, and her movements sway gracefully, which is pleasing to the eye. Lin Yue also saw that the room, which was not originally crowded, was already filled with all kinds of supplies. From toilet paper, toothbrushes to food and drinks, everything was available. The supplies filled the entire room and even outside the door. Hiss! Lin Yue stared with her beautiful eyes, very surprised. "Chief, did you rob anyone?" "Yes, we robbed our enemies." Su Yi laughed, he was in a good mood. The threat of foreign enemies has been resolved, more talented people have come to the shelter, and everything is moving in a good direction. Even though it was still a scorching doomsday world outside, his shelter had already taken shape and had a certain degree of disaster resistance and protection capabilities. The chief is really amazing. Lin Yue praised sincerely, and Su Yi shook his head. "I'm not that good. If you hadn't fought so hard to hold back the enemy, we would have been in danger. You are the main reason why we were able to survive this crisis. Commander, this is what I should do." Lin Yue lowered her head a little embarrassedly. "Even a cheerful girl can be shy sometimes, it is my responsibility to protect you." Su Yi smiled and nodded, and asked, "By the way, the healing item I used on you seems to have some probabilistic effect, and it seems to strengthen you. How do you feel now?" "Feel it?" Lin Yue shook her head. I don't know, I'm a little weak now and can't judge accurately. Sui nodded, opened Lin Yue's panel and took a look. Lin Yue's basic information has exceeded 100 points, and he has also gained a new talent characteristic. Exploring mysteries. When she is sent on an exploration mission, there is a small chance that she will receive more supplies. In addition, Lin Yue's talent level also changed from D to C, and his combat score also increased slightly. However, her physical condition was marked as weak, and the data showed that she would need 10 hours of recovery. It seems that this 1000-point gene medicine is very effective. Sui was a little surprised. It's better than I expected. It can be said to be worth the money. Sui analyzed that this might be because Lin Yue's own talent level was not high, and he was lucky enough to encounter the improvement probability of genetic drugs. Speaking of luck, Sui remembered that he still had a special reward that he hadn't used. The Horn of the Opener can add new characteristics to talents, and this characteristic can bring good luck. Judging from the introduction information, although the effect of this thing is not very accurate, it is still a special reward after all. I only have 3 talents now, who should I give them to? Sui lowered his head and analyzed. According to common sense, it should naturally be given to Jiang Xiaozi, who has the highest level. However, Jiang Xiaozi's overall characteristics and talents are all fixed gain effects, and she herself is an internal affairs talent, and her responsibilities in the shelter are not very related to the thing called luck. Even though Jiang Xiaozi's characteristics mentioned words like strategies and tactics, Sui had not come into contact with these things yet, and he was not sure whether these things required the blessing of luck. On the contrary, Lin Yue, who has been the main fighter who goes out to explore for supplies, actually needs a lot of luck. If he is lucky, Lin Yue will naturally bring more supplies. As for Li Yue, Sui didn't consider it at all. What good luck does a scientific research engineer need at this stage? Scientific research must be down to earth. Let's give it to Lin Yue. No matter how you look at it, she will benefit the most from using this feature. Sui didn't say anything. While Lin Yue was resting with his eyes closed, he opened the shelter panel and chose to use a special reward on Lin Yue. When a golden light flashed across Lin Yue's body, a prompt message showed that Lin Yue already possessed the characteristic of Horn of the Opener. Commander, I feel like there's something extra in my head. Lin Yue suddenly opened his eyes, looking a little confused. Sui smiled and comforted, don't think too much, just lie down and have a good rest, you are our only protector now. Lin Yue nodded obediently and lay on the bed to rest peacefully. Sui didn't think it was a waste to give Lin Yue a special reward, nor did he have the idea of saving this special reward and using it when he met a more suitable person. After all, although the current shelter mechanism is very similar to a game, it is based on reality. Appropriate hoarding is beneficial, but mindlessly hoarding everything will only affect your own safety. Some things should be used when they are needed. The sooner you use them, the sooner you can enjoy them. The night was empty and silent. The only sounds in the entire building were the clanging sounds of Li Yue building safety facilities downstairs and the whispers of Jiang Xiaozi counting supplies. Sui opened the shelter. Only then did he have time to take stock of today's gains. Thanks to today's talent reward, Sui wiped out all the thugs and occupied the entire building in one fell swoop. The supplies that Brother Li and others had been collecting from outside these days were all given to Sui. Sui roughly estimated in his mind that if only 4 people were using these supplies, they would definitely be able to last for several months, and they would be able to live relatively comfortably. After all, while other survivors in the city were still worrying about food and water, Sui had already started using toilet paper, toothbrushes, and other small items to improve their quality of life. By the way, you can also smoke some cigarettes, and there are even some color magazines and comics in the pile of supplies. It seems that Brother Li and his group of men really accept all supplies and bring everything into the building. Having more supplies is naturally good, but there are also some disadvantages. There are too many supplies and the storage space in the freezer is limited, so some food will definitely spoil prematurely due to the high temperature. Sui frowned. I have to hurry up and trade some of the perishable food in exchange for some new things. By the way, how many survival points do I have left? Sui took a look and found that he still had 1,806 survival points. Let's build the empty area of the shelter first. We can use the extra points to see if we can exchange them for some good stuff. Su-yi opened the construction module of the shelter, and the feeling of being out of body appeared again. Su-yi's perspective was raised to a bird's-eye view again. This time he was not overly shocked or impressed. He immediately began to carefully examine the overall structure of the shelter. This is an old residential building with 8 floors in total and 4 households on each floor. The scope of Su-yi's current shelter covers the entire 6th floor, which also includes the upstairs and downstairs corridors. According to the trend that the shelter upgrade will spread to the surrounding areas, Su-yi can easily judge that as the shelter is upgraded, sooner or later the entire building will be occupied. Then, I should take a longer-term view and take the entire building as the main body to build a blueprint for the future. At the moment, I can't build anything directly on the other floors, so naturally I can't build a defense mechanism for the first floor. So defense mechanisms shouldn't be the primary goal, and this thing is too expensive. Su-yi took a look at the things that could be built in the shelter, including basic defense facilities such as iron doors, electric doors, and wire mesh, and even wall guns, laser traps, and movable floors. It can be said that there are so many kinds of things, with so many categories, that you can't read them all at a glance. But without exception, these things are extremely expensive. Even the simplest iron door requires 100 survival points. The advantage of building a shelter is that it can be completed directly, eliminating the process of collecting construction materials and manual construction. But Su-yi still didn't plan to buy anything from here, because Su-yi found that the only suitable shelter defense mechanism he could buy now was the iron gate. As for the iron door, Lin Yue can make it herself. Although it is not as good and thick as the ones in the shelter building module, it can be used. As for other defense modules, either the shelter level is not high enough or there are prerequisites. Su-yi discovered that not only defense modules and items, but most of the things that can be built in a level 1 shelter, including circuits, floor heating, central air conditioning, chemical laboratories and all other construction information, require a pre-room called the research room. Research room consume 1,000 survival points to build a level 1 research room, which can open the technology tree system of the current shelter type and develop more shelter pre-technology modules. I understand. You need a technology tree to climb technology and directly purchase more building items for the shelter. Su-yi nodded, that makes sense. I feel more and more like I'm playing a game. This set is so authentic, it's really a unique doomsday survival game that perfectly suits the human beings on Earth, right? Su-yi had no choice but to tearfully spend 1,000 points to buy the research room. Please select the location for the room. The range of rooms you can choose to place is shown in purple dot. As the prompt message lit up in front of him, Su-yi saw that the area occupied by the research room was very large. It is just one room, but it occupies the entire area of the 2-bedroom, 1 living room house next door. The newly upgraded level 1 shelter is not small in area, but 1 room of it occupies 1/3 of it. As expected of the most important pre-construction building, it really takes up a lot of space. Su-yi sighed, thought for a moment, and chose to place it in a location closer to the inside, farther away from the corridor. This thing is so important, it must be well protected. In case the building encounters the enemy in the future, we must ensure that the research room will not be discovered or attacked by the enemy in the first place. Congratulations, you have successfully set up a scientific research room. Your shelter has opened the technology tree system, upgrade the doomsday technology. Transform your beautiful life. The good life. Show me how good it is. Su-yi rubbed his hands and opened the newly unlocked technology tree module on the shelter panel with a little anticipation. As Su-yi opened the technology tree list, densely packed technological projects were listed in front of Su-yi. At the top of the list is written, Experimental House Series, and below are various scientific and technological projects, such as, Basic Power System, Autonomous Water Resources System. Strengthening Basic Defense Measures, Preliminary Projects for Improving Living Facilities, Enhancing Scientific Research and Exploration Capabilities, Agricultural Automation System, Medical Assistance Station, Air Purification System, Intelligent Monitoring Network, Garbage Treatment Center, Central Air Conditioning Module. The densely packed technological projects almost dazzled Su-yi. Even if you don't look at the detailed effects of these technological modules, just by looking at the names, you can imagine that if all these technological projects are lit up, the shelter will definitely undergo earth-shaking changes. Let me see the price. Su-yi checked carefully and murmured, 1,000 survival points for the power system, 1,000 points for the autonomous water resource system, 300 points for the garbage disposal center. 800 points for the central air conditioning module. They are all so expensive. Su-yi took a deep breath, and looked at his only 800 survival points left, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seems that building a shelter is really a long and arduous task. This is just a level 1 experimental house. I guess there will be more expensive technological projects later. Su-yi was thinking about how to use these 800 points to maximize his profits. Central air conditioning is important, but for now I can still use ice water to fight the heat. Medical aid station. That's good too, but not the most necessary. Well, let's light up the Scientific Research and Exploration Ability Improvement module first. 500 points, but it's the most profitable technology project at the moment. Su-yi selected this project for a detailed look. Improvement of scientific research and exploration capabilities, consume 500 points to dispatch engineers, scientists, and other scientific research talents to conduct research, which takes 10 hours. After the research is successful, it can increase the shelter exploration income by 10% and increase the research speed of technology tree projects by 10%. Although these two 10% may not seem like much, if accumulated, the extra income will be considerable. I'll choose this one. There are still 300 points left. Should I keep them or wait and see? Su-yi pondered over it, and his eyes involuntarily fell on the technological project of the Waste Disposal Center. Garbage Disposal Center, consume 300 points and dispatch engineers, scientists, and other scientific research personnel to conduct research, which takes 12 hours, build a fully automatic domestic waste disposal equipment in the shelter, which can dispose of all kinds of garbage harmlessly. Exactly 300 points. Su-yi hesitated only slightly, but finally chose to purchase the project. There was no way, he really couldn't stand the stinky feeling in the house. Without the city's water source, even the toilets couldn't be flushed. Every day, a large amount of excrement had to be accumulated and then treated using the stinking water that was about to rot. Even so, Su-yi still felt sorry for water resources. Modern humans already have civilization, so it is naturally difficult for them to tolerate living in an unsanitary environment. Excrement breeds bacteria and is also a major threat to human survival. The Science and Technology project has been selected. Please send appropriate talents to the research room for research. Leia. Leia. Su-yi quickly called Leia back from downstairs. Leia poked her head out from the upstairs and asked in confusion, "Boss, you called me. How are the defenses downstairs being constructed?" "It's almost done. In another half an hour, the traps at the entrance and the reinforcement of the gate will be completed," Leia said with a smile. Although this building is a bit old, the materials used are very solid. The original gate was an iron gate, which saved me from having to make large-scale renovations. Well, after you're done with your work today, take a good rest. We have a big project to do tomorrow. Su-yi nodded and informed Leia about the research projects of the two scientific and technological projects. Leia's eyes lit up when she heard this. "Boss, no need to wait until tomorrow, I can do it now." Now. Su-yi glanced out the window. It was already pitch black. "It's past 11 p.m. now, right?" "It's too late. We should get some rest." Su-yi didn't want to overexploit his subordinates, but Leia was very determined. "No. Boss, I can study all night. I promise to complete the mission before tomorrow night. I can issue a military order." Leia was very eager, and her beautiful eyes sparkled with enthusiasm for scientific research. Su-yi was helpless. He didn't expect that although Leia looked weak, she was actually a scientific research lunatic. "Sir, I also support Miss Li's research now." Jiang Xiaozi at the side suddenly spoke up and gave his opinion softly. "This is a critical moment. Our lives depend on this. The sooner Miss Li can play a role, the better we can ensure everyone's safety. So, most of the time we can't pay too much attention to normal work and rest, but we have to make adjustments according to local conditions." Jiang Xiaozi said it very tactfully, and Su-yi nodded and agreed. "Okay, let's do it, but it will be hard for Leia." "It's okay, boss." Leia raised her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead, still holding the wrench in her hand, and smiled sweetly. I am happy to do these things. After that, Leah asked Sui about the location of the research room, then went out and dived in. The research room was located in the former neighbor's room. Sui had never seen what a research room looked like, so he followed it out of curiosity. From the outside, the research room looked similar to a normal residential house, with ordinary wooden doors. But after pushing open the door, there were all kinds of strange research props, high-power microscopes, chemical workbenches, high-precision cutting machines. There were many instruments that Sui had never seen before, let alone knew how to use them. But Leah was different. She was very familiar with the place and fiddled with the research instruments in the room with light movements. Judging from her expression, she seemed to be enjoying it very much. After observing for a moment, Sui quietly left the room without disturbing him. After returning to the main house, Sui found that he seemed to be the only idle person in the entire shelter. Leah is busy renovating buildings and developing technology tree projects. Jiang Xiaozi was busy counting and sorting supplies, while also planning the future development of the shelter. Even if Lin Yue was sleeping normally, he was a hero who was injured, so it was natural for him to sleep. Well, how about I go to sleep and rest too? Sui scratched his head and found that he really had nothing to do. Even if he wanted to further transform the shelter, there was no way to survive, so he simply fell down next to Lin Yue, closed his eyes and fell asleep. When Sui opened his eyes again, he saw a sea of red. The sky outside the window has brightened, and the scorching sun is still madly torturing every creature on the planet. Perhaps because the threat posed by the thugs had been resolved, Sui slept particularly soundly. When he turned over and got out of bed, he found that Lin Yue had disappeared. At this time, Jiang Xiaozi came in from outside, holding 2 plates of hot and fragrant dishes in his hands. "Sir, you are awake." Jiang Xiaozi greeted Sui with a smile. "Lunch is just around the corner, come and eat." "What time is it now?" To reply, "Sir, it is already 12:10 noon. I slept for so long. By the way, where did you cook the meal?" Sui sat at the dining table, a little surprised. "I remember that the gas in our house was turned off, right? The neighbor downstairs has a gas tank and a stove at home. I thought some of the food and the supplies would not last long, so I decided to cook this meal." Jiang Xiaozi explained gently, "You told me yesterday that I would decide all these matters, big or small, by myself, and I don't need to discuss them with you." "Yes, that's right, you did a great job." Sui nodded. He looked around the house and sighed. Before going to bed, the whole house was very messy, and the air was filled with lingering stuffiness and foul smells. During the past few days since the doomsday, Sui had no mood to clean the room, and Lin Yue and Leah were not good at doing housework either. But now, after waking up, the whole house is clean, tidy, and bright. The foul smell in the air is gone, replaced by a faint sweet fragrance. What surprised Sui the most was that he clearly found that the temperature in the room was a little cool, seemingly only around 30 degrees. You have to know that the global high temperature is now 70 degrees, so a temperature of 30 degrees can almost be called winter in relative terms. "Why is it so cool?" Sui murmured, and he looked around and found that Jiang Xiaozi had adjusted the position of the freezer and placed it at the door of the room. The counter was opened, and a simple device similar to an exhaust fan was placed outside, which was continuously drawing cold air from the freezer into the house. Air conditioning. Sui's eyes widened, feeling incredible. "Xiaozi, did you do this?" "This is not a freezer at all, it's clearly an air conditioner." Sui had thought about doing something similar before, but he never got around to it. Instead, he asked Jiang Xiaozi to take care of these little details. "It's not me, it's Miss Li." Jiang Xiaozi shook his head and did not take credit for it. "She made the device. This will help Mr. sleep better. If you don't tell her to, Leah won't take the initiative to do these things." Sui smiled. He knew Leah's personality. She was a relatively passive scientific research talent. Most of the time, she was used to following orders and rarely took the initiative to do anything. But Jiang Xiaozi is different. She is very proactive and will think independently about what to do and try her best to do it well. The brand new house in front of us is the best proof. It was just one night. Sui sat at the dining table, looking at the bright and clean house around him. He felt as if he had returned to the days before the end of the world. But Su Yi's trance did not last long, and his thoughts were soon interrupted by the new information prompt in front of him. Congratulations. You have stayed in the shelter for 24 hours and have triggered your talent reward. You have obtained the talent reward, Sea-Level Technological Weapon Infinite Bullet Rain Rifle, High Sniper Type. As the prompt message appeared, a rifle appeared directly on the dining table. Jiang Xiaozi paused slightly with the chopsticks in her hand, lowered her beautiful eyes, pretended not to see, and continued to eat elegantly. Su Yi didn't explain, he just picked up the rifle and started to look around. The gun body is made of lightweight and high-strength alloy, shining with a cold metallic luster. Its lines are simple and elegant, and it is equipped with smart sights, silencers, and other devices. There is an energy conversion system in the magazine area, which looks very futuristic and technological. While Su Yi was observing, the information about the rifle also appeared in front of him. Weapon name, Endless Rain Rifle. Weapon grade, C. Weapon features. Unlimited ammo. It can shoot gunpowder bullets without limit, but please pay attention to the cooling of the barrel. High-precision mid-range sniping. Within a range of 800 meters, it can be adjusted to single-shot sniping mode to maximize power. Silence. The sound of its shooting is slight and almost unnoticeable in non-confined spaces. Basic properties. Weight, approximate 4.6 kilograms. Length, 1020 millimeters, gun body, plus 450 millimeters, retractable buttstock. Caliber, 5.56 millimeters, conversion kits are available for various calibers. Range, effective range is 800 meters, maximum range can reach 1,500 meters. Firing rate, single shot, 3-shot, fully automatic adjustable. The firing rate can reach 800 rounds per minute in fully automatic mode. Ammunition type, built-in unlimited ammunition, no need to reload, other types of bullets cannot be used. A rifle with unlimited bullets. And a sniper function. Su Yi's expression was a little subtle, he felt like he had entered a world of infinite flow. Even this thing exists. The mysterious existence really created a doomsday game localized for Earth. For sea-level weapons, the reward has been upgraded by 1 level. This may be related to my upgraded talent. But judging from the talent mechanism, what I lack most at the moment is weapons. Su Yi held his chin and analyzed. If he really counted carefully, there was no shortage of food, water, and talents in the shelter, but there was indeed a shortage of weapons. Including the guns confiscated from Li Ji's gang of thugs, there are only 5 pistols in the entire shelter, but the bullets have been used up to less than 100 in yesterday's battle. Although everyone has a pistol, the remaining bullet reserves are simply not enough to cope with a higher intensity confrontation. So, the talent reward simply gave me a rifle that doesn't need bullets. This is indeed timely relief, but I don't go out often, so I don't have many opportunities to use this gun. Su Yi raised his head and asked Jiang Xiaozi, "Where is Lin Yue?" He planned to give this gun to Lin Yue, who was currently the main explorer of the shelter. Carrying this gun outside would greatly ensure her safety. She went to examine the body. Jiang Xiaozi said softly, she said she wanted to go and personally confirm whether the enemy from yesterday was completely dead. She should be back soon. The corpse of Brother Li. Su Yi held his chin and murmured, "Come to think of it, I forgot to ask her yesterday how she delayed for so long and how she arrested Brother Li." Su Yi was very curious about this. That period of time yesterday morning was the most dangerous time for the entire shelter. Fortunately, Lin Yue attracted the attention of all the thugs by himself, otherwise Su Yi and Leah would be in danger. I asked. Jiang Xiaozi put down his bowl and chopsticks and patiently explained to Su Yi, according to Miss Lin, she made full use of the outer walls of the building and the houses as cover during the battle yesterday. This is all thanks to the fact that the enemies broke into the house and ransacked it beforehand, opening most of the doors in advance. Miss Lin used the outer wall as a passage to catch lone enemies in different rooms, ensuring our advantage in one-on-one combat, thereby continuously weakening the enemy's manpower. Although Brother Li used a grenade, Miss Lin avoided the damage, so it was not a big deal. As for catching Brother Li, it just happened that there was a sniper among the new soldiers you brought, sir. His appearance intimidated Brother Li and attracted most of his attention. Miss Lin then seized the opportunity, ambushed Brother Li, and successfully abducted him. Since Miss Lin has already noticed that Brother Li seems to have the ability to revive, she deliberately tied up Brother Li in an attempt to prevent him from reviving again. You already know what happened next. Jiang Xiaozi told the whole story, and Su Yi asked, "Did Lin Yue tell you?" "Yes, I felt it was necessary for me to get to know everyone in the shelter, so I had some preliminary communication with them." Jiang Xiaozi nodded and praised, "Miss Lin's fighting ability is outstanding, and her fighting will is also commendable. She is a rare and excellent fighter." "I think so." Su Yi nodded in agreement. He personally experienced yesterday's gunfight and deeply realized the importance of Lin Yue. But consider how to avoid a recurrence of what happened yesterday. Jiang Xiaozi looked at Su Yi and suggested, "I suggest that you adjust the direction of the shelter's development and focus on building a defense mechanism inside the shelter." "That's what I thought." Su Yi nodded and smiled. "It seems that we have the same idea. I was planning to let Lin Yue take charge of this." "No, that's not enough." Jiang Xiaozi shook his head. "In addition to the physical defense measures of the shelter, we also need to build more defense measures." "For example?" Su Yi humbly asked for advice. "If you have any good ideas, just say it out." "Residents, we need more help." Jiang Xiaozi said softly, "I know that you don't trust outsiders. After all, human hearts are complicated and unpredictable. I understand this very well. But excluding this reason, population is the key factor that makes the refuge strong. If we had a large enough population, battles like yesterday wouldn't be so fierce. The reason why Brother Li's group is so powerful is nothing more than that they have a large number of people. Actually, according to the information I learned later, Brother Li does not have outstanding management skills. He just uses the most brutal means to manage his subordinates. These men have no loyalty to him, only resentment and fear. But even so, Brother Li still has a strong control over them." Jiang Xiaozi paused, and promised with a serious expression, "If you are assured, sir, I can take charge of this matter. I can ensure the loyalty of the new residents to you to the greatest extent possible. Gather the strength of all people to forge Mr. S shield and sword." Jiang Xiaozi said this very seriously, and it was obvious that this was the development direction she had thought of for the shelter. "What you said makes a lot of sense." Su Yi pondered and frowned. He was thinking seriously about what Jiang Xiaozi said. Su Yi is cautious by nature, but he is not stupid. He can understand the subtext that Jiang Xiaozi does not say. Judging from the current world situation where doomsday is approaching, the current policy of staying at home is very good. However, once a doomsday situation requires people to unite and coexist, the weak shelters are bound to suffer. According to the current mechanism of the doomsday game, in order for humans to survive better, there will inevitably be a phenomenon of mutual annexation between shelters. Only through annexation can more population and resources be brought in, and population size itself is one of the prerequisites for ensuring survival. Even if Su Yi did not consider the factor of doomsday rotation, he still had to consider the threat posed to him by other shelters as they grew stronger. "I have hesitated before. I prefer to gather more talented people as residents rather than foreign population." Su Yi took a deep breath. "It is talents like you, Lin Yue and Lin Yue that are the cornerstone of the shelter. Sir, we don't have the means to recruit talent on a stable basis." Jiang Xiaozi looked at Su Yi, his tone still gentle. "So, you have to learn the art of controlling people. I will help you." Su Yi looked directly into Jiang Xiaozi's beautiful eyes, and suddenly felt some emotion in his heart. It turns out this is what it feels like to meet a military advisor. You will be persuaded involuntarily. Jiang Xiaozi's analysis was very correct. Su Yi could not refute it, and nodded in agreement. "Okay, I'll leave this matter to you. However, since you can see my character, you should understand me." "Yes, sir, I know what to do." Jiang Xiaozi smiled and said, "I will formulate a comprehensive recruitment system and management plan for the shelter. I will do my best to tailor a secure identity for you." Jiang Xiaozi's words were very mysterious, and Su Yi was a little curious, which identity is the safest. Jiang Xiaozi whispered, "The boss behind the scenes." "Hey, Chief, are you talking about something confidential?" Lin Yue pushed the door open carefully. She looked inside but didn't dare to come in. Because the expressions of the two people in the room were very serious, especially the leader, whose seriousness was mixed with some surprise and expectation. It's okay, come in. Su-yi waved his hand and asked, Lin Yue, go check the body, how is it? He didn't come back to life. He's dead. Lin Yue smiled happily, the body was smelly, I threw him out of the building. Su-yi nodded, handed the rifle in his hand to Lin Yue, and explained the basic information of the rifle to him. Is this for me? Lin Yue was very surprised. She caressed the gun lovingly, with an obsessive look in her beautiful eyes. Soldiers love guns, it's instinct. What's more, this is a rifle with unlimited bullets and is fully functional, capable of coping with many dangerous and complex battlefield environments. Well, give your submachine gun to Xiaozi for self-defense. Captain, that gun doesn't have many bullets left. Only 20 rounds. That's enough. Su-yi smiled and said, if we need Xiaozi to face the enemy now, it means we are not far from destruction. The chief is right, I will never let anyone hurt us. A determined expression appeared on Lin Yue's pretty face. She tightly gripped the rifle in her hand, her heart filled with confidence that she would become stronger. Lin Yue has indeed become stronger. Her combat power score after recovery is 256 points, and it becomes 456 points after being equipped with a rifle. This rifle directly increased her combat power score by 200 points. According to Su-yi's own estimation, Lin Yue's current actual combat capability is at least at the peak level of ordinary humans. The only people stronger than Lin Yue are probably the superhumans in the movies. Then let's go. Su-yi opened the dispatch mission and found that the 3 dispatch missions refreshed daily were upgraded from D level to C level. The more advanced the dispatch missions, the richer the resource collection will probably be. Su-yi picked a dispatch mission to collect medicines and assigned it to Lin Yue. The most scarce supplies in the shelter at the moment are medicines. Lin Yue received the mission, straightened his chest and saluted, "Don't worry, Chief. I promise to complete the mission." After saying that, Lin Yue picked up his gun, took the necessary supplies and left the shelter. The mission this time takes 12 hours, so she won't be back until the evening. There are still too few combat talents, and there is only one Lin Yue now. Su-yi sighed. Once she leaves, the safety factor of the shelter will drop several levels. Sir, everything will be fine. Jiang Xiaozi comforted her, everything will be there, just take your time. Well, that's right, go on. Su-yi glanced at Lin Yue's back, then looked at Jiang Xiaozi with interest, continue to talk about your, behind-the-scenes boss creation plan. After Lin Yue left, Su-yi communicated a lot with Jiang Xiaozi. After Jiang Xiaozi's analysis and explanation, she tailored the behind-the-scenes boss plan for Su-yi. The specific means was to recruit more human survivors to work for the shelter. Build a management system with the shelter talent unit as the core, and use appropriate talent units to restrain the survivors, suppress the unfavorable factors among the survivors, and guide them to work harder for the shelter. Su-yi, on the other hand, stays behind the scenes, limiting the survivors' opportunities to contact Su-yi and ensuring that only the most loyal talents are around Su-yi. As long as we form a perfect shelter management mechanism and form a pyramid system with gentlemen as the top priority, talents as the secondary priority, and survivors as the people, we can ensure the safety of gentlemen's lives while also taking into account the rapid development and growth of the shelter. Jiang Xiaozi said softly, as the so-called boss behind the scenes, you don't need to do anything yourself, you just need to give orders and arrange for others to do it. When no one can reach you, your safety is naturally guaranteed, naturally, you don't need to worry about people's ill intentions. Jiang Xiaozi's words made Su-yi ponder slightly, this system sounds a bit familiar. Isn't this the emperor in ancient times? Sir, you can understand it that way. Jiang Xiaozi's smile made Su-yi's heart beat fast. This woman is going to put a yellow robe on herself. But seriously speaking, what Jiang Xiaozi said is indeed right. If we want to satisfy Su-yi's vigilance while also taking into account the development and growth of the shelter, then this is the only way to go. Let's give it a try first. No one can predict the future. Su-yi did not agree directly, but promised to let Jiang Xiaozi arrange it according to this method first. I'll make arrangements. Jiang Xiaozi nodded and reminded him, Sir, the food is cold. I'll go heat it up for you. No, just eat it like this. Su-yi waved his hand, feeling that he was being a little extravagant. After many days of the apocalypse, most of the food in the city has rotted and even the drinking water has become smelly. Most humans are running out of food and water, so how can they enjoy the delicacies before the end of the world like they did? Although these were just some daily meals, Suyi's treatment was far better than that of most survivors in the city. After lunch, Jiang Xiaozi got up to clean up the dishes, then said goodbye to Suyi. She was going to continue tidying up and planning the entire building. Since Suyi wanted to use this place as her foundation, she naturally had the obligation to take charge of the remaining details. In the afternoon, Jiang Xiaozi was busy tidying up the building, Lin Yue went out to explore, and Lin Yue was still in the research room tinkering with the technology tree project. In the entire residential building, Suyi was the only one left with nothing to do. I really feel a bit like an emperor. Suyi was taking a nap in bed, feeling the cool air coming from the refrigerator. He sighed in his heart, I am responsible for giving orders, and talents are responsible for implementation. This feels really good. In a daze after eating and drinking, Suyi slept for a while. When he woke up, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. There is really no way to kill this empty time as a stay-at-home. After all, there are no computers or mobile phones for entertainment. Suyi can only find something new to do to kill time. Let's check the trading platform and see if we can buy some more bullets. Suyi opened the information interface of the shelter and was about to open the trading platform when he suddenly discovered that there were many new rankings in today's shelter ranking module. In addition to the 3 lists of shelter level list, talent list, and exploration mission list. There are also more, such as the shelter material reserve list, only calculate the income of dispatch missions, the shelter destroyed, killed enemies list, the shelter equipment list, only calculate the shelter equipment, and the survival score list. There are so many densely packed lists that there are at least a dozen of them. Suyi took a quick look and found that he actually occupied the first place on 5 lists. They are first in the talent list, first in the level list, first in the exploration mission list, first in the material reserves list, and first in the equipment list. Am I so amazing? Suyi blinked. It was the first time he realized that his shelter was so powerful. It has been less than a week since the first round of Doomsday began, and I have already won the first place in the 5 lists. The more rankings you have, the better. Because after the end of the current round, the mysterious being will distribute rewards based on the rankings on the leaderboard. The higher the ranking, the better the rewards will be, and the easier it will be to form a huge snowball-like advantage. Let me see the rest of the list. Hiss, this number 1 on the enemy kill list is too exaggerated. Suyi's eyes widened as he saw the data of the number 1 on the kill list, which read, 161 shelters destroyed. This list is almost the same as the PK list in the game. Anyone who can make the list is a battle maniac. But you have to know that this is the real world. Although there are doomsday game mechanisms, the people killed are all living humans. Destroying 161 shelters means this man killed at least 161 people, possibly more. It's only been a few days since the apocalypse began, and you've killed so many people. I don't believe that all the people you met were enemies. Suyi murmured, I'm afraid, this is a murderer. Whether he kills for fun or wants to gain more survival points through this method, it means that this person is extremely dangerous. Suyi was alert and kept the name of the first on the enemy killing list firmly in his mind. Little White Bear Shelter. It seems like a cute name, but what this guy does is not cute at all. What I have seen now are only the city region lists. I am not clear about the situation nationwide or even worldwide. But if we take a small example, if there is such a murderer in Jinling City, the rest of the country may not be much better. It really is the end of the world. There are natural disasters everywhere, and there are also many man-made disasters. It's difficult. Suyi shook his head and looked at his ranking. He was ranked 53,688th in the kill list and had destroyed 1 shelter. This means that at least 50,000 people destroyed other people's shelters. This is just the beginning, and this number will surely continue to increase in the future. Let's take a look at the rankings again. Well, I'm ranked after 100,000. It's not counted in the specific ranking. Suyi widened his eyes and couldn't help rolling his eyes. After his points were consumed, only 6 points were left out of thousands of survival points. 6 points were indeed too few, but Sui felt that this would not lead to him being ranked in the terrifying ranking range after 100,000. Could it be that at least 100,000 survivors in the city have mastered the method of obtaining points? They either have talent or they are earning points in some other way. Sui held his chin and glanced at the first place in the standings. Little White Bear Shelter, current points, 12,620 points. More than 12,000 survival points. If you include the portion he might have spent, this guy's accumulated points are likely to exceed the 20,000 point mark. This guy is really a tough guy. Judging from the number of shelters he destroyed, he must have at least 16,000 points. The fact that his ranking data is less than this now shows that he has spent some time. His strength should definitely not be underestimated. Sui frowned. It was really a headache to have such a murderer in the city and no specific signs were known yet. Especially for someone as vigilant as Sui, he could already feel that familiar feeling of oppression coming back again. The sense of relief he had just experienced for less than a day suddenly disappeared without a trace, and was replaced by the strong sense of crisis that still loomed in his heart. This guy has so many points, but the shelter is still level 0. This is the most dangerous situation. How could someone with so many points fail to meet the requirements for upgrading the shelter? Impossible. He must have deliberately suppressed the level of the shelter. He has another hidden card that no one else knows about. Where is this guy? He shouldn't be very close to me, right? The more Sui thought about it, the more frightened he became. He quickly and silently closed the ranking data, quickly logged into the trading platform, and began searching for orders related to weapons and bullets. After searching through the screening criteria, Sui was surprised to find that the prices of related orders today had soared several times. The day before yesterday, he was able to buy 100 rounds of ammunition with just a few bottles of ice water and some medicine. Today, the seller's reply was indeed, the price is not enough. The minimum bid the seller wants is 10 bottles of ice water, plus 20 kilograms of storable food or 20 boxes of common medicines. So many supplies can only be exchanged for 100 rounds of the most common pistol bullets. As for the other bullets, they are not for sale. I don't even sell grenades. Only pistol bullets, pistols, and bulletproof vests are for sale. Sui consulted several sellers and found that the prices were almost the same. It seemed like within just one day, this group of people had discussed it beforehand and started raising the price one after another. Strange, why has the price become so much more expensive? Sui frowned. He opened the city area chat channel, searched for keywords such as weapons and bullets, and checked the chat history information. He actually found some clues. It's so annoying. Bullets are so expensive today. I can't afford them at all. I finally saved up some resources to buy a gun for self-defense, but it's not enough. It is said that there have been too many gunfights in the city in the past 2 days, mostly due to fighting for supplies, and some people even deliberately massacred weak shelters. The sellers who control the guns decided to control the shipment volume, not wanting humans to kill each other. Nonsense. I don't believe this reason. They clearly want to gain power by themselves. That's not the case. There are still good people out there. My female neighbor next door was rescued by a rescue team yesterday. Unfortunately, their supplies are limited, and they can't save too many people. People's minds are hard to predict at the end of the world. Hey, I feel more and more that there is no difference between the post-apocalypse and the pre-apocalypse. Brother, what do you mean by that? Just think about it, before the apocalypse, I worked hard for decades to buy a house, but the house price kept rising every year, and I was always just a little short of buying a house. After the apocalypse, I worked hard to save up resources to buy a gun for self-defense, but I was always just a little short of buying it. Tell me honestly, is it the same before and after the apocalypse? Has my situation changed at all? I'm still at the bottom of society. Then the end of the world has come in vain. The survivors in the urban area complained about this problem yesterday, but Sui was resting after the battle and did not notice it immediately. Originally, during the last few days of the apocalypse, the survivors in the city had initially gotten used to using online trading platforms to communicate with each other and exchange urgently needed supplies to increase the overall hope of survival. There are even some kind-hearted people who are distributing supplies for free or selling supplies at low prices to help others. but it didn't take long before the atmosphere of the entire trading market changed. The saints are gone, the low-priced supplies are gone. Whether it's drinking water, food, or even weapons and equipment, the prices have increased several times. The more necessary a hard currency commodity is for survival, the more expensive it is. Non-essential items for survival, such as toilet paper, toothbrushes, and cigarettes, are very cheap, but no one is interested in buying them. Everyone is now at a critical moment of life and death. We are all worried about our next meal. Who would care about the quality of life? Sui was also troubled by this problem. The cost he originally used for the transaction was ice water, but now it seems that ice water is no longer a necessity in the eyes of the survivors in the city. After all, there is too little ice water. Currently, only Sui can produce it stably, but only 10 bottles a day. Even if all these 10 bottles were sold, compared with the demand market in the entire city, they would be just a drop of water under the scorching sun and would have no effect at all. People have long regarded ice water as a special scarce commodity, a kind of luxury item, and the demand for it has dropped rapidly. Do you think I should exchange the food that is about to expire for the bullets? Sui pondered and tried to communicate with the sellers, but found that they were quite picky. Many foods that are not easy to store are not expensive at all, only half the price of foods that are easy to store. It's only been a few days, how come everyone has become so smart? You're all just trying to get a bargain, right? Fine, I won't buy it. Sui gave up. He didn't want to suffer a loss. Besides, Sui already had a rifle with unlimited bullets, so his demand for weapons and equipment was not too urgent, so there was no need for him to be the scapegoat. But I have to buy something, right? Sui looked at the list on the table, on which Jiang Xiaozi had listed some of the foods that were about to expire and spoil last night. It would be a huge waste if these things are not disposed of in time and allowed to rot. Eat. Totally can't finish it. There were only 4 people in the shelter, but the amount of supplies stored there was enough for dozens of people to survive for a week. Even if Sui let everyone eat as much as they wanted, they wouldn't be able to finish making all this food. After all, except Sui, the other 3 people are all women. How much can a woman eat? The one who eats the most is Lin Yue. If you can't do that, just buy some cigarettes or something. They're cheap, and I haven't smoked in a few days. Sui pondered over it and felt that it was a bit of a waste to do so. While others are still worrying about going hungry, I am already considering whether to stock up on a few packs of cigarettes to satisfy my spiritual needs. Just when Sui was thinking about what to buy, suddenly there was a burst of noisy voices coming from downstairs. It sounds like there are a lot of people gathered downstairs. What's going on? Sui was startled. He rushed to the window, lifted the gap in the curtains and looked down. He saw a group of women standing downstairs. They were the women he had driven out yesterday and were also one of the original residents of the building. You've gone and come back. Sui frowned, and his eyes noticed that Lin Yue was also standing among the group of women. She faced the crowd with a gun, seemingly trying to calm the women, then turned and walked towards the residential building, opening the door using the special method Li Yue taught her. After a while, the sound of Lin Yue coming up the stairs came from the corridor outside the door. At the same time, new prompt information appeared in front of Sui. Attention! The talent unit Lin Yue you dispatched outside has triggered a special event and returned to the shelter in advance. Trigger a special event and return early. Sui raised his eyebrows and murmured, is this another new mechanism? If we return early, will the amount of materials explored be affected? Sui was not sure. He currently did not fully understand the mechanism of dispatching exploration. Judging from the behavior of Lin Yue in bringing back this group of women, the dispatch mission seems to be similar to the survivors looking for supplies outside. The dispatched people will search for supplies within a certain range, and the surviving humans do not need to do it themselves. After a while, Lin Yue pushed open the door and appeared in front of Sui. Chief. Lin Yue spoke in a clear voice and saluted Sui. It's not even dark yet, why are you back early? Sui looked at Lin Yue calmly, what happened? Yes, Chief. Lin Yue took a deep breath, suppressed the tension in her heart, and reported tentatively, while I was on the way to perform the mission, I found a group of thugs not far from the shelter committing brutal acts against a group of innocent women. As a soldier, I have the duty to protect the people, so you fought off the thugs and brought back the women. Sui opened the curtain again, glanced down, and said in a light tone, you should know that I was the one who drove them out. I know, Chief. Lin Yue lowered her head, her tone a little hesitant, and she tried to explain the matter. I don't want to disobey the commander's order, it's just that they are really pitiful. I know that when it comes to carrying out a mission, there can be no unnecessary softness or kindness. But Miss Jiang mentioned to me last night that if we meet the right person during a mission, we can bring him back to the shelter. She said that our shelter also needs more fresh blood. She didn't specify which ones she wanted, so, I feel sorry for them, Chief, I'm sorry. Lin Yue lowered her head. The more she spoke, the less confident she became. She became dejected. I'll let them go now. That's not necessary. Sui waved his hand and sighed slightly. It seems that Jiang Xiaozi is smart. He has been thinking about the plan to develop the shelter since last night, and he is sure that he can successfully convince himself today. At the same time, Jiang Xiaozi also saw Lin Yue's character. Although Lin Yue was a talent unit in the shelter, in Suyi's eyes, he was no different from a living person. He repeatedly believed that this group of talents were essentially no different from humans, and Lin Yue's talent background was that of a Chinese military man. From this point of view, Lin Yue is fully aware and willing to step forward to help the weak. Dare to sacrifice and protect the people. These 8 words are the best description of Chinese soldiers. She did this, and Sui had no way to say anything, because everyone has their own characteristics. If it weren't for what Jiang Xiaozi said at noon, Sui would at most ask Lin Yue to drive these women away again. But now, it's different. Go find Jiang Xiaozi. Sui turned around, closed the curtains, and said softly, she will take care of these women. Commander, will we kill them? Lin Yue was a little nervous and held the rifle tightly in her hand. Sui noticed her little movement and couldn't help but laugh. Lin Yue, if I ask you to kill them, will you do it? Commander, I don't know. Lin Yue suddenly panicked. She widened her beautiful eyes and stared at Sui in disbelief. She couldn't believe that the person she was loyal to would be a cruel tyrant. Can you shoot? Military orders are as heavy as a mountain. Lin Yue's body was stiff, and he murmured, I will die to atone for my sins. She could not accept that she might shoot innocent people, which went against her principles as a soldier. You seem conflicted. Sui smiled and said, I won't give this order. Go find Jiang Xiaozi. She will take in these women. She knows how to arrange it. Commander, You agreed. Lin Yue was immediately pleasantly surprised, and looked at Sui with sparkling eyes, her expression full of surprise. Do I look like a murderer? Sui was puzzled. Lin Yue opened his mouth and shook his head fiercely. No, you are not, you are the greatest leader in my mind. Being able to lend a helping hand to innocent people even when they are in the most difficult circumstances. Such behavior is most impressive to Chinese soldiers. Okay, I'm not great, I also have my own plans. Sui waved his hands. He was not as good as Lin Yue said. There are too many supplies in the shelter now. Instead of wasting them, it would be better to employ more people to work. Rather than raising a group of men, it is better to raise a group of women. The threats and variables will be slightly lower. Go ahead and find Jiang Xiaozi. Yes, Chief. Lin Yue turned and left excitedly. She wanted to tell the poor women downstairs the good news. Am I taking advantage of this? Sui looked downstairs through the curtains and murmured, but at least I can provide security. It can only be regarded as a matter of mutual benefit. Come to think of it, I'm actually not that bad. The apocalypse hasn't completely changed me. Before Sui finished talking to himself, a new prompt message suddenly popped up in front of him. Congratulations. You have completed a special event for the dispatch mission. Your talent unit, Lin Yue, is greatly motivated and gains a new talent characteristic, My Faith. My Faith, talent characteristics. She has received enough motivation, and the people she is loyal to have strengthened her faith and pursuit. She has the opportunity to break through and become a higher level of talent. Why? Sui was stunned, a little overjoyed. There is an unexpected surprise. A special event can also be like a mission being completed. And there are rewards. Is it because I satisfied the spiritual needs of the talents that they became stronger? I made a profit this time. Sui smiled happily. Not only did he get a group of hard workers for free, but it also allowed Lin Yue to grow. As Lin Yue is the only military force in the shelter at present, Sui naturally hopes that she will be as strong as possible. Lin Yue is currently at sea level. If he can become stronger, he can break through to B level, right? I'm really looking forward to it, but I don't know when this feature will take effect. Sui looked outside the building. Sisterly, do you think will he agree to let us go home? Outside the building, among more than a dozen women, a girl in her early 20s spoke timidly. Her pretty face was pale, there were shocking crimson pinch marks on her neck, and her shabby clothes were in tatters. Even though there was a scorching red sun overhead and the temperature around her was so hot that even stripping naked would result in heat stroke, the girl still struggled to pull at her torn clothes, trying her best to cover more skin. She was terrified, so terrified that she still felt cold in the intense heat. I guess. I don't know. An aunt in her 40s looked tired. She looked at the sisters around her, hugged the girl with some distress, and comforted her softly, don't be afraid. I don't think that boy is a bad person. He chased away the bastard surnamed Li, so he can be considered our savior. Whether he lets us go home or not, at least he didn't hurt us. It's just a pity for Xiao Wang. If she were still alive. Sister Li took a deep breath, her expression gloomy. The girl in her arms couldn't help sobbing, tears couldn't stop falling, and the women around her also had deep resentment on their faces when they heard this. If he won't let us in, where are we supposed to go? Someone spoke in a low voice, with despair and a determination to die in his eyes. Have no idea. A girl shook her head, with deep hesitation in her eyes, maybe, I will really die. They have tried it, and since they were driven away yesterday, they have seen the chaotic outside world. Outside there was only scorching heat and villains. Countless pairs of eyes from the darkness were staring at this group of women. They had just slept together in the subway station last night, and now 3 of them were missing. 3 women disappeared innocently in the dark night, and no one knew what happened to them. The remaining women didn't dare to stay in the subway station any longer, but when they walked out of the subway station and faced the daytime sun, they were so hot that they almost fainted and had no idea where to go. They walked aimlessly with fear and anxiety in their hearts. Unknowingly, the women returned to the vicinity of the residential building not long ago, but they encountered a group of men who were out searching for supplies and were surrounded on the spot. This group of men tried to forcibly abduct the women. Once taken away by them, they might end up becoming new slaves. At the most desperate moment, Lin Yue appeared, drove away the group of thugs, and took them to the downstairs of the residential building. The girl with the rifle said her commander might be willing to take them in. Chief, this is a title that makes people feel at ease unconsciously. This girl must be a soldier, and her leader must have the same sense of security as a soldier. The women didn't know and could only guess confusedly in their hearts. Here she comes. She's out. A woman suddenly screamed, and the girls looked up and saw that the door of the building in front of them had been opened. Lin Yue walked out with a rifle on his back and a serious face. The girls noticed that there was a beautiful woman in a qipao in front of Lin Yue, and Lin Yue seemed to be leading with her. You are the new friends that Lin Yue brought back, right? Jiang Xiaozi's voice was very gentle. She walked forward and naturally took Sister Li's hands. Are you Sister Li? I heard Lin Yue mention you. You have always taken care of the girls. You are really a great sister. I. Sister Li was stunned, not knowing what to say. But fortunately, there was no danger along the way, and you finally came back. Jiang Xiaozi pulled Sister Li and called out to the girls, what are you still standing there for? Come home with me. Go home. A girl in the crowd timidly said, won't that man chase us away? He chased us away yesterday. He didn't seem to welcome us. Are you talking about Mr. Su? Jiang Xiaozi looked at the girl and explained gently, I asked you to leave yesterday because I was worried that there were still thugs hiding in the building. In order to eliminate the threats in our home, Mr. Su was forced to let you stay outside for a night. But now it has been confirmed that there is no danger in this building, so Mr. Su will send Lin Yue out to look for you as soon as the sun rises. Speaking of which, it was indeed Mr. Su who did something inappropriate. I want to apologize to the sisters on his behalf. Jiang Xiaozi spoke very sincerely, with an expression of apology on her beautiful face. Lin Yue felt a little uncomfortable standing aside. She was not used to being a character in a lie. Although the reasons Jiang Xiaozi gave were a bit far-fetched, in today's chaotic and dark world, even the most far-fetched reasons would be accepted by people. As long as you can survive. Really? Sister Li was a little surprised. She looked at Jiang Xiaozi with gratitude. You are really good people. When those soldiers showed up yesterday and killed those bastards surnamed Li, I knew you were good people. And all of you are girls, except Su. Yes, Mr. Su, he is the only man. The man you guys are following is definitely not a bad guy. Sister Li's words were a little disorganized. She was very excited at the moment. Being able to return to one's original home without having to worry outside is the survival instinct of all human beings. Come back with me and have a good rest. I have prepared food and water. Jiang Xiaozi paused and smiled gently. You can still take a bath. In this weather, there is a ready-made hot bath. Bath. The women's eyes lit up. They hadn't taken a bath for many days. Ever since the men surnamed Li occupied the entire building, they have been abused every day and can only eat the leftovers left by that group of men. Delicious food and hot showers, even though I had experienced these things a week ago, they now seemed like centuries ago. Okay, let's go home. Sister Li nodded excitedly, and followed Jiang Xiaozi into the building with her sisters. Lin Yue watched from the side, her eyes mostly focused on Jiang Xiaozi. Lin Yue muttered, no wonder the leader values her, she is such a cunning woman. Jiang Xiaozi turned around, Ms. Lin, what are you talking about? Nothing. Lin Yue waved her hands quickly, it was just hallucination, I didn't say anything. Really? Maybe I'm a little tired. Jiang Xiaozi turned around with a smile, and Lin Yue was so scared that she quickly stuck out her tongue. Oh my god, this woman's ears are so sensitive. Jiang Xiaozi was very efficient. She brought the women back to the building and arranged accommodation for everyone in just half an hour. They originally lived in the same building, but they lived in different floors and rooms. Jiang Xiaozi did not let the women live together, but asked them to go back to their own homes, clean up the messy houses after the battle, and personally deliver water and food to every household. After enjoying a fairly sumptuous meal, the women took turns washing off the dirt on their bodies in the bathtub on the second floor and changing into their own clothes. In a trance, they seemed to have returned to the time before the end of the world. Apart from the fact that the weather was so hot that it made people dizzy, it seemed as if none of the horrors had happened. But soon, Jiang Xiaozi broke the illusion and gathered the women in the lobby on the first floor. Sisters, everyone should be clear about the situation outside now. Jiang Xiaozi looked at the 12 women in front of him and spoke calmly, the end of the world has come. This is reality. Humanity must stick together to survive. As a woman, I understand better than anyone that under this disaster, the status of women will drop sharply and their survival will not be guaranteed. Although Mr. Su was a man, he was also a benevolent leader who cleared our homes and provided food, water, and safety. This is an extremely rare and precious thing in the doomsday survival environment. Jiang Xiaozi's tone gradually became serious. In order to protect this peace and harmony, I hope that the sisters can unite together to protect our home. Only by uniting can we survive the apocalypse. I don't want anyone to destroy my home, and I don't want anyone to still miss the concept of peacetime. Throw away all your pride. Put away your princess syndrome. Live your life seriously. Jiang Xiaozi's words were very plain and simple, but they still made the women in front of him burst into tears. They have suffered and are more adapted to this sudden doomsday than anyone else. Ms. Jiang, defending our homeland means that do we need to fight? In the crowd, a little girl timidly said, I've never fought with anyone. No, you don't need to take risks. Jiang Xiaozi smiled at her gently, comforting her anxious heart. As for the battle, Mr. Su will arrange someone to protect us. In our shelter, everyone has their own duties. For example, Miss Lin Yue is our warrior. She will naturally do the dangerous work. Jiang Xiaozi looked at Lin Yue, who was standing beside him with a gun, and asked with a smile, right, Miss Lin Yue? You will protect us, right? Make sure to complete the mission. Lin Yue stood at attention with a snap, head held high and chest puffed out, her pretty face extremely serious, protecting people's lives and safety. It is my duty and responsibility. This familiar firm emphasis and almost roaring declaration gave every woman a strong sense of security. The declaration made by Chinese soldiers is not just a slogan, it is a traditional quality and instinctive cognition that has been tested by war. So, you don't need to participate in any possible battles. Jiang Xiaozi turned to the women again and said with a smile, "Of course, we can't keep idle people in the shelter. We all have to contribute our own strength to make our homes safer. For example, cleaning the building, doing laundry and cooking, moving supplies, and helping Lin Yue to renovate and repair the building's defense measures and traps. Doing some work to prepare for a rainy day will naturally and effectively improve the shelter's ability to resist danger when it comes. Before that, I will make detailed division of labor and arrangements based on everyone's expertise and specialties. Everyone doesn't need to be nervous. Just think of it as finding a job with food and accommodation provided. If you think this way, won't you feel more relaxed?" Jiang Xiaozi is very good at controlling the situation. With just a few words from her, the women's emotions gradually calmed down, and their faces showed a look of longing and anticipation for a stable life. At this moment, Lin Yue suddenly slapped his head and lowered his voice. "Oh no, Miss Jiang, I seem to have forgotten something. I have to report to the chief immediately." Sui stood by the upstairs window and could see from afar Jiang Xiaozi lecturing the women downstairs. Although I couldn't hear clearly what Jiang Xiaozi said, from everyone's expressions, it seemed that this group of women had been successfully appeased and they began to trust Jiang Xiaozi. What a woman who is good at management. She is indeed an A-level talent. Sui murmured. He looked up at the red sun that was gradually setting. The entire sky was painted deep red, revealing a strong sense of depression and stuffiness. It's been almost a week, why haven't we seen any rescue efforts? If foreign military forces collapse due to sudden disasters, in China, it seems that the probability of this happening is very low. Where are the soldiers? There are millions of regular troops, city security forces, armed police, special police and militia. This is almost more than 10 million combat-ready soldiers, not to mention the veterans who retire every year. Why are they all silent? Sui frowned. This was the biggest confusion buried in his heart. Like all ordinary Chinese people, he always had the thought of waiting for rescue in his heart at the first moment of doomsday. Sui even struggled with the question of whether he should follow the country or stay in the shelter if rescue forces came. Now it's okay, no need to worry, there is no rescue force at all. Not to mention the army, there is almost no news about the police, and there is even no trace of official political power. In the entire city's chat channels, there are only a few shelters claiming to be police officers who are taking in homeless survivors. Apart from this, there is no other relevant information or clues. This is extremely unreasonable. As far as I know, there is a military district next to Jinling City. The military strength of this city is not weak. The first round of doomsday disasters was just a high-temperature climate, not a sudden attack by cosmic monsters. How could the human military power disappear? Sui couldn't figure it out. He had already made a simple estimate and speculation in his mind. Even if the advent of the doomsday game causes the failure of high-tech items of mankind around the world, communication means, aircraft, tanks, satellites, drones, etc. will all be unusable. But we still have people. Soldiers are also people. Even if they are unarmed or armed with cold weapons, they are still a terrifying force that cannot be underestimated. Given the temperament of Chinese soldiers, it is impossible for them to be invisible in the face of a great disaster. There must be something hidden here that I don't know. Is it caused by the doomsday game mechanism? Sui pondered for a moment, frowning. The derivative disaster destroyed the country's military power. That's impossible. There are so many soldiers scattered everywhere, how can they all be captured in one fell swoop? Even if we killed them all, at least we notified them. Based on the current situation, the mechanism of the doomsday game is not a random massacre. There is no reason for the mysterious existence to directly evaporate these military personnel and political forces. And it's a heat wave right now. Although 70-degree weather is terrible, it's not enough to kill people for even a second. Where did these people go? Strangeness. Sui murmured, last time the mysterious existence reported the number of casualties worldwide, could it be that among the 1.3 billion people who died, there were politicians and soldiers from various countries? Sui couldn't understand it and had no channels to obtain relevant information. His only way to contact the outside world at the moment is through the city area communication channel provided by a mysterious entity, which is similar to a game chat interface. But on this, every day there are only various messages asking for help, transaction information, and size of desperate people, and there is very little useful information. I always feel that there is an invisible force that is deliberately suppressing the self-help and error-correcting capabilities of human civilization. Does that mysterious guy want to see how humans struggle to survive in a situation of complete chaos? It's like watching a nobleman fighting desperately against a trapped beast. It's admiring the despair of human beings. Sui sat on the bed, feeling uneasy. He is now in a relatively safe environment, and his thoughts have naturally become more profound. But the more Sui thought about it, he realized that this sudden doomsday game was full of inexplicable mysteries. Chief, are you there? Lin Yue's voice came from outside the room, breaking Sui's thoughts. Come in. Yes. Lin Yue pushed the door open and saluted Sui. Chief, I have important information to report. Well, go ahead. Sui nodded. Lin Yue sorted out his words and said in a deep voice, during my mission just now, I found a large supermarket that was unattended. After exploring, I found that there was no one guarding it, and some of the supplies had been emptied. But there are still a lot of supplies left inside. I can't take too many supplies away by myself, so I asked the chief, should I focus on collecting supplies in this large supermarket next? A large supermarket with no one in it. Sui was stunned and touched his chin. It can't be a trap, right? In such a chaotic situation, no one can eat enough, and the streets are full of hungry ghosts who are risking death from the heat to find food. There are supermarkets that are still unoccupied. This shouldn't happen. If someone discovered it, it would be emptied immediately. Commander, it shouldn't be a trap. I checked it carefully. Lin Yue shook his head and said seriously, but there are traces of a fight in the supermarket, with corpses and blood left behind. The time of death is probably within the past 2 days. Based on the situation at the scene, someone probably attacked and killed the supermarket owner and the indigenous people, and then took away some supplies. I think the murderer will continue to come to the supermarket to move supplies in the next few days. So, you want to snatch food from the tiger's mouth? Sui frowned. It's a bit risky. Commander, they don't have guns. Lin Yue said in a deep voice, the weapons used to kill people are all sharp weapons. 90% of them are regular commercial props. There is no military equipment. There are 8 dead bodies and the fight was fierce. It is estimated that there are about 10 to 15 perpetrators. Including the potential backup forces, there are no more than 30 people. And I have it. Lin Yue patted the rifle behind him, his tone revealing extremely strong confidence. 1 versus 30. 1 gun is enough. That's okay. Sui blinked and sighed inwardly. Lin Yue's character background is worthy of being a template for Chinese soldiers. It really is. I am invincible. The possible 30-odd enemy seemed insignificant to her, and she was still thinking about the large supermarkets that had been occupied by others. Lin Yue, I don't want anything to happen to you. Are you sure you can do it? Sui was also very tempted. Now that the gathering place had just received a group of people, it would definitely be necessary to stockpile more supplies to cope with the consumption. Jiang Xiaozi is confident that he can train these women to become qualified residents of the shelter, but the prerequisite is that Sui can feed so many people. I'm 100% sure that I can definitely win. I mean, I don't want to see you get hurt. You won't get hurt at all. Lin Yue raised his head, his tone calm and firm. A group of thugs without professional equipment, they don't even have the qualifications to see me. Wow. Judging from the tone, you are the queen of female soldiers. Sui smiled. Lin Yue did have some strength of a soldier king. He had witnessed it with his own eyes. Okay, I agree. You can come up with the battle plan yourself. I'm not a professional. But I suggest you go to Jiang Xiaozi for some advice. She is very smart and can help you. Also, notify Lin Yue and try to make you some more useful gadgets. Sui paused and reminded, don't be anxious, make more preparations, I can't lose you. Sui said this very sincerely. It has nothing to do with love. He really cannot lose Lin Yue. She is too important. Guaranteed to return victorious. Lin Yue saluted and then turned and left. After getting permission, she immediately found Lin Yue, who was in the research room, and together with Jiang Xiaozi, she sought a good strategy to defeat the enemy and a plan to transport supplies. The three women stayed together for about an hour before they started to separate. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Sui watched from the window as Lin Yue, Jiang Xiaozi, and 12 women left the building in a mighty manner. Wow, they came out in full force. Except for Lin Yue and Sui, Lin Yue brought all the women out. Each of them held a simple steel spear and wooden shield that Lin Yue had quickly made in the research room. With all the equipment in hand, they could be considered to have some combat effectiveness. I reminded her not to be too anxious, right? Sui was a little uneasy, muttering, it's already night, are they going to attack at night? What a daring bunch of women. 8 o'clock in the evening. Jiang Xiaozi took the girls walking on the streets at night. There were several flashlights in the team, as well as simple torches made by Lin Yue, so there was no need to worry about lighting at night. The most unbearable thing is still the hot climate. The girls are wearing a lot of clothes, wrapping themselves tightly, and even wearing masks on their faces. At first glance, it seemed like everyone was spending winter, with some even wearing down jackets. This is the way Lin Yue teaches everyone to keep warm. By wearing multiple layers of clothing, you can increase the air layer to provide better insulation. For your inner layer, choose a moisture-wicking fabric like cotton or high-tech synthetics to keep your skin dry, while for your outer layer, choose a thicker material to block out heat. It turns out that this is indeed effective. Although everyone is sweating profusely with their clothes on, it is better than exposing their skin to direct contact with 70-degree high temperatures. But even so, everyone still felt dizzy. The high-temperature doomsday lasted for many days, and everyone still found it difficult to adapt. Hold on a little longer. Jiang Xiaozi gave everyone a sip of ice water to lower their body temperature, and at the same time comforted and boosted morale. Sisters, we are not in a peaceful era now, we can't rely on men, let's unite ourselves. After this transportation of supplies is completed, I will propose to Mr. Su that we distribute more basic daily necessities to everyone. In addition, this time we are not just carrying food, things like sanitary napkins and thermal insulation materials are also essential items. Jiang Xiaozi's words made the girls' eyes light up. They are all women, and their lives are a little more troublesome than men's. If we can live in the doomsday environment just like in peacetime, it would be the greatest happiness. Jiang Xiaozi did not lie, she did plan to move more supplies other than food. After all, the high temperature has been going on for many days now, and most of the food except canned food has rotted. Instead of looking for something edible among a bunch of junk, it is better to take more other essential supplies and prepare for a protracted war. Are we just going to carry supplies? One girl looked at the steel spear and shield in her hand and said hesitantly, I feel like we are going to war. It's just for self-defense. We won't be used in real battles. Jiang Xiaozi comforted them and took the initiative to walk in front of the team. After a while, everyone arrived at a large supermarket 6 blocks away. This is a 7-story city shopping mall with a broken door, a mess of garbage in front of the door, and dried blood all over the walls. The shopping mall was already empty. Jiang Xiaozi led the timid and frightened women into the building, found the signpost, and went straight to the underground supermarket to carry out the transportation. The women were a little timid at first, fearing that a group of thugs would suddenly appear and surround them. But as time passed, everyone was attracted by the diverse material reserves in the building and began to collect and transport them diligently. Everyone knows that the more things you move back home, the less pressure you will have to survive. Now everyone is working hard for their own survival and no one dares to be negligent. Jiang Xiaozi directed the women to continuously move the supplies out of the building, and when there was enough, they would carry them back together. Put heavy, bulky items at the bottom of your cart. With multiple shopping carts connected together, we will have to pull a lot of carts by ourselves. Is there a delivery point nearby? Go get 2 people and bring the delivery point's transport truck over here. It's a great tool for transporting supplies. Jiang Xiaozi directed the women, and at the same time she glanced at the chaotic streets and sighed slightly. Because the apocalypse broke out so suddenly, everyone was sent back to their own shelters at the same time, causing the streets to be filled with crooked cars crashing into each other. Even if she asked Lin Yue to open the lock and get a truck, she wouldn't be able to drive in the car. It seems that we will have to trouble everyone to carry it a few more times. Such a large supermarket has a lot of things that can be useful to us. I guess we can't move them all in one night. Jiang Xiaozi murmured, and she looked up again into the darkness around her. Jiang Xiaozi's sixth sense told her that she seemed to be being targeted. The women lit torches and flashlights in the dark, and they were as bright as fireflies in the dark. Deep in the darkness, there seemed to be evil eyes staring at the women greedily. The bait has been laid, but the prey hasn't appeared yet. Jiang Xiaozi raised her eyebrows. She used herself as bait in order to provide Lin Yue with the best sniping environment. In order to take Lin Yue's sniping perspective into consideration, she even placed the gathering place at the entrance of a spacious shopping mall and placed a number of simple torches around it. This is the only light in the darkness, and it will definitely attract predators who come to this shopping mall. Look, boss, there's a fire over there. At the end of the dark street, under the cover of several abandoned cars, the sound of people whispering could be heard. Keep the flashlight low so those guys don't see it. Is Xiaolin back? What's going on over there? I'm back, Brother Lu, there's a group of women over there. I looked, there are no men. They're all women. Oh. Are there still women who dare to come out now? Brother Lu touched his big bald head, bent over and squatted behind the car, smiling meaningfully. A group of women who hugged each other are also lambs. It looks like we have to have meat tonight. Brother, don't be so careless. A young man next to him adjusted the frame of his glasses and lowered his voice. Anything can happen these days, and a boat can capsize in the gutter. Let's observe for a while. Brother Lu is right. Let's take a look. The men around him echoed the sentiment. It seemed that the young man with glasses had a very high status in everyone's mind. Okay, let's see. Brother Lu nodded, and everyone waited for another hour with great patience. They hid in the dark and watched as the women carried out more and more supplies from the supermarket, filling up one trolley after another. Brother Lu, I think it's almost time. These women seem to want to go back. If you don't act now, the cooked duck will fly away. Brother Lu, I want to sleep with a woman tonight, please, my child is starving. The men were getting impatient, and many of them spoke in hoarse voices. Brother, what do you think? Big Brother Lu looked at his younger brother, and little Brother Lu touched his chin. Brother, I just thought about it, where did these women come from? I recalled the intelligence information I collected recently. It is said that there was a gunfight in a residential area nearby not long ago, and there seemed to be the movement of grenades. Then a group of women were seen being chased out, and I suspect that was the group of women. After some analysis, Brother Lu finally made a judgment. They probably don't have any companions. They are probably just a group of women. Although they all have some weapons, women are still women after all. They are not good enough to fight. I think we can take them down, but we have to be quick because the guys from the next few blocks are also eyeing this mall. I'm afraid if I'm slow, someone will take advantage of me. Everyone nodded in agreement with Brother Lu's analysis. Brother Lu's analysis is spot on. We really need to make a quick decision and not let down our guard just because our opponent is a woman. If these women are robbed by someone, I will definitely not be able to sleep at night. It will be more painful than death. We've agreed in advance that this most beautiful one will go to Big Brother Lu. We'll divide the others. If there's not enough, we'll take turns sleeping on them. Is that okay with everyone? Someone proposed a distribution plan, and the rest of the men agreed. Big Brother Lu frowned and scolded, "You haven't succeeded yet, why are you in such a hurry? Even if we have to separate, it should be the one who wears the cheongsam that my brother sleeps with. The prettiest one must be the one with the best brains." Elder brother. Brother Lu looked at Brother Lu with a touching look on his face. Brother Lu patted him on the shoulder and said, "I am very strong, but you are smart. Of course you eat the best. I hope you can find a wife for my Lu family. That cheongsam lady looks pretty good. She's qualified to be my wife." Brother Lu was so moved that he could not wait any longer. The men beside him urged him, Brother Lu. Let's get started. Well, let's assign the battle plan. According to what my brother said before, we will form a team of 10 and surround them from both sides. Brother, take 2 people with you and go to the back door to block the escaping woman. We will take action in 10 minutes. Yes, bro. The young man led the 2 men, bent over and groped their way around to the back door of the building in the dark. There were more than 20 men around Big Brother Lu. After waiting in the dark for more than 10 minutes, he waved his hand quietly and said, Brothers, go ahead. Let's get some meat. Hey, come on. Rob the women. Rob the supplies. In the dark night, the men laughed with uncontrollable excitement and walked quickly in the abandoned vehicle with bent overs. They took advantage of the darkness and the cover of vehicles to quickly approach the women at the door of the building. But what they didn't notice was that on the platform of a tall building behind them, there was a woman in camouflage military uniform holding a rifle, and she could clearly see their every move through the high-power sniper scope with night vision goggles. Ms. Jiang guessed right. Lin Yue tilted his head and slowly pulled the trigger. The prey has really taken the bait. Hey, beauties. In the darkness, there was a sudden voice of a man greeting with laughter, and the girl closest to her was startled. Ah. Who is it? She turned around and saw more than 20 men coming towards them from both sides, holding fire axes, steel bars, kitchen knives, and other weapons in their hands. Sister Jiang. Sister Jiang. The girl was so frightened that her face turned pale. She turned around and ran, screaming loudly. The girls who were concentrating on carrying the supplies raised their heads and their expressions suddenly changed. They have been surrounded by this group of men. Don't panic, don't freak out. Jiang Xiaozi's clear voice rose several degrees, and she continued to calm the girls. Take a deep breath and remember what I taught you. When the women heard Jiang Xiaozi's voice, they all became more confident and kept running over from a distance and surrounding her. Some girls remembered Jiang Xiaozi's instructions before he left, and hurriedly picked up the scattered steel spears and shields from the ground, and faced the men while trembling with their shields in their hands. Hey, you still want to use force? Look everyone, it's the women's army. Ha ha ha, I just like hot women, it's more exciting. The men joked and laughed from time to time, not taking these women who couldn't even hold their weapons seriously at all. They looked at the group of women with ill intentions, and more of their eyes fell on Jiang Xiaozi. There is no other reason. Among this group of women, only Jiang Xiaozi is the most beautiful. She is breathtakingly beautiful, far better than the stars and internet celebrities in peacetime. Under the greedy gazes of the men, Jiang Xiaozi lifted up her sideburns that were blown by the evening breeze and said calmly, Gentlemen, are you out so late to search for supplies? The shopping mall is huge, we have already got some, and we won't fight you for the rest. Jiang Xiaozi spoke calmly, without any fear at all. Searching for supplies. Brother Lu looked at Jiang Xiaozi with interest and smiled. Yes, but this shopping mall is the territory of our White Bear gang. You came here to steal our things. Hand them over. Then compensate us. Brother Lu, how do you want them to compensate you? How else can I compensate? Of course I'll use my body to compensate, ha 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 ha. The one with the biggest butt. I want that one. I love that one. The men did not hide their purpose and laughed unrestrainedly. Fear and despair welled up in the eyes of the women around Jiang Xiaozi. They seemed to recall the inhuman experiences they had endured in the darkness of the residential building for several days. The shopping mall is your territory. Jiang Xiaozi looked up at the dimmed sign on the building and suddenly smiled helplessly. Well, it seems there is no room for negotiation. Discuss. What do you want to discuss with us? Delu took 2 steps forward with a half-smile on his face, approaching Jiang Xiaozi. Do you want to discuss how much dowry you want? Jiang Xiaozi remained silent and stopped talking. He just calmly raised his right hand and clenched his fist. Receive. Lin Yue, hiding on the top floor in the dark, took a deep breath and entered aiming state. What do you mean? Brother Lu was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Are you raising your hands to surrender? If you... Before Big Brother Lu finished speaking, Jiang Xiaozi lowered his right hand, gently bent his index finger, and imitated the action of shooting, aiming at Big Brother Lu. Jiang Xiaozi tilted his head slightly, and the sound of a bullet leaving the gun came from his rosy lips. Bang. Puff. Almost at the moment when Jiang Xiaozi made the sound, Brother Lu's head exploded. Suddenly, red, yellow and white filthy things splattered everywhere. The women were frightened and their faces turned pale, and they burst into shrill screams, waking up many unfortunate people who had heat stroke in the dark night. Plop. De Lu's headless body fell limply in a pool of blood. The men screamed and stared at De Lu's corpse in disbelief. Their boss was still talking and laughing in the last second, and in the next second he was shot in the head. Something blew his head off. Could this woman know magic? The men were stunned. They were unable to react for a moment. After all, anyone who saw the scene before them would be stunned. But Jiang Xiaozi did not stop. She changed her target in a playful manner, aiming with gestures and narrowing her eyes slightly. Bang. Puff. Another man was shot in the head with precision. The huge force of the explosion almost blew his neck off. Ah! Ugh! Ugh! Some women could no longer bear it and began to scream and vomit. The scene before them was too bloody and cruel. There is no mosaic in reality, only the most direct and cruel competition and fighting. The matter of life and death often happens in an ordinary moment. This woman knows witchcraft. A man suddenly jumped up, and everyone reacted, looking at Jiang Xiaozi with fear. Revenge for Lu. We can't run, we can't escape. Come at us together. She's alone, there's no way she can handle so many of us at once. Catch her and break her fingers. There are smart men among them who know that they may not be able to escape from Jiang Xiaozi, so they might as well fight to the death. More than 20 men rushed towards Jiang Xiaozi, but Jiang Xiaozi did not retreat and continued to aim with gestures. Bang. Puff. Bang. Puff. Jiang Xiaozi kept switching targets, as if her slender white fingers could really shoot bullets, and the men who approached her fell to the ground one after another. In just a few breaths, 7 or 8 of the men who charged first fell to the ground. These headless bodies formed a natural protective belt, hindering the charging speed of the men behind them. Finished. This woman really knows witchcraft. Whoever she targets will die. Is this her sanctuary talent? A man was so frightened that he stood there in a daze, muttering coldly, aiming in the void. Whoever you point at will die. Help Miss Jiang. Among the group of women, Sister Li, the oldest, was the first to react. She wiped the vomit from the corner of her mouth, suppressed the fear and anxiety in her heart, and encouraged her sisters with a hoarse voice, if Miss Jiang dies, we won't be able to escape. Pick up your weapons. Protect Miss Jiang. Amid Sister Li's screams, the girls woke up one after another, picked up their spears, and dispersed, barely maintaining a special formation to deal with a new charge that might be launched by the men. Although the women's hands holding their weapons were still shaking, their eyes were firm. All conflicting emotions turned into anger at this moment. Whether it was anger towards the men or anger towards this damned doomsday, it all became the motivation for fighting at this moment. They now have only one thought, to remember the formations and simple combat skills taught by Miss Jiang. Then, fight hard. Their growth is faster than I expected. Jiang Xiaozi raised his eyebrows slightly, feeling a little satisfied. She brought these women out not only to use them as bait, but also to let them witness the brutal battle with their own eyes. Only under the threat of death from blood, broken limbs, and internal organs can they grow quickly. Those who cannot adapt will definitely be eliminated by the times. Only those who can adapt are qualified to become residents of the shelter. At this moment, men. How could they dare launch a new charge? They just stood there in a daze, unable to escape or fight. The extremely beautiful Chongsam woman in front of me still maintained the shooting gesture, but she was not aiming at anyone. It's over. Lin Yue let out a breath slowly. She was happy to take a break and let the hot gun barrel cool down. You just mentioned the White Bear Gang. Jiang Xiaozi tilted her head, narrowed her eyes, and asked calmly, where is your shelter? How many people are there? Did you kill the survivors in this shopping mall? Jiang Xiaozi kept asking questions, and the men looked at each other in silence, seeing the fear in each other's eyes. It seems that one cannot offend this terrifying woman. She is beautiful, but also very strong. Beauty, we are good people. We just wanted to say hello to you. A man plucked up the courage and spoke in a hoarse voice, his eyes fixed on Jiang Xiaozi's fingers, afraid that she would aim at him. Greet. Jiang Xiaozi sneered, answer my question. Jiang Xiaozi shouted, frightening the men so much that they all trembled. Some of them couldn't help but yelled, don't mess around. There's the little white bear shelter behind us. Big Brother Bang is watching us. I advise you to be sensible. Your talent is indeed great, but Little White Bear is even stronger. He is the best doomsday player in the city. If you let us go, we can pretend that nothing happened and we will never tell anyone about you. Anyway, we don't know who you are, let alone where you are. One man thought quickly and said something that made the other men nod in agreement and look at Jiang Xiaozi eagerly. This statement, which is both a threat and shows that he will not pose any danger to Jiang Xiaozi, is the most convincing. After all, common sense shows that no one wants to make too many enemies in the apocalypse, let alone offend the top guy on the list. The reputation of the Little White Bear has spread throughout the city in the past few days. All survivors who have a shelter panel know the name of the Little White Bear shelter, even the survivors who have lost their shelter have heard of it. The men felt that as a woman, Jiang Xiaozi certainly wouldn't want to offend the top man on the list. Little White Bear. Jiang Xiaozi did not look surprised, but just remained silent for a moment, as if she was thinking about something. The men nervously waited for the judgment of fate until Jiang Xiaozi slowly raised his left hand. Oh! Kill them all. Lin Yue was stunned, held his breath, and pulled the trigger decisively. Bang! 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 In the darkness, there were flashes of gunfire, and bullets were fired silently, blowing up the heads of one man after another. Accurate and accurate, every shot hits the head. This woman is crazy. She wants to kill us all. Run. Run quickly. The men fled in panic and despair, but legs were no match for bullets. In this open area, they were the best moving targets for snipers. Lin Yue only took 1 minute to kill all the remaining men. After a moment, there were only headless corpses lying in a pool of blood, as if it were a human slaughterhouse, emitting a terrifying atmosphere that made people's heart palpitate in the middle of the night. At the entrance of the building, the ground was littered with corpses, and the pungent smell of blood was floating in the air, which was very strong. The women were silent. Some looked at Jiang Xiaozi with fear, but quickly looked away. Jiang Xiaozi's cruelty shocked the women. After a while, Sister Li took the initiative to break the silence. She suppressed her nausea about the corpse and took the initiative to call out to the sisters, quick! Everyone, get moving and clean up the body. Sister Li's thought was simple. Since Jiang Xiaozi killed someone, they had to do something. She killed people and we bury the bodies. The division of labor is clear, and it also allows us to show off in front of Miss Jiang. To prevent her from thinking that we are all useless. If she drives us away out of disgust, that's fine. But what if she kills us? The women were filled with deep fear, and although they were unwilling, they still held their noses and prepared to work. No. Jiang Xiaozi waved his hand, his voice calm and gentle, completely different from the coldness just now. There are so many corpses, it's impossible to clean them up. Let's continue collecting supplies and don't waste time. Oh, yes. Sister Li nodded quickly, her attitude much more respectful, and quickly asked the sisters to continue loading the supplies into the truck. There was only one girl, about 17 or 18 years old. She seemed a little hesitant. When she passed by Jiang Xiaozi, she couldn't help but ask, Miss Jiang, why did you kill them all? They clearly begged for mercy. The girl looked at Jiang Xiaozi timidly. She had not yet changed her attitude towards life in peacetime and was not used to Jiang Xiaozi's cold-blooded methods. Hey, girl. Get to work. Sister Li stamped her feet anxiously and scolded, don't bother Miss Jiang. Who are you? Come and work. She was afraid that Jiang Xiaozi would get angry and kill someone. Jiang Xiaozi glanced at Sister Li, smiled and asked the girl in front of him, I remember you, your name is Xiaoyan, right? 18 years old, a freshman at Jinling University. Xiaoyan nodded, and Jiang Xiaozi put away his smile and said calmly, "Your sister, who was 15 years old, died in the building. I saw her body. She died a horrible death, and that was the only body I buried with my own hands." Jiang Xiaozi's indifferent words made Xiaoyan tremble all over and her eyes were filled with tears. "Don't cry. Look at me." Jiang Xiaozi suddenly raised her voice. Xiaoyan raised her head and looked at her blankly, with a look of deep grievance. The women around looked at Jiang Xiaozi nervously, fearing that she would suddenly take action. "If you had been braver at that time. If you had dared to resist and fight, your sister wouldn't have died so tragically." "Miss Jiang. I can't beat them. I tried to resist. Then fight to the death. Die. Being killed by them is better than having your sister end up like this." Jiang Xiaozi's tone was very cold. Xiaoyan murmured, unable to speak, and could only lower her head. "Even your sister's death didn't make you realize the truth about this era. How dare you stand here and question me? Either take off all your clothes, find a man to kneel down and beg for safety. Or pick up the weapon in your hand and fight to the death against anyone who violates you." Jiang Xiaozi approached the girl, almost face to face, and narrowed her eyes slightly. "So, Xiaoyan, what do you want to do? Do you want to fight with me, or do you want to find a good man?" I don't know." Xiaoyan's tears fell. She was speechless due to Jiang Xiaozi's forced entry. She just wanted to ask a question, she had no other intention. "Miss Jiang, oh. Miss Jiang, she is still a child." Sister Li hurried forward, pulled Xiaoyan into her arms, and bowed to Jiang Xiaozi with an apologetic smile. "You are a magnanimous person, don't bother with her, I will teach her a lesson later." As she said that, Sister Li hit Xiaoyan's arm hard, so hard that the pain made Xiaoyan cry even louder. "It's okay, I don't mind." Jiang Xiaozi said calmly, "Let her cry. This may be the last time she can cry." "Jiang Xiaozi, what do you mean?" Sister Li widened her eyes and thought to herself, she wouldn't kill Xiaoyan just because of one sentence, right? Jiang Xiaozi did not answer Sister Li's question. She turned and left, walked a few steps, then turned back to look at Xiaoyan. "You just asked me why I killed them all. Mister told me about Little White Bear Sanctuary. He's a murderer. He's the guy who killed the most people in the city. Think about it carefully. Would such a devil who kills without blinking and I let go of a group of weak women? We have been discovered by them. If we don't silence them, they will definitely come to our door. Xiaoyan, you can be kind, but I hope that next time you are kind, you will think about whether your kindness will kill us." Jiang Xiaozi raised an eyebrow, turned around and glanced at the women. "Work?" "Oh, yes." The women nodded quickly, and after hearing Jiang Xiaozi's explanation, they suddenly understood. Miss Jiang did not kill innocent people indiscriminately, she did it to protect everyone. But what Miss Jiang said about weak woman, to be honest, everyone thinks Jiang Xiaozi is not that weak. She is more like a mass murderer than the legendary serial killer. Sister Li was still trying to comfort Xiaoyan, but was quickly pushed away by Xiaoyan after she thanked her. The girl silently wiped away her tears, put on the steel spear on her back, lowered her head and continued to go in and out of the shopping mall to carry supplies. This time, she seemed to have to move more things. Although it was very difficult, she still gritted her teeth and persevered with her face flushed. It seemed that she wanted to move her sister's share back as well. The hot evening breeze is blowing. Nothing went wrong for the remaining hours, until 2 a.m. when the team set out on their return journey with a full load of supplies. 4 o'clock in the middle of the night. Sui was awakened from his sleep and heard the chattering of women downstairs, accompanied by clear and pleasant laughter. He was a little curious, so he pushed the door and went down the stairs to the first-floor lobby. After Sui's talent was upgraded, he had 1 hour of exemption from going out every day, so he didn't have to worry about affecting his talent reward. In the corridor, Sui saw that the hall was filled with various supplies, all piled in shopping carts. The hall was packed with supplies, and women holding torches and flashlights were carefully sorting the supplies amid laughter and laughter. Their laughter is filled with the joy of harvest. This is the happiness that cannot be dispelled even by the scorching heat, and it is the hope for survival. Lin Yue stood against the wall holding a gun. She glanced around vigilantly and looked up at the corridor as if she had sensed something. She saw the figure of a man. Bang. Lin Yue stood at attention instantly and shouted reflexively, "Hello, Chief." At this moment, the noisy women fell silent and the air became quiet instantly. Countless pairs of eyes turned to Lin Yue, and then looked in the direction she saluted. In the silent atmosphere, the only sound was the clear and powerful sound of men's boots stepping on the stairs. A man slowly walked down the dark stairs. The women saw Sui, who walked down the stairs with an expressionless face and came in front of everyone. It wasn't that Sui was deliberately being cautious, it was just that he had no experience and could only keep a straight face and not show any fear. "Hurry, hurry up." The women responded to each other, stood up and lined up behind Lin Yue. Sister Li suddenly lowered her head and called out, "Hello, Chief." The women reacted one after another, shouting, "Hello, Chief. Hello, Chief." The voices were not quite in unison, but they all revealed awe. There is also a hint of curiosity. The brave girl bravely raised her head and, in the light of the torch on the wall, carefully looked at the leader in front of her. He is quite young and handsome, with regular features and sword-like eyebrows. His fair face looked like that of a scholar, and seemed to have little to do with the image of a pot-bellied leader as rumored. The friendly-looking Sui quickly won the women's favor. He looked harmless, and although he had a stern face, he did not look too majestic. On the contrary, he gives people a special sense of intimacy, making people want to get close to him unconsciously. Sui stood in front of the women. Jiang Xiaozi smiled but remained silent, wanting to give the home court to Sui. Lin Yue was even less talkative. She stood behind Sui like a pine or cypress and was the most loyal guard. Jiang Xiaozi blinked at Sui with her beautiful eyes, indicating Sui to say something. This is the first time the chief meets his residents. He should say something, or at least say hello. Sui took a deep breath and suddenly felt the pressure on his shoulders. His shelter already has its first residents, a group of women who have experienced hardships and now rely on him and entrust their lives to him. Indeed, I should say something to make these poor people feel more at ease. Sui slowly opened his mouth, but before he could speak, a clear murmur suddenly came from the group of women. "Commander, you are so handsome." "Why?" Sui was stunned. The words he was about to say were held back. He could only continue to maintain his serious expression. Jiang Xiaozi was understanding. She took the initiative to step forward, broke the silence, and reported to Sui respectfully. "Sir, we have harvested a lot of supplies tonight. Here is the list. I have made a detailed record." Jiang Xiaozi handed over a piece of paper like a magic trick, which was filled with the contents of the supplies. The women didn't know when she made the record, they just thought the scene was too magical. Sui nodded seriously, looked at the list carefully for a while, and asked in a low voice, "How long will it last us?" Taking into account the problem of food spoilage, it will take about half a month for so many people. Jiang Xiaozi also lowered his voice, "If you consider the efficiency of subsequent exploration and material collection, sir, you don't need to worry too much about this problem. I can solve it." "Good." Sui nodded with satisfaction. Since Jiang Xiaozi appeared in the shelter, he was completely liberated. It really is like the old saying, if you have something to do, use secret techniques, if you have nothing to do, use secret techniques, ahem. Anyway, this is the truth. In short, Jiang Xiaozi is very capable. You did a great job, and everyone did a great job too. Sui looked at the crowd. He didn't know what happened, but he suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Comrades, you have all worked hard." "Oh no. When people call me Chief, I just blurt out this sentence out of habit." The women were also stunned, but Lin Yue behind them stood at attention instantly and saluted reflexively. "Serve the people." The women also reacted and shouted in unison, "Serve the people." The voices of the young ladies were clear and pleasant to the ears, and their shouts were much more orderly, with a bit of the aura of female soldiers. Sui looked at the women and seemed to see a hint of excitement in their eyes, which seemed different from the hesitation during the day. These poor women whose shelters were destroyed at the beginning of the apocalypse should have died painfully at the apocalypse. But now, they seem to have found the courage and confidence to live again. Good, very impressive. Su Yi praised highly and fully affirmed the women's transformation. Jiang Xiaozi watched this scene with a smile, and when he paused, he whispered, "Sir, there are things I want to talk to you about. Come up and tell me." Su Yi nodded and motioned Jiang Xiaozi to go upstairs with him. After the two men left, the women in the hall suddenly became excited and started chattering. "Hey, don't you think the commander is handsome?" "Yes, yes, still very young." "Wait, why did Miss Jiang go upstairs with him?" Needless to say, the two of them must have. "Sure, you understand. They are such a perfect match. I don't know who to envy anymore." "Who do you think is more powerful between them? Is it the chief?" "No, I think Miss Jiang is more powerful. She must give face to the leader in front of outsiders, but she must be very fierce behind closed doors." "Gentlemen." As soon as Jiang Xiaozi entered the room, he knelt down obediently in front of Su Yi. "Do what?" Su Yi looked at Jiang Xiaozi in surprise. Jiang Xiaozi gently took off Su Yi's shoes and said softly, "You are the master and I am the servant. You must respect me outside, and I must abide by the rules inside. I don't have so many rules here, get up." Su Yi waved his hand and asked curiously, "By the way, I haven't asked you about your origins in detail. Lin Yue was born into a modern military family, Leah was born into a modern engineer family, and you are from an earlier generation. Judging from Jiang Xiaozi's performance, she doesn't look like a modern person. She attaches great importance to rules and seems to have some kind of traditional adherence in her heart. Sir, if we look at the time, I am a modern person." Jiang Xiaozi obviously understood what era it was now. She lowered her head and gently took off Su Yi's socks. "If you count carefully, it should be the Republic of China." Republic of China. Su Yi was stunned and pondered for a moment. "So, you know why you came here?" Su Yi has always had doubts about the talent recruitment unit of the shelter. Are they clones, or are they Earthlings summoned from a special time and space? "I guess so." Jiang Xiaozi smiled and said, "My world is a little different from yours, but there are also many similarities. Anyway, now that I'm here, I will serve you well, sir. After all, I can't go back." Jiang Xiaozi lowered his eyebrows and looked docile, which made Su Yi a little embarrassed. "What did you want to tell me just now?" "We did have some thugs this evening at the mall." Jiang Xiaozi whispered, "According to their own accounts, they are from the Little White Bear Shelter, perhaps residents, or perhaps subordinates." Little White Bear Shelter. Su Yi was shocked. This was the refuge of a murderer. This is the first on the PK kill list. How did you do that? Su Yi stared at Jiang Xiaozi. Jiang Xiaozi raised his head and smiled gently at Su Yi. "I'll let Lin Yue kill them." "Killed them all?" "At least I killed all of them that I saw." Jiang Xiaozi said calmly, "I asked the girls to act as bait to lure them out, and then after making sure that they were basically all present, I let Lin Yue take action. At first, I didn't want to kill them all, but after they told me about the little polar bear shelter, I knew I couldn't have it all, so I had to be ruthless." "Xiaozi, you did the right thing." Su Yi took a deep breath and praised in a complicated tone. He agreed with Jiang Xiaozi's approach. For the sake of his own safety and the shelter's safety, Su Yi absolutely did not want to deal with this polar bear shelter. At least not now. By silencing all the witnesses, Jiang Xiaozi could at least cut off the clues and avoid bringing unnecessary trouble to the shelter. "It's just that I can't go to that shopping mall anymore." Jiang Xiaozi sighed slightly. "It's not easy to find a place where we can get a lot of supplies for a long time. It seems that Lin Yue will have to work hard to search for more things." "It's okay. We'll have all of these." Su Yi is not worried about the issue of survival. His talent for shelter will definitely solve his current predicament. What Su Yi is thinking about now is what Jiang Xiaozi did tonight. Although she said it lightly, Su Yi could hear a hint of blood in her tone. Su Yi originally thought that Jiang Xiaozi was a smart and gentle woman, a typical domestic affairs talent, not good at military force, but good at strategy and management. But now it seems that Su Yi's judgment was wrong. That's right. How could a smart woman who came from the Republic of China era not be ruthless? Su Yi sighed inwardly. That era was really chaotic. "Gentlemen. Will you hate me?" "Why do you say that?" Su-yi looked at Jiang Xiaozi, who lowered her head and gently massaged his calves. She said in a low voice, I asked Lin Yue to kill so many people. Men probably don't like women like this. You're just trying to protect yourself and me, so why would I feel bad about that? Su-yi took a deep breath, tentatively placed his hand on Jiang Xiaozi's hair, and stroked it gently. Don't worry, I won't dislike you, you are my most important partner. Su-yi could feel that Jiang Xiaozi's body seemed to tremble slightly. Then, she nodded and responded softly, yeah. Gentlemen. It's late, do you want to rest? Well, I didn't sleep well last night. I really need to catch up on some sleep. Su-yi smiled. He didn't sleep well last night because he was worried about Lin Yue and Jiang Xiaozi's safety. Although it is still dawn, it does not stop Su-yi from lying down and sleeping. There's no way. The three women in the shelter are so capable that Su-yi doesn't need to worry about trivial matters at all. The only thing Su-yi needs to do now is to stay in the shelter, eat, drink and have fun, and then wait for the reward to arrive. Xiaozi, I'm going to take a nap. Call me at noon. I have important things to do at noon every day. I will, sir. Well, then you. Hey. Xiaozi, why are you taking off your clothes? Hey. Why are you in bed? Su-yi was startled and quickly stepped back to the bed. Are you sleepy too? Should I give you the bed? Gentlemen. Jiang Xiaozi was wearing a red undershirt that looked like a belly band. She lowered her head as much as she could so that Su-yi wouldn't be able to see her blushing cheeks. Her voice was soft but firm. Sir, I think we can sleep together, it might be better. Xiaozi, you misunderstood. I'm not that kind of person. Su-yi was stunned, waved his hand and said seriously, you are very beautiful, but we have only known each other for a short time. I can understand your loyalty and dependence on me, but I will not use this to force you to sleep with me. You don't need to do this at all. Sir, that's wrong. Jiang Xiaozi raised her head, her rosy cheeks with confused eyes. It was you who slept with me. Ah. I sleep with you. Su-yi was stunned and blinked, still a little confused. I accompany you, you accompany me, we just sleep. Is there any difference? In a moment of silence, Su-yi saw Jiang Xiaozi lower his head again, and said softly, Sir, I'm sorry, I offended you. Jiang Xiaozi bent down to pick up her cheongsam, not caring at all that the perfect curves of her body were exposed in front of Su-yi. She felt a little disappointed, but not because of Su-yi's rejection. It's more like a homeless child, wandering lost in the dark. Perhaps, talents are also human beings, no different from me. Su-yi looked at Jiang Xiaozi in silence, then called out to her, Wait, come up and sleep. Sir, do you agree? Jiang Xiaozi smiled happily and faced Su-yi with her smooth jade-like back. She turned around and folded her cheongsam and placed it on the bedside table. Her unreserved trust and her unreserved exposure of herself made Su-yi unconsciously cautious. Yes, I agree. Su-yi scratched his head, but, shall we sleep on a plain bed? Sir, you don't want me anymore. I think you would be unwilling. I can be willing. Wait until you remove the word, can, someday. Su-yi shrugged his shoulders, maybe, you just need a bed to rest peacefully now, not a man like me. Or maybe you just need a sense of home. You come from another world, and are a woman who came from one chaotic world to another. A wandering prodigal son also yearns for a warm harbor, and will pay for it something he is unwilling to pay. Gentlemen. Jiang Xiaozi lay down beside Su-yi with a smile and gently covered him with a quilt. Has anyone ever told you that you are indeed a good person? Xiaozi, in my era, good person is not a compliment. Sir, he is a good man. A good night's sleep. There was no storm or disturbance, only the men and woman's random thoughts in silence, and Su-yi's snoring gradually rising. To be honest, Su-yi felt very comfortable sleeping like this. There was a beautiful woman lying next to me. She was almost naked and her smooth skin felt cool. Su-yi didn't know whether it was because of the cold air in the freezer or because of the contact of their skin. He was not a rookie, but he felt a rare bit of nervousness tonight. Sir? Sir. When Jiang Xiaozi's gentle voice sounded in his ears again, Su-yi opened his eyes and found that the sun was already high in the sky. What time is it now? Su-yi got up from the bed, turned around and saw Jiang Xiaozi had changed into a red cheongsam and was preparing a sumptuous dish on the table. It's already 11:30, sir, you still have plenty of time to have lunch first. Jiang Xiaozi walked slowly to Su-yi and helped him dress, which made Su-yi a little uncomfortable. He is a good homebody of the new era and has never experienced the life of a master in the feudal era. Gentlemen. Jiang Xiaozi seemed to see Su-yi's discomfort, and she whispered, "You have to let me do something to make me feel that I am really important to you." All right. Su-yi had no choice but to relax and let Jiang Xiaozi do whatever he wanted. After washing up, Su-yi sat at the dining table and enjoyed a sumptuous lunch while asking, "What are the arrangements for today's gathering?" "Rest, remodel, and clean up." Jiang Xiaozi picked up some food for Su-yi and reported softly, "We have just occupied this building. The rooms on the upper and lower floors need to be tidied, and there are many daily necessities that need to be carefully distributed. We now have more than 10 people. Although it's not a large number, we also need a detailed management charter. So I didn't arrange for anyone to go out today. Even Lin Yue didn't go out to explore for supplies. After all, we killed so many people yesterday, and there must be someone nearby searching for us now." Jiang Xiaozi paused, then smiled and said, "Why don't we take this opportunity to clean up the house? It's a good arrangement." Su-yi nodded in praise, and Jiang Xiaozi said, "For the convenience of management, the 6th floor and above are designated as restricted areas, and non-talented people are not allowed to go upstairs. This way, those women won't be able to contact you, sir. If you want to recruit more residents later, they won't be able to see you easily, which will ensure your safety to a great extent." Jiang Xiaozi paused and said tentatively, "Of course, if you need anything, you can tell me at any time. I will select some reliable and beautiful women to bring up." "What are you bringing it up for?" Su-yi was stunned and waved his hand quickly, "Farewell, I'm not a sex-hungry ghost. We all gather together to survive. There's no need to really treat me as a feudal king." "Yes, sir." Jiang Xiaozi pursed his lips and smiled, very satisfied. Su-yi is a traditional Chinese man, whose life creed is to take care of himself if he is poor and to help the world if he is rich. If we don't have the ability, then just live a good life. If we have the ability, we don't mind helping the poor people. The reason why the Chinese nation has been able to grow and develop to this day is because of this simple concept of survival. Since there is nothing to do today, let everyone have a good rest. Su-yi put down his bowl and chopsticks. He was full. Tell everyone, don't worry too much about the future. Live a good and down-to-earth life. We will try to give everyone a life of our own according to our conditions. But it also lets everyone know that we don't raise ungrateful people here. We should recognize what era we are in and not do stupid things. It will be too late to regret it later." "Yes, sir." Jiang Xiaozi bowed his head and responded respectfully, "I will set up good rules and not let you worry." "Xiaozi, you are really good." Su-yi nodded with satisfaction and patted Jiang Xiaozi on the shoulder, "Do a good job. The leader is optimistic about you." "Yes, sir." Jiang Xiaozi smiled gently and cooperated with Su-yi very well. After a conversation between the two, Jiang Xiaozi cleaned up the dishes and left the house. Although there is no mission to explore for supplies today, there are still many things to do next. Ever since Su-yi recruited Jiang Xiaozi, she has been the busiest person in the entire shelter. Su-yi has basically delegated all major affairs and aspects to Jiang Xiaozi, because Su-yi believes that her management ability is definitely much better than his own. Now that Su-yi has ensured the extreme loyalty of the talented people, Jiang Xiaozi is now basically second only to him. As for Su-yi himself, his life became easier and easier after he had Jiang Xiaozi. You can sleep with a soft and beautiful woman in your arms at night, and there will be hot meals when you open your eyes. No matter what you do, there will be someone to serve you, and you only need to give orders to do anything. This is probably just like having everything provided for you. Su-yi sighed, sitting on the recliner next to the window, squinting his eyes and feeling the warmth coming from the red sun outside the window. Because the cold air transmission mechanism of the freezer was enlarged, the temperature in the room was controlled by Jiang Xiaozi at around 28 degrees, which directly led to Su Yi feeling chilly all the time and having the urge to bask in the sun. This sounds exaggerated. People outside the shelter are struggling to survive in the high temperature. People die of dehydration or heat stroke every day. Everyone is frantically studying the game mechanics of the shelter, desperately trying to get the meager heat-reducing resources to ensure their own survival. Only Su Yi, this freak, actually wanted to bask in the sun during this hot apocalypse. In a daze, Su Yi suddenly felt something flashing in front of his eyes. He stood up from the recliner, opened his eyes and saw that the time had come and the new talent reward had been issued. Congratulations. You have triggered the talent reward and obtained the sea-level shelter room crop breeding farm, can be directly settled. As the information prompt appeared, a yellow design drawing appeared in Su Yi's hand. Su Yi looked down and saw relevant item information appear on the design drawing. Crop farm, a Class C shelter room that can be placed in a vacant room in the shelter, needs to occupy 2 room spaces. After placement, a fully equipped farm environment will be automatically generated, with 3 types of crops to choose from for cultivation. Ah! The breeding room. Su Yi was shocked, because this meant that he would no longer have to worry about food. There is a freezer in the front that produces unlimited ice water, and a breeding farm that takes up an entire room in the back. There is no need to go out to explore for supplies. You can just stay at home and never worry about food and drink. Use it now and see the effect. Su Yi quickly opened the information panel of the shelter and entered the construction mode. Currently, the shelter's available accommodation area is on the 6th floor. There are actually 4 residential houses on the 6th floor, which are also displayed as 4 rooms within the shelter's building space. In addition to the main house where Su Yi lives and the research room next to it, Su Yi also has 2 empty rooms that can be used for other purposes. The reason why Su Yi left these 2 rooms unused was very simple. No money for resettlement. He didn't have the points to buy a room, but the reward drawings he received today did not require any additional points or resources, and could be directly used to build a complete room. Choose a placement. The placement was successful. With Su Yi's confirmation, the new construction of the shelter was completed. Su Yi could see a flash of golden light outside through the gap in the iron gate. Su Yi hurried out and went to the next room. He pushed open the door and saw a field of farmland. The entire room has completely changed. There is no distinction between toilets, living rooms, bedrooms, etc., only flat greenhouse facilities. Here are the necessary facilities for crop cultivation, such as temperature control equipment, ventilation equipment, lighting equipment, sunlight equipment, etc. However, the greenhouse here has not yet been planted with crops. Su Yi had just stepped into the room when a new message appeared in front of him. The current crop breeding room has not yet been planted with crops, please make a selection. Below the information are lists of various crops, vegetables, and fruits to choose from. There are not many types, about 20 or so, most of which are common types, and there are no surprises. With a try-it-out attitude, Su Yi experimentally selected the 3 cultivation targets: rice, sweet potato, and orange. As Su Yi confirmed, a white light instantly filled the entire greenhouse room. In just a few breaths, a large amount of crops appeared and filled the greenhouse room. The crops have been confirmed and are entering the cultivation stage. Fertilization can be performed once a day. The resources you can choose to apply fertilizer every day are 100 survival points or normal fertilizer resources. After fertilization, the maturity time can be doubled. The current basic maturity time is 3 days/10 caddies of yield each. Hiss. Su Yi's eyes widened and he murmured, "This is a divine weapon." Fertilization speeds up the maturity time. Even without fertilizer, the basic maturity time is to produce a yield every 3 days. Isn't this just pure free food? Although the output can only be 30 kilograms in 3 days, you have to know how much there is in the shelter now. There are only 16 people at most. Based on the daily consumption of one person, the daily food output is only 1 to 1.2 gene, not kilograms. If there are 16 people, they will consume 20 kilograms of food every day. This greenhouse room directly meets a small portion of the food expenses in the shelter. And all of these are the basic benefits of the greenhouse without spending anything. If you apply fertilizer, the maturity time will be shortened. In addition, Sui even saw that there were upgradable operations in the information panel of the room. This greenhouse room is currently level 1. As long as the shelter is upgraded to level 2, Sui can consume survival points to upgrade the greenhouse room simultaneously and obtain higher food production. Sui did a quick calculation in his mind and couldn't help but take a breath again. I made a lot of money. If we look at it over a long period of time, the food production of this thing will only increase. Is the C rank item so powerful? Or, because it's a reward for room type? Sui still didn't quite understand the rules and mechanisms here, but he knew one thing: my talent is really amazing. Today, Jiang Xiaozi decided not to send anyone to explore for supplies, which meant that the shelter would not receive any external income today. As a result, the talent reward gave me a greenhouse room. Don't want to go out and explore? Then just lie down at home. Let's just give up. Enjoy. Why do you want to go out? Wouldn't it be nice to sleep at home with the air conditioner on? Okay, I feel more and more comfortable with this doomsday. Sui sighed, and suddenly a new prompt message appeared in front of him. Excuse me, can I use survival points to perform fertilization operations? Integral. Where do I get points? Lin Yue hasn't brought any dispatch points for 2 days. I'm not a murderer, so how can I get a lot of points? Wait, I remember that I can also use normal fertilizer resources, right? It seems the normal fertilizer resource is human excrement, right? Sui's eyes lit up. In ancient times when there was no modern organic compound fertilizer, clever Chinese farmers often used their own human and animal feces for fertilization to help crops grow better. Of course, fertilizing with human and animal manure cannot be done by simply pouring it on the soil. There are still some operating steps for this thing. Sui vaguely remembered that when he was a child at a farm, he often saw his grandparents gathering excrement together and piling it up, as if it needed to be fermented. Sui didn't understand the mystery, but he was not panicked. I have Lin Yue. I have Jiang Xiaozi. Lin Yue is an engineer. Even if she doesn't understand fertilization, she should know something about the related chemical reactions and the results, right? Jiang Xiaozi is so smart, and she was a woman in the Republic of China period. How could she not know how to grow crops? Even if they don't know how to do it, the worst that can happen is that I fail in fertilizing. I can just try a few more times and figure out some tricks. Sui's eyes lit up. He went out decisively, found Jiang Xiaozi, and told Jiang Xiaozi about the fertilization problem in the greenhouse room. It's such an amazing room. Jiang Xiaozi smiled, then lowered his head and thought, Sir, I also have experience in farming. What you said about using excrement as fertilizer is feasible. However, attention should be paid to the issues of isolation and fermentation. It should not be contaminated by sewage, and the excrement should be mixed with other organic waste, such as straw and wood ash. At the same time, increase ventilation conditions to promote the speed of fermentation. Let the excrement decompose naturally under suitable conditions before irrigation can be carried out. Jiang Xiaozi had just finished speaking when Lin Yue put down her notebook and looked up. Boss, this is actually the decomposition of microorganisms. Fermentation is used to promote the activity of microorganisms and convert organic matter into stable humus. In this way, various nutrients needed for crop growth can be formed. But apart from that, I think we still need to pay attention to the problem of deworming. Although the probability is very low, we still need to prevent it from happening. Lin Yue pondered for a moment. 3 days, about 3 days, I can research a sample pesticide, then we can try it. Ah. You even know how to make pesticides? Sui was stunned. He looked Lin Yue up and down and said, Sister, what kind of god are you? Why do you seem to be omnipotent? Can engineers make pesticides? Never heard of it. Is this difficult? Lin Yue tilted her head, looking a little cute. The equipment in the research room is very complete, and there are all kinds of science and technology books. I don't know how to make it, but I can make it according to the instructions in the book. Also, aren't we out collecting supplies every day? Ask Lin Yue to bring me some pesticides. I'll analyze the ingredients and it shouldn't be difficult to replicate something similar. If this is accomplished, our shelter will be able to form a preliminary self-circulating system, and achieve a primary closed-loop structure for the internal circulation of food, water, and sewage treatment. Of course, I still need the raw materials to make pesticides. After all, I can't create pesticides out of nothing. Lin Yue spread her hands, looking innocent. The more Sui looked at her little appearance, the more he liked her, and he wanted to hug her and kiss her. Talents, all of them are talents. Sui laughed and said, "Okay, I will inform Lin Yue about this matter. Xiaozi, you should be responsible for the issue of fertilizing with excrement, right?" "Certainly." Jiang Xiaozi nodded and said with a smile, "There are enough people in the shelter. I just happen to be worried about how to deal with everyone's urination and defecation problems if the city's underground system fails. Now it seems that there is no need to worry too much." "Okay. It's decided." As soon as Sui made the decision, the two women began to carry out the order. When Lin Yue just stood up and prepared to leave, Sui seemed to have thought of something and asked, "By the way, Lin Yue, I remember that I haven't assigned you any new scientific research project tasks recently. Why are you still hanging out in the research room every day?" At the beginning, Sui gave Lin Yue two scientific and technological projects, namely, improvement of scientific research and exploration capabilities, and waste disposal center. The former is an improvement in the effective exploration income, and the latter is a complete automatic garbage disposal system inside the shelter. These two scientific and technological projects have already been developed, but Lin Yue still stays in the research room day and night and rarely goes out. There's nothing to do anyway. Lin Yue shrugged her shoulders. "I just read books in there when I have nothing to do. There is a lot of useful knowledge in the research room. I thought if I could learn more, maybe I could help the boss more." "Oh, that's good." Sui smiled so hard that he couldn't close his mouth. "Good, good, very self-conscious. Very motivated, go and learn." "Let's go, boss." Lin Yue waved her hand and skipped out of the room. "Look, what a nice girl. Even if there is no task, you must strive to improve yourself, make adequate preparations for the next scientific research task, and constantly recharge yourself. She has such self-awareness as an ox or a horse, she can be called the innate holy body of an ox or a horse." After the two women left, Sui entered a long period of idleness again. To be honest, he suddenly felt that the huge benefits brought by the talent reward just now were actually just a small episode in his long and boring life. So what if there are more and more supplies? So what if talents are becoming more and more useful? I still have nothing to do. Sui lay back on the bench, squinting his eyes, swaying his body, and humming an unknown tune leisurely. Oh, so comfortable. If wasting time is a sin, then I may have committed a heinous crime. Sui fell asleep again in a daze amid the murmurs. When he opened his eyes again, it was dark. From downstairs came the chattering of women, mixed with a little laughter. Sui went downstairs and looked for a while. It was Jiang Xiaozi who was leading the women to complete the first phase of cleaning the entire building. At this moment, they were gathered together chatting and enjoying a moment of warmth. According to the arrangements Jiang Xiaozi had mentioned, she arranged accommodation for the women in the same way as the original residence, but the improvement and cleaning work of the entire building was distributed in groups. At the same time, starting from tonight, there will be at least 3 women taking turns on night duty every day. They didn't need to do anything. They just had to ensure the safety of the building's gate and then stand on the top floor to look around to see if anyone was approaching. If you find any abnormality, just notify Lin Yue directly. As long as Lin Yue can detect the intruder as soon as possible, there won't be any big problems. Under Jiang Xiaozi's arrangement, the entire residential building has entered an orderly development track. Sui did not disturb the women's happy time. He went upstairs silently, took out the chess set prepared by Jiang Xiaozi for him, and started playing chess by himself. A leader should always act like a leader. It's not good to read comic books every day. Playing chess can help you cultivate your sentiments. Sui touched his chin and then sighed. The main reason is that he has finished reading all the comic books, many of which he has read several times, and he really has nothing to do in his spare time. Without electricity, many conventional recreational activities would be impossible. It's getting a bit boring if it goes on like this. We have to find a way to save more survival points and quickly have Lin Yue research the technology project for the power system. Sui murmured, when the time comes, I will find a high-end computer and play 700 large-scale standalone games. I will play them all night long. When I get tired of playing, I hold Xiaozi to sleep. When I wake up, I eat. After eating, I continue playing. Hi. This day is so nice. Sui sighed. If his parents were around, they would at least criticize him for not doing his job properly. But Sui felt that it was already the end of the world, so why bother about having a proper job? Just make sure you stay alive and live better and better, that's all. If you can't even live happily, what's the point of living? Sui has no great ambitions, nor does he have the spirit of self-sacrifice to save all mankind. He just wanted to live well and make the shelter safer and safer, so safe that even if the sky collapsed and the earth broke apart outside, he would be safe and sound. When Sui was imagining a beautiful future life, suddenly a mysterious voice that he had not heard for a long time sounded in his ears. Warning. Attention all Doomsday Game players. Important rules of the Doomsday Game will be announced below. Why? Sui was stunned, his expression suddenly became serious, and he was also surprised in his heart. This mysterious voice has appeared since the first day of the apocalypse, and there has been no sound in the following days. Until now, it has only been game-like prompts guiding human survivors on how to use the shelter. Now its voice appears again, as if foreshadowing that something big is about to happen. At the same time, in every corner of the world, all human beings put down what they were busy doing and waited nervously in silence for the mysterious sound. After a slight pause, the mysterious voice appeared clearly in the ears of every human being. Global notification starts now. It's almost been a week since Doomsday Game came. Now open the War Doomsday module, the test of the clan. At the beginning of the end of the world, all militarized humans and politically related groups in the world have been temporarily stored and frozen, and the Earth world no longer exists. The Earth War Doomsday dungeon environment has been built. Militarized personnel from various countries will soon be deployed into the relevant dungeon world. Sui held his breath, listened carefully to the sound, and frowned as he analyzed its meaning. A copy of the end of war. I was wondering why there were no troops, police, or officials there. It turns out they were all in temporary storage. Now, is it their turn to appear? But from the looks of it, it seems they can't return to Earth yet. Sui murmured, but before he could make a new judgment, the mysterious voice sounded again. Now conducting national notification in the Huaxia region. In 1 hour, the National Doomsday Online voting will begin. Voting content: determine the difficulty of the war dungeon faced by the militarized population of the country. The higher the difficulty, the richer the reward will be after winning the Doomsday War. And after the voting is over, you will immediately receive a random survival material reward based on the difficulty. There is only one ongoing Doomsday War every month. If the country fails in a Doomsday War, 1/10 of the country's population will be randomly wiped out. At the same time, you will receive a huge boost in the next war. If you do not perform the elimination operation after the war fails, you will receive a huge weakening penalty in the next war. Before the war, humans in the war copy world can send a small amount of information to their country, limited to 10 words, to guide the national vote. Notice to both parties. 1. You only have one life, please carefully consider the difficulty of the war copy you choose. 2. War copies affect the difficulty of human survival in a large area. If the war goes to a disadvantage in a certain area, it will still cause doomsday derivative disasters in the country. 3. The war dungeon world and the Earth's doomsday world are not interconnected. If all military humans in a country die in a war dungeon, they will only lose the qualification to participate in the next war dungeon, and will not continue to wipe out the survivors in the Earth country, vice versa. 4. During the war, survivors of their own country can watch the trend of the doomsday war in their own country, or spend survival points to watch the entire war situation. 5. During the war, military humans in the Doomsday War instance can view the number of survivors and the survival situation in their own country on Earth. After winning a small-scale battle, they can choose to ask or give. Request: as a winner, you can forcibly request from the survivors in your country to obtain the materials, items, and props of designated or random survivors. Before the first battle, you can perform an additional operation. Give. As a winner, you will be forced to give to the survivors in your country, and give materials, items, props, etc. to designated or random survivors. Before the first battle, you can perform an additional operation. 1 hour buffer time begins now. Please prepare for both parties in all countries on Earth. Should I let myself live, or let them live? I look forward to seeing your choices. As the mysterious voice finally disappeared, Sui stood there for a long time, unable to speak. He understood. The Doomsday Game is basically a joke on humanity. People who are alive today may still feel that the first round of high-temperature Doomsday is nothing special. As long as they master the cooling measures, they will not die. Even if their shelter is well equipped, they can get very moisturized. But tonight's mysterious announcement has made people all over the world realize the cruelty of the Doomsday Game. All humans related to global militarization have entered another Doomsday copy world, where they have to perform their duties as soldiers, experience the Doomsday War. Non-military survivors experience round after round of Doomsday disasters on Earth. It is the survivors of the military, and the Doomsday battle is going on outside the Earth. If there are casualties on both sides, it will be real death. But if that were all, then both sides could only be said to be surviving in different Doomsday environments. The mysterious existence eliminated technology and took away soldiers, perhaps just to increase the cruelty of the Doomsday. But the bad thing is, this guy is trying to play with people's hearts. The two parties are in different worlds, but they can closely influence each other. The survivors on Earth can vote to decide the difficulty of the Doomsday War faced by their country's soldiers. Do you want to be comfortable? Then let your country's soldiers experience the most difficult Doomsday War. You will be rewarded with survival supplies immediately. The soldiers in the Doomsday copy have won a hard-fought victory in a life-and-death war. Do they want to win the next victory and survive? Then let the survivors of the country donate their supplies, plunder their own people, and strengthen their own hope of survival. Of course, you can also choose not to oppress each other. As long as you can withstand the increasingly difficult survival pressure, you will face more, bigger and more oppressive life and death crises. This is the truth about the Doomsday Game. Sui murmured, and he felt his palms trembling a little. No one can completely control their own destiny. We can't be complacent just because we have good talents, because both of us are affecting each other. The human heart is unpredictable. This is not only a test for all of humanity from the external environment, but also a test for the hearts of everyone in the world. It was not until this moment that Sui truly understood. It turns out that this week, the Doomsday Game has only been a relatively smooth opening. The heat crisis, the urban chaos, the rampant thugs, the lack of resources, these are just appetizers. They are not even the real Doomsday. It won't be long before humans will solve or adapt to them themselves and return to their normal and peaceful life. Is this the end of the world? No. The real Doomsday crisis has just begun. It is up to humans themselves to decide the direction of the future and struggle between life and death. Is it betrayal or sacrifice? All decided by humans themselves. Sui fell into silence for a long time. He has understood one thing: the end of the world has truly begun. No one is immune and no one can control their own destiny. This is a threat posed by human beings themselves, which is far greater than any natural disaster. I'm afraid there's nothing I can do, at least right now. All I can do is wait. Sui took a deep breath and opened the City Chat channel, which he hadn't opened for a long time. The City Chat channel, which had been filled with all kinds of rescue information and desperate complaints, suddenly exploded. All the survivors who are still alive in the city have heard the relevant notice just now and know about the Doomsday War copy. I was wondering why the soldiers disappeared. It turns out that Bastard has temporarily stored them all. I have been struggling for a week, drinking urine for a week. I have been eating moldy and rotten food for a week. I have been waiting for the country to rescue me, but now they tell me that the country can't save me. What kind of Doomsday War are they going to force? Stop it. I took advantage of the Doomsday to collect a lot of gold, jewelry, and banknotes, just waiting for the country to recover from the Doomsday, and then I will buy the bottom and make a fortune. And now you are playing this trick on me. The people in the city were desperate, and the first to collapse were the survivors who believed that the apocalypse would soon be over. It's not these people's fault for being naive. After all, considering China's national conditions, what's the point of doomsday? Are you kidding me? My army will enter the city and resolve the issue in minutes. What natural disaster or man-made disaster can't be resolved? Can a nation that has survived for 5,000 years be defeated by such a small difficulty? Do you really think this is a foreign country where a few zombies will cause everyone to howl? A flood will cause the whole country to collapse. It's not that we are too confident, it's just that these things are not difficult. But now, no one is confident anymore. The mysterious existence seemed to have the ability to read minds. It seemed to know what the Chinese people's trump card was and directly took it away. Hey, you guys have no more cards, just keep playing the doomsday game. The Chinese nation is a unique nation of heroes who protect mortals. Now that the heroes have been kidnapped, only a group of mortals are left. Isn't this intentional trouble? But if it were really that simple, it wouldn't be a devastating start. After all, new heroes can be born among mortals. The mysterious existence seemed to have anticipated this and directly launched a dual-world doomsday survival mechanism. Soldiers are fighting a doomsday war in another world, while ordinary people are experiencing rotating doomsday disasters on Earth. This move is too vicious. It's cutting off the firewood from under the cauldron. One survivor yelled in the chat channel, "Let them fight, why do they have to drag us into it?" This whole set of mechanisms may seem complicated, but in fact, there are only two words between the lines: infighting. It wants us to fight among ourselves, to make us vote for the military to fight the most difficult war, and then let the military continue to drain our resources to ensure the next victory. After these operations, if one side does not trust the other side, they will be in a situation where the soldiers fight the most difficult war every day while we wait to die without food or water. Even some survivors who did not quite understand the mechanism realized the seriousness of the problem after seeing the relevant explanations. This is not just a provocation between one or two people, the mysterious existence is playing tricks on all of humanity. It forcibly divides human beings into two camps, and wants them to send each other to hell with their own hands. What should we do? How are we going to vote later? Let's go with the lowest difficulty. After all, don't forget there's an erasure mechanism. If we lose, any of us could die. The highest difficulty. Trust our soldiers. I need supplies. I am dying of thirst. If you don't give me something to drink, I won't live to see the day I am wiped out. Even the officials have been taken away. There is no one to take the lead. Who should we listen to? How about compromising and choosing a medium difficulty? Actually, I don't have much water left to drink. What the hell is this discussion? We don't even know how difficult the vote is. Besides, it's not just our city that has the final say. There are so many places in the country. I have a feeling that I'm going to die. That doomsday war doesn't sound easy. That thing didn't say when it would stop. Are they going to fight endlessly? If that's the case, since they know they can't come back, will they prioritize their own survival? The entire chat channel was in chaos. People were talking about it at once, and some were trying to maintain order by shouting loudly, but it was useless. At such moments, only the presence of special identities such as senior officials, soldiers, and the military can deter chaos and make the people obey. Besides, no one is willing to submit to anyone else, so why should we listen to you? Sui knew this very well, he just silently watched the chaos in the city continue to expand. Perhaps, this is what the mysterious being hopes to see. Just a few words have thrown the remaining survivors into confusion and created more despair about the future. It just wants to play with us. Sui sighed deeply. There were many survivors like him who were observing silently. No one knows what others are thinking, and no one is even sure whether the soldiers who have been withdrawn still have their usual persistence and principles. After all, this is not an era of peace, nor is it an era of war between humans on Earth. This is the end of the world. It is a cruel game completely controlled by a mysterious entity. Voting begins now. Before the voting phase, the guidance message from the country's doomsday war will be announced. The following is the specific content of the guidance message. A new prompt appeared in front of everyone, and a special red dialog box slowly emerged on the last line. That was the guiding message, just 10 simple words. Choose the highest difficulty. Trust the People's Liberation Army. Just a moment. The whole city was silent, with no one making noise or complaining. Everyone stared blankly at the line of words in front of them. These short 10 words made people's blood boil and they felt like crying. No hesitation. No fear. There is only firm persuasion, and we don't need to ask about the possible choices of victory or defeat. These 10 simple words are almost engraved in the pupils of every Chinese survivor. Extremely hot. Is it, because the higher the difficulty, the more survival supplies we get? Su Yi murmured. This was the only answer he could think of. There is no other reason, just to rescue the people. Although we are no longer on Earth, we will still do our best to rescue the people of the country. Because sacrifice for the people is the foundation of every Chinese soldier and the most solid foundation of the great faith. You guys are a little too straightforward. Su Yi smiled bitterly. He raised his hand and felt some wetness on his cheek. But I was really moved. Su Yi took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down because he saw a new prompt message appearing in front of him. The guidance information has been announced, and online voting will continue below. The difficulty options for the first round of the country's doomsday war are as follows: single choice. F class, E class, D class, C class, B class, A class, S class. The difficulty increases gradually. Starting from level D, survivors of the country can obtain basic survival supplies, and then each time the difficulty increases, the material rewards will be doubled. The theme of this country's doomsday war: bloody battle. War scene: random city map environment in the country. Duration: 21 days. Winning condition: annihilate all enemies. Defeat conditions: our team is completely wiped out or the time runs out. The number of soldiers participating in the war is limited to 100,000, and they are not allowed to carry any war equipment. They must annihilate 10,000 mad demons within 1 month. Mad demon: a monster from the world of apocalyptic war, humanoid, 3 meters tall, with twice the speed and strength of humans, and possessing biological characteristics of fast healing, disease infection, low-altitude flight, and advanced intelligence. Starting from the D level, the number of demons doubles with each level of difficulty increase, and the highest level is S, with 160,000 demons. The voting will begin. The voting time is 1 hour. Failure to vote within the time limit will be considered as choosing the D-level difficulty. At the bottom of the latest information, there is a picture of a madman. This is a humanoid monster with red skin, a huge body and strong muscles. It is wearing heavy armor and holding sharp cold weapons. Su Yi looked at the picture of the monster silently. He could simply analyze some key war intelligence. 1. The monsters are wearing armor and holding weapons, which means they have the intelligence to make and use tools, and their intelligence may be comparable to that of normal humans. 2. With a height of 3 meters, he is almost twice the height of a normal human being and almost as tall as a floor. He completely crushes human soldiers in terms of strength and speed. 3. It is almost impossible for human soldiers to defeat such monsters with bare hands and without weapons and equipment. Even 10 people against 1 will be difficult. After all, the monsters can fly. Even I can analyze it, so they who are far away in the war dungeon world should also know how dangerous this guy is. Let alone 160,000, even 1,000 would be extremely difficult. Su Yi took a deep breath and silently chose his voting option. F class. Lowest difficulty. It's not that I don't trust you, I just don't want you to have a hard time. I don't need these material rewards. Su Yi looked at the F-level reward information prompt. Successfully select this difficulty, the number of enemies is reduced to 50%, allowing humans to use corresponding weapons and equipment that do not exceed the number of participants. But at the same time, after winning a war of this difficulty, the war material reward received by the survivors of Earth's own country will be reduced to 20% of the basic reward. This is the reason why Su Yi chose Class F. It can be analyzed from the information prompts that various types of military technology equipment on the Earth should have been forcibly taken away along with the soldiers. So these days, what is sold in the market are only pistols and the like. Even submachine guns and rifles are rarely seen, and there are not many grenades. If tanks, planes, and other weapons are brought over, we should have a better chance of winning if we take them with us. However, I guess not many people would choose this difficulty. Sui smiled bitterly. He knew he was doing useless work. The difficulty of level F is simply unattractive. Not only does it not give any material rewards, but there are not many benefits even after winning. Nowadays, there are very few people in the country who can have enough food and drink like Sui, and most of the survivors are still unable to get rid of the basic needs of survival. Lack of food, lack of drinking water, and lack of means to resist heat. This is the most deadly thing. Who can give up life-saving supplies at the critical moment of life and death and give the hope of survival to the country's soldiers who are far away in other worlds and don't know whether they can come back? At least, I can live with my conscience. Sui closed the voting interface and sat quietly in the dark, waiting for the final voting results. During this long period of time, Sui thought a lot. The only thing I can do to help them is to vote. Whether they can win or not, I have to ensure my own safety first. The Doomsday rotation mechanism hasn't disappeared yet, and now there's an additional Doomsday war mechanism. This means that I have to make sure I survive the ever-rotating Doomsday disasters, and I have to have the good luck to not be on the random elimination list. Sui frowned, feeling a lot of pressure at the moment. This is really difficult. I have to think of a way to at least ensure that I stay alive without the risk of dying. Sui was lost in thought when he was suddenly interrupted by the information that appeared in front of him. He looked up and saw that the voting results were out. Let me see, it should be D level. B level is actually possible. It can't really be S level, right? Sui looked up and was stunned. He saw the answer. Difficulty of the first round of the country's Doomsday War, F level. Sui was so surprised that he jumped up. It's really F level. It turns out that the Chinese people are so simple and honest. What is going on? There are thugs everywhere out there doing evil things, and then Doomsday War voted out an F grade. No, where are the thugs? Don't you want supplies? Could it be that you guys committed all kinds of evil in the apocalypse, but when the time comes for your country to face a life and death crisis, you all become righteous again? He is truly a hero of the outlaw forest. Sui was a little confused. He felt that reality was a bit magical, or perhaps his understanding of the Chinese people was a bit too one-sided. Not only Sui didn't understand, people in the city chat channel were also outraged. F rank. No, weren't you guys just discussing voting for C? Didn't you guys just discuss voting for C? Didn't you say we should get at least some survival supplies? I've been deceived. It turns out that I'm the only one who voted S rank, and I'm the only one who listens to the country the most. You all want to rebel. It's so funny, you don't believe in the PLA, right? The voting result is F level, and the soldiers are so confused after seeing it. Brother soldier, I'm a master of the earth, but my family asked me to play at the lowest difficulty level. Oh, they just cried and yelled that they were dying of thirst, and this is the result. They would rather die of thirst than vote for an F grade. You can't say that. I just looked at the specific number of votes. F level is only ahead by 83 votes, which is a slight advantage. The second place is B level difficulty. I will miss the B level material reward. So, you voted for B level. I remember you just said that you were about to die of thirst. Are you B level or S level? I voted for an F, thank you. Anyway, I may not live long, so let the soldiers live a few more days. Brother, tell me your location, I'll send you some supplies. The survivors on the city chat channel were all shouting in disbelief, and at this moment the shadow and discomfort of Doomsday were slightly diverted. All survivors across the country were paying attention to the voting results, and some even pulled out all the voting information data for a closer look. First vote, F grade. Second vote, B grade. Third vote, D class. Fourth vote, S level. Only these four have the most votes. Grades B and D are easy to understand. Although everyone feels sorry for the soldiers, they also want to get some supplies to solve their urgent needs. The S-level voting data is not difficult to explain. After all, it is the country that allows me to vote, so I should just trust the country blindly. But the F-level vote took first place, which was something that no one in the country expected. Maybe, there are many people who have the same idea as me. Su-yi murmured, with an uncontrollable smile on his face, I just wanted to give it a try and live up to my conscience, but… Wow, everyone wants to live up to their conscience. The Chinese people are so awesome that they can even come up with such a voting result. Su-yi had to admit that many people, including himself, did not really understand their own nation. Therefore, they create some miracles in reality that even they themselves do not believe in. Su-yi was very happy and had the urge to talk to someone. So, Su-yi found Jiang Xiaozi and told her the whole story. With Jiang Xiaozi's intelligence, she quickly analyzed the reason. Sir, there is no need to be so surprised. Since ancient times, the Chinese people have great wisdom hidden in the people. Moreover, the people are more intelligent nowadays, so they naturally understand the principle that both people and land exist. Regardless of whether the troops have any hope of returning, just from the perspective of the mechanism of the Doomsday War, treating the soldiers well is treating ourselves well. Let the soldiers win at the lowest cost. Once they win, they can be given operations and survival supplies. In order to ensure that they do not anger the people and make the next vote more difficult, the military will naturally not carry out the demand operation. As long as there is a certain basis of mutual trust between the military and civilians, it will be easy to form a situation of mutual support. Even though we are far apart, we can still see each other from afar and take care of each other. Jiang Xiaozi's analysis made sense, but Su-yi felt that ordinary people might not think that complicatedly. By the way, Xiaozi, do you know the purpose of the Chinese Liberation Army? Sir, I have only been here for a short time, so I don't know yet. Jiang Xiaozi was very modest. Is there a detail that I don't understand? Is my analysis incorrect? It is correct, but maybe people haven't thought about it that deeply. Su-yi touched his chin and suddenly smiled. The word people is in front of the PLA. This is the people's army. The army's belief is to protect the lives and interests of the people. Do you think that ordinary people would be willing to let such an army fight a war that is too brutal? I see. Jiang Xiaozi was stunned for a moment, then smiled softly. Maybe, they are soldiers like Lin Yue. No, Lin Yue is a soldier like them. When Su-yi was about to say something else, a new prompt message suddenly appeared in front of him. Congratulations. Our military has decided to use the additional pre-war operating permissions to activate the Give module. All survivors in the country will receive random rewards from their own army. Congratulations. You have received a random reward, D-Class Water Purifier. Class D Water Purifier, it can convert undrinkable water into drinkable water, and can purify up to 200 liters per day. As the prompt message appeared, a golden light flashed in front of Su-yi. When the golden light dissipated, a large water purification device about 1 meter high appeared in front of Su-yi. This water purification device was a type that Su-yi had never seen before. It was obviously not a technology that humans already had. After all, the item information clearly stated, it could purify water but not drinkable water. This thing has no limited purification range, maybe it can purify any water. It's amazing. Jiang Xiaozi blinked her beautiful eyes and exclaimed softly. She was surprised that the items appeared out of thin air, while Su-yi was surprised that the country was so anxious to issue rewards. Before the First War, each country's army has the right to request and give once. Either they demand from the people to increase the chances of winning the war, or they give the people random rewards of survival supplies. Obviously, the Chinese army chose give without hesitation, and the speed was so fast that it was carried out almost shortly after the voting results came out, for fear that if it was delayed for a while, ordinary people would die in the doomsday disaster. Water purifier, I'm lucky. Su-yi touched the large device. There was an instruction manual next to the device, which recorded simple operating methods and precautions. Very good. Now I have a greenhouse room and a water purifier, so I can really stay at home forever. There are also freezers that act as air conditioners and provide ice water for cooling. The shelter's armed capabilities are not weak, and Lin Yue, a research maniac, can continuously improve the shelter's building defense coefficient. What am I still lacking now? Maybe, I really just lack some entertainment facilities. Su-yi pondered, tomorrow's reward, won't it really give me some entertainment facilities to fill my spiritual needs? Su-yi opened the city chat channel. Everyone was discussing the random rewards issued by the country with surprise. Look. The magic bread tree. It produces 6 loaves of bread every day. Eating 3 of them will provide you with the nutrients and water you need for the day. I am so proud of the PLA. Is there anything like this? It's a passive air conditioner. It doesn't need to be plugged in, just turn it on and it will cool or heat you as you like. It can also activate the hibernation mode to reduce the body's energy consumption without actually entering a hibernation state. Ah. Am I the most unlucky? What I got was a weapon, a laser dagger that doesn't need to be charged. What do I need it for? Give me more food. I looked around and roughly analyzed it. It seems that the rewards we got are all the parts that we need most urgently, right? This mechanism is quite reasonable and not too troublesome. This mysterious existence is quite particular. You are all surprised like fools who have never seen the world. Isn't this as it should be? Who are they? They are the people's soldiers. They will definitely choose the give operation without thinking. It will be the same in the future. Don't even think about it. Ah. What do you mean? There will be these rewards in the future. It's clearly the end of the world, and I still have to be protected by the People's Liberation Army every day. I feel like a happy little loser. To be honest, I still hope they come back. The world is still in chaos. I don't dare to go out casually. I see dead bodies outside every day. Alas. The chat channel was filled with surprises and discussions about each other's rewards, and many people posted the contents of their rewards to show off. This scene has a gaming atmosphere of competing to see who is the luckiest after 10 consecutive draws. Of course, everyone also knows who gave them the confidence to have this joy. With this wave of support, it is estimated that the death toll of survivors across the country will drop sharply tomorrow. Sui murmured, from the overall perspective, the give operation is indeed very useful. It directly meets everyone's most urgent need for survival resources. This reward sounds a bit like my talent, but I can get the reward every day. The rest of us can only wait for the soldiers to win the battle. Sui analyzed while looking at the conversation message box in front of him. Operation completed, Doomsday War has begun. Survivors can view the general direction of the current war in their country at any time through the shelter data version. They can also spend extra survival points to learn more detailed war situation content. The Doomsday War has already begun. I don't know what the situation is like over there. Do the soldiers have any chance of winning against those extremely perverted-looking monsters? Sui was unsure. He trusted the people's soldiers, but humans did not understand the devil. Any accidents were possible in the first war. But compared to the outcome of the war, Sui felt that the 2 lines of information in front of him seemed to have a deeper meaning. Since we can see the general direction of the war without spending points, why do we need to emphasize that we can spend points to understand the war situation in more detail? This thing shouldn't matter. It won't affect the direction of the war even if we know the war situation in more detail. Sui murmured, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. So far, the hints given by the mysterious entity are basically no nonsense. It is impossible for it to deliberately add a mechanism that seems to be useless. Think about it carefully. Is this message really that simple? Could it be a sign that the survivors of Earth can actually influence the situation of the Doomsday War by spending points? What are you thinking about, sir? Jiang Xiaozi raised her head and looked at Sui, who was thinking about something blankly. She asked curiously, is there any problem with this machine? Jiang Xiaozi has already figured out the function and usage of the machine. She doesn't understand why Sui hasn't ordered her to install and use the machine. This big guy can provide the most stable drinking water supply to the shelter. I was just thinking about one thing, a possibility that has not yet appeared. Sui took a deep breath and told Jiang Xiaozi the information and his guess. Do you think my guess is possible? Mr. S guess is correct. This is bound to happen. Jiang Xiaozi made a judgment in an instant without thinking, and pointed out the key. As you said, the mysterious existence did not make any unnecessary moves or behaviors, which means that the irrationality of its actions must have its reasons. I was thinking before, if the mechanism of the Doomsday War really wants to test humanity, it should not just give us cruel options. Simply sowing discord and exploiting others is not a test. Providing more opportunities and choices is more in line with the mentality of those in high positions and can better demonstrate absolute control. I can't understand what level it is at or how powerful it is. I just feel that, if I were facing a group of ants and wanted to test them, I would definitely give them a way out. If I just want to kill a bunch of ants, why bother? I can just pour a kettle of boiling water. Jiang Xiaozi paused, then smiled and said, "So your guess is completely correct. Although we don't know when this new mechanism will appear, we can almost be sure that we will have the possibility of influencing the Doomsday War. Of course, this influence can not only support our army, but also weaken their combat effectiveness. I think this is fairness with more choices, and the true battle between good and evil in human nature." Jiang Xiaozi's approval made Su Yi feel relieved. It seems that I am not overthinking it. Smart people also think so it is probably true. If that's the case, other smart people will definitely be able to think of this. Once more and more people know about this, then the survival points will be more effective. Whether it's to help the soldiers or to weaken them, everyone will try their best to get more survival points. Su Yi murmured, "Xiaozi, then we have to move quickly. We have to keep up with the pace and find a way to get more points. Obtaining more survival points can not only improve the living conditions in the shelter, but also affect the soldiers in the Doomsday War." Su Yi values the latter more. He no longer has any urgent survival pressure at this stage. The only thing that can directly threaten Su Yi's life is the random annihilation that may occur after the failure of the Doomsday War. Although it is impossible for soldiers to make this choice, since this punishment mechanism has appeared, it is not certain that compulsory elimination punishment will not occur. Don't be afraid of 10,000 things, just be prepared for the worst. What if the military loses a few battles in a row and some forced elimination happens, and I happen to be unlucky enough to encounter them? Then I'll just stop right here. What you said is absolutely right, sir. Jiang Xiaozi nodded and asked, "Should I let Lin Yue continue to explore for supplies outside?" Exploration supplies are secondary, and the survival points reward after the exploration mission is the key. No, wait a little longer. The 10 or 20 points won't make a big difference. Su Yi waved his hand. Whether it is to build a shelter or to support the Doomsday War, the points required will definitely not be too low. Ordinary means are simply not enough. We have to use extraordinary means. Su Yi's eyes flashed with strange light, and at this moment, he underwent some subtle changes in his psychology. Jiang Xiaozi was very understanding. She felt the slight change in Su Yi's heart and couldn't help but lower her head and said a word. "Little White Bear Sanctuary." Su Yi was silent and didn't say anything. After a while, he raised an eyebrow and said, "Do you want me to learn from the Little White Bear Sanctuary?" "No." Jiang Xiaozi shook her head and smiled. "Sir, you told me that the Little White Bear shelter holds the most survival points in the city, and destroying the shelter will directly inherit the other party's unused points. So, sir, why don't you get rid of this evil for the people?" Late at night, Su Yi lay on the bed, staring blankly out the window with bright eyes in the darkness. Next to him was Jiang Xiaozi, who had already fallen into a sound sleep. After arranging the water purifier and night watch, she naturally lay down next to Su Yi and slept under the quilt. Neither of them refused this matter, and it seemed to have become the tacit content of the night for the couple. Su Yi could feel the delicate body beside him, still warm and naked. But Su Yi still had no distractions and had no intention of falling asleep. He was thinking about the advice Jiang Xiaozi gave him. "I don't mind taking the initiative to punish the evildoers, but I only have one Lin Yue now." Su Yi was calculating silently in his mind. No matter how he thought about it, he didn't think that Lin Yue could solve the problem of the polar bear shelter by himself. He is the top guy on the list, so his talent and ability must be good. Su Yi even suspected that the other party's talent might be much stronger than his own, otherwise how could he destroy so many shelters in just a few days? It is impossible for Lin Yue alone to defeat the opponent. However, Jiang Xiaozi's proposal cannot be completely ignored. After all, the two sides have already formed a grudge against each other. Even if the other party can't find Su Yi now, it doesn't necessarily mean that he won't be able to find him in the future. I have to take advantage of the fact that I am still in the dark and get rid of him as soon as possible. It would be really stupid to wait for him to come to me and seek revenge. But if I want to quickly improve the combat effectiveness of the shelter, the best way is to use my talent. How can I use it effectively so that the talent rewards will always give me the type of rewards I want? Sui pondered. The talent reward is what I need most at the moment. But the current combat power of the shelter is not too bad for a level 1 shelter, so it is no longer in urgent need, right? But can I make some adjustments? Although there is no urgent need for combat power, if we increase the amount of food, water, and other resources to a level higher than the combat power level, will it appear that the shelter's combat power is insufficient? Does the talent reward of most urgent needed follow the barrel theory? Unconsciously, Sui had been thinking all night. When he came to his senses, it was already daybreak. He was shocked to realize that he had not slept all night and was overwhelmed by sleepiness. Take a break. Studying the talent mechanism is not something that can be mastered in a day or two. Sui fell asleep in drowsiness. He felt as if he had just closed his eyes when he heard Jiang Xiaozi's gentle voice waking him up in his ear. Sir, it's time to get up. It's already past 11 noon. Sui opened his eyes tiredly and rubbed his aching head. Jiang Xiaozi asked gently, Sir, did you not sleep well last night? Well, I've been thinking about it all night. Sui sighed. Xiaozi, tell me, how can we improve the combat effectiveness of the shelter? Build up a self-circulating material supply system, develop a larger population, train the army, and research weapons and equipment. Jiang Xiaozi gave the answer almost without hesitation. Build an army loyal to you, sir, and you will naturally not be afraid of any threats. Building an army. Sui was stunned. He looked at Jiang Xiaozi and suddenly asked, have you always been planning this? Including persuading me to accept those women, was it also for this purpose? Gentlemen. Jiang Xiaozi did not refute, but lowered his head and explained softly, compared to men, I understand women better, and I am more confident in training them. I'm increasingly curious about what you did before. You can even train female soldiers. Sui looked Jiang Xiaozi up and down and asked tentatively, can you tell me about it? If my question is not offensive. Director of the Special Forces Training Base. Jiang Xiaozi did not hide anything and even explained it in detail to Sui. This position is probably the identity of a special soldier trainer during the anti-Japanese war in this world. At the same time, you will also be responsible for the trainer's secret missions and exist as their superior. Secret mission, underground organization. Lurker. Spy. Sui's eyes widened. You can train spies. Well, sort of. Jiang Xiaozi smiled and nodded. No wonder this woman is an A-level talent, no wonder she tried hard to persuade me to accept that group of women, it turns out she has this ability. Good at management, extremely intelligent, and able to train spies, this woman is simply an all-rounder. Sui was very surprised, but he soon realized that this could not solve his current predicament. Xiaozi, you are indeed very powerful, but, well, what I need is to quickly improve the combat effectiveness of the shelter. Your approach is only suitable for long-term development. If we encounter danger in the short term, we can only rely on Lin Yue. Sui knew very well that no matter how powerful Jiang Xiaozi was, it was impossible for him to quickly transform those women into warriors. This takes a process. Jiang Xiaozi also understood. She lowered her head and whispered, Sir, before that, I will do my best to ensure the safety of the shelter and will not let us fall into despair. You never know what's going on. Let's eat first. Sui sat down at the dining table and was about to pick up his chopsticks when he suddenly remembered the Doomsday War. One night has passed, and I don't know how the soldiers' first battle went. How should I check the battle situation? Oh, right, here it is. Sui found the battle situation module through the shelter interface. After selecting it, several information prompts appeared in front of Sui. At midnight tonight, the first Doomsday War begins, and our country's troops enter the battlefield. At 30:30 a.m., our army got the information of the battlefield city and sent out scouts to collect intelligence on the enemy. At 1:30 a.m., the first large-scale encounter occurred. The Chinese army completed the strategic deployment at the expense of 569 drones and lured the enemy into an ambush. At 1:40 a.m., the first round of artillery bombardment began. The H-6 carried out its mission and perfectly completed the war goal, destroying the city's buildings and burying 525 demons. At 2:10 a.m., 18 J-20s were dispatched to suppress the enemy's low-altitude flight capabilities and destroy the enemy's intention to break out of the city ruins. At 2:30 a.m., the DF-15 began a cluster bombing, which lasted for 2 hours. At 4:30 a.m., the drone entered the ruins and confirmed that a total of 506 enemy bodies were killed, and it was suspected that some remnants of the enemy had escaped. At 5:26 a.m., the command confirmed the situation of another heavy armored combined brigade, successfully delaying more than 200 crazy demons, who were suspected to be crazy demon scouts. At the same time, a large number of crazy demon activity targets were discovered, suspected to be ambushing and supporting activities in the wild. At 5:40 a.m., the command center activated the Guardian 2D long-range rocket launcher to carry out a full coverage saturation strike on the area where the large-scale demons were active. At 6:20 a.m., the artillery bombardment stopped and the results of the battle could not be confirmed. The second round of drone decoy operations began, but the decoy operation failed. At 7:50 in the morning, the battlefield entered a silent period. Sui read through them one by one, his mouth opened unconsciously. "You guys have been firing cannons all night long." Sui was shocked. "Where is our family's fine quality tradition? Where is our unrivaled light infantry? How did the great powers start fighting a war?" As soon as they entered the scene, artillery fire started for most of the night. Did the Air Force and infantry start bombing together? Even the scouts are using drones. Are they really not sending out a single living person, just letting the madman play with the artillery fire? Although the text of the war narrative is very brief, every Chinese has a good sense of war and basic analytical skills. After Sui saw this, he understood. The command center did not want to hide from the crazy demon, so it had no intention of engaging in hand-to-hand combat with the crazy demon. Use long-range artillery fire directly, over and over again, and then use drones to check the situation. If there is no way to confirm the results of the battle, then don't confirm it. Anyway, once you find the enemy, there is only one word: bomb. Human. Impossible. The demon won't even think about seeing any human being. If we don't fight well in a battle of this difficulty, we will be letting down the love of the people of the whole country. Yesterday I thought this demon was difficult to deal with its self-healing, disease infection, low-altitude flight, and so on. Now it seems that it is not that difficult to fight. Sui scratched his hair, and he suddenly realized the meaning of the sentence in the F-level difficulty. Humans are allowed to use corresponding weapons and equipment that do not exceed the number of combatants. In China, a military force of 100,000 is the establishment number of an army group. Under this organization, there are no weapons in the country that belong to this system. As long as the rules allow, theoretically even nuclear bombs can be brought in. No. Sui already had a serious suspicion that, with the frequency of the soldiers' artillery firing, the nuclear bomb might have been brought in but had not been used yet. I continued to look at the war information but found that there was no update. It's almost 12 noon now. How long will the silent period last? Sui pondered and murmured, "No. You're not planning to do it all at once, are you? Hello. This is a war with a time limit of 21 days, there is plenty of time. There's no need to be so quick. Based on the difficulty of F rank, the enemy is 5,000 crazy demons. But judging by the bombing losses in the early hours of the morning, the loss of the mad demons is conservatively estimated to be more than 1,000, right? At this rate, it won't take more than a few days to finish the fight." Sui touched his chin and murmured, "If the battle is over ahead of schedule, will there be any extra rewards? The war lasts for 21 days, so are there any special arrangements for the remaining time? Will the soldiers be arranged to go home to visit? Really, the Earth needs them. At least China really needs it. There is no one in charge of the whole country and it is really too chaotic." Sui opened the city chat channel while eating. Today, no one posted any desperate complaints, and most of them were excitedly discussing the battle situation in their own country during the Doomsday War. Perhaps because of yesterday's wave of national material support, everyone basically has no urgent needs, so everyone is very active today. I was wondering why I didn't see any weapons with high lethality after contacting several police stations. It turns out they are all in the hands of the soldiers. What kind of police station traitor? This name is really. But it's true. I guess even the police have gone to the Doomsday War dungeon. Otherwise, how could some scoundrels occupy the police station? Who is the scoundrel? Who is the scoundrel? Don't you dare to send the location. I have to say this battle report is really exciting. I was worried all night last night, thinking it would be a difficult battle, but I didn't expect it to be like this. Very good, we are really starting to beat the aliens. By the way, the mad demon is also an alien, right? I don't even have the energy to go out and look for food now. I just keep refreshing the battle report. There has been no movement this morning. I'm a little anxious. I see that you are not worried about your own soldiers, but you are anxious for the country to win and give rewards to all the people, right? The confusion of the other survivors is also Su Yi's confusion. Everyone had some vague guesses in their minds. According to the usual style of the Chinese authorities, they will either keep silent or make a big move. Just as Su Yi was wondering what the country was going to do, a new prompt message suddenly appeared in front of him, indicating that today's talent rewards had been issued. Congratulations. You have triggered the talent reward and received the Battle Talent Lottery ticket, within 10. Combat Talent Lottery ticket, D-level special entertainment item, consumable. After use, the shelter can obtain 1 to 10 random numbers of D-level combat talents. Su Yi's eyes widened, his heart filled with surprise. It's really what I want. The combat talent reward came directly today. This is such a surprise. According to the C-level standard of talent experience after upgrading, although the D-level reward is a bit lower, it is a special reward. If you are lucky enough to draw a combat talent above level D, then you will make a profit. As golden light flashed, a purple lottery ticket appeared in Su Yi's hand. Su Yi observed for a moment, and just as he was excitedly preparing to use it, an idea suddenly flashed in his mind. Wait, speaking of which, there is no mechanism in the Doomsday game that emphasizes that talents are not allowed to use items under the shelter system, right? After all, these are all things that belong to the Doomsday game mechanics. If we can let talented people use this scroll, why not let Lin Yue use it? Su Yi repeatedly checked the information of this item and confirmed that there was no prohibition on its use. Just give it a try, just in case it works. If Lin Yue can use it, wouldn't it be possible to use her good luck buff? Su Yi stood up suddenly, walked out the door and called Lin Yue. Chief. Lin Yue responded quickly and rushed downstairs. I'm training those girls. Do you want to talk to me? Military training arranged so soon. Jiang Xiaozi is so efficient. It's something very important. Su Yi handed over the lottery ticket in his hand and asked seriously, take a look, can you use this thing? Use. Lin Yue carefully looked at the lottery ticket in his hand, turned it over and raised his head in confusion. Commander, how do I use it? What do I need to do? Broken. Talents cannot see the data information of the item, nor can they see the use operation button. It's over. It looks like I can't enjoy Lin Yue's good luck effect anymore. Su Yi sighed. Just as he was about to take the lottery ticket back, he saw Lin Yue thinking about it by himself. He waved the lottery ticket tentatively. Use it. Bang. The lottery ticket suddenly exploded with a golden light, which scared Lin Yue. He quickly stood in front of Su Yi with a gun in hand. Su Yi opened his eyes wide, watching the golden light quickly condense into 10 golden human figures around him. It worked. It really works. This thing can actually be triggered by voice control. Su Yi was surprised and delighted. He held Lin Yue's shoulder and signaled her to put away the gun. Then, Su Yi looked towards the golden light with obvious excitement in his eyes. Lin Yue's good luck really worked. The 10 human-shaped golden lights disappeared in the blink of an eye, revealing 10 tall and strong men. Without exception, they were all dressed in modern military equipment, camouflage uniforms, and equipped with basic weapons and combat tools. Comrade. Lin Yue frowned. She could see that these people were Chinese soldiers like her, but she didn't know them. When the golden light completely dissipated, 10 soldiers had already filled the small room, which was already small to begin with. They seemed to have expected it. They all looked at Su Yi and stood at attention to salute. Hello, Chief. The male soldiers roared in unison. The momentum was very shocking, and every soldier exuded a fierce aura. Just one glance and you can tell that their will to fight is very strong. Okay, hello. Sui laughed so hard that his mouth could hardly close. 10 D-level soldiers. What a huge profit. You have to know that when Lin Yue was still at level D, the fighting power he displayed was like a little Superman, and his various combat skills were impeccable. There is no way that the 10 warriors in front of us now can be inferior to Lin Yue back then, right? If used properly, these 10 people plus Lin Yue can almost crush most of the thug gangs in the current doomsday situation. As long as the enemy does not have a very abnormal talent for shelter, Sui can hardly think of any ordinary person who can be a match for so many Chinese soldiers. Lin Yue, well done. Sui patted Lin Yue's shoulder, his eyes filled with relief and appreciation. Serving the leader is what I should do. Lin Yue responded respectfully, looking at the group of male soldiers curiously. The male soldiers stared intently, with Sui alone in their eyes. They stood still like sculptures, waiting for Sui's orders. At this time, Sui was opening the shelter panel to check the data information of the male soldiers. Name, Lin Yue. Age, 25. Type, soldier, sniper. Talent level, D. Physical strength, 105. Nerve response, 110. Endurance, 108. Mental will, 112. Self-healing immunity, 107. Talent characteristics. Concealment, he is good at hiding himself in complex environments. He can lurk in any complex terrain and carry out precise strikes on long-range enemies. Talent. Precision shooting. After a long period of military training, his shooting accuracy is extremely high, and he almost never misses a shot. Name, Zhang Yi. Age, 24. Type, soldier, scout. Talent level, D. Physical strength, 102. Nerve response, 115. Endurance, 105. Mental will, 110. Self-healing immunity, 106. Talent characteristics. High-speed endurance, he has very long endurance and plenty of stamina, and is good at moving quickly and traversing various terrains. Talent. Enemy detection, he has an extremely keen sense of any hostile unit and can distinguish most lurking and camouflaged enemy units. Name, Li Yang. Age, 25. Type, soldier, signal corps. Talent level, D. Physical strength, 103. Nerve response, 109. Endurance, 106. Mental will, 113. Self-healing immunity, 109. Talent characteristics. Technical support, he is proficient in using various communication equipment and technical means, has a detailed understanding of the field of military communications, and can build and maintain basic military communications in harsh environments. Talent. Fast coding, he has excellent coding and information capabilities, and can complete complex communication cracking and encryption operations in a short time. Sui roughly checked the information of the 10 soldiers and was surprised to find that they all had their own military classifications. When Sui recruited Lin Yue only had the occupation of soldier, and there was no clear distinction between military branches. But these 10 soldiers are different. Among them are snipers, scouts, communicators, assaulters, armored soldiers, aviation soldiers, air defense soldiers, etc. It can almost be said that the types are very complete, covering most common military arms classifications. These 10 people together can almost form a fully functional combat team that can perform very comprehensive military operations. These are not just 10 soldiers, they are a military combat team. The key is mutual cooperation. Sui took a deep breath. He felt that his good luck this time was a bit exaggerated. It was so exaggerated that Sui felt vaguely that a little bit of his life seemed to have been lost. Of course, these 10 soldiers also have their shortcomings. That is, the weapons and equipment they carry are very basic. The firearms they carry are only different types of pistols and basic military props suitable for their own arms. For example, snipers brought extra camouflage paint, Scouts brought extra military binoculars, and communications soldiers brought extra handheld walkie-talkies. There aren't many of them, and it can't be said that they are completely useless, but they are certainly not considered the core equipment of their respective arms. For example, a sniper doesn't have a sniper rifle. He just has a small pistol. There was no radio for the signalman, nor for the scout's drone. Without any core equipment, these 10 people are all simplified versions. It's okay, as long as we have someone, we can take care of these things later. Sui comforted himself, these are all D-level soldiers, what else can he ask for? If they really arrived fully armed, they would probably not be rated D. Weapons and equipment can also affect the combat effectiveness of combat talents. You just arrived, so you may not be familiar with the situation yet. But I know that you should know who I am and where this place is. Sui took a deep breath, looked at the soldiers, and pointed at Lin Yue beside him. Her name is Lin Yue, the first soldier of the shelter, and she will be your team leader in the future. Chief. Lin Yue was stunned and spoke in surprise, but Sui raised his hand to stop her. You 10 people have a complete range of military forces, just enough to form a combat team. Lin Yue will be your team leader. First, he will lead you to defend the shelter. Second, he will guide you to get familiar with the environment here more quickly. Do you have any objections? Suidwa asked, and sure enough he heard the soldiers roaring in unison. Yes, Chief. We have no objection. Very good, this is the Chinese soldier. Absolutely obey orders. Sui was very satisfied. He waved his hand, Lin Yue, take them out to find Jiang Xiaozi. There is still time today. Jiang Xiaozi should arrange some exploration tasks for them. With Jiang Xiaozi's temper, she would definitely not sit idly by and watch so many soldiers sitting idle at home. And with her intelligence, she can definitely arrange the tasks of these soldiers better. After all, this woman used to work in the underground party and specializes in assigning tasks to agents. Yes, Chief. Lin Yue saluted, then waved to the soldiers, follow me, I'll introduce Jiang Xiaozi to you. Team leader, can you please tell me what Jiang Xiaozi does? Scout Zhang Yi looked quite lively. He followed Lin Yue and asked cautiously, is she a woman? Is she easy to get along with? She's easy to get along with. As for what does she do? Lin Yue frowned. There were really no job arrangements in the shelter right now. Everyone's work was basically decided by Sui, and Sui delegated this power to Jiang Xiaozi. If we apply this analogy to the military system, Lin Yue pondered, she is probably equivalent to our political commissar. Political commissar. The male soldiers' expression suddenly became serious, and a sense of respect suddenly arose in their hearts. This word has a different meaning for soldiers. The fine traditional style of Chinese soldiers is completely inseparable from the grassroots work of each political commissar, and even more inseparable from their personal example. Today I was rewarded with 10 combat talents, but they lack their own equipment. Should I give them equipment rewards tomorrow? Sui was thinking happily. He went to the window and looked down. After a while, she looked down and saw Jiang Xiaozi leading 9 soldiers and Lin Yue out of the building. She stood in front of the building and gave the soldiers final instructions and reminders, and then watched Lin Yue and the 9 soldiers leave. Not bad, he even left a soldier to watch over the house. Xiaozi is indeed cautious. Sui nodded in satisfaction, looking at the soldiers going away. The one who stayed behind seems to be the signalman Li Yang. It's a reasonable arrangement. After all, he only has a walkie-talkie. At present, he can't play the role of a signalman and can only be used as an ordinary soldier. Speaking of which, Lin Yue set out with them. There are a total of 10 people. They should have completed all 3 dispatch missions for today, right? Hey! Wait, that's not right. Sui suddenly woke up. There are only 3 dispatch missions every day, and it is enough to assign at most 3 people. It seems that there is no point in assigning more, right? Then why did Xiaozi send out 10 people at once? Sui quickly opened the shelter's panel to check the shelter's dispatch mission status. He suddenly discovered that today's 3 dispatch missions were still in the standby status, and Jiang Xiaozi had not sent anyone to carry out the exploration mission at all. 10 soldiers who can form close combat cooperation with each other. If they are not going out to explore for supplies, then what is the purpose? Hiss. Su Yi's eyes widened, and a shocking guess popped up in his mind: they want to kill people. Destroying the shelter will earn you survival points. Xiaozi will definitely not look down on the small amount of points for the dispatch mission. She wants to get more points for me. This woman really deserves to be the head of the Secret Service. As soon as she got the military power, she sent soldiers to kill people. Su Yi was just guessing and was not sure yet. Just as he was about to call Jiang Xiaozi to ask, he heard her footsteps coming up the stairs. After a while, Jiang Xiaozi pushed the door open and walked in. Gentlemen. Jiang Xiaozi's gentle voice sounded behind Su Yi. Su Yi turned around and pointed outside the window. He remained silent, but the clever Jiang Xiaozi knew what he was going to ask and took the initiative to say, I have assigned tasks to the new soldiers. At first, when Lin Yue came to me, I did want to assign the soldiers a mission to collect supplies. But considering your concerns, the shelter's lack of points, so. Jiang Xiaozi paused, lowered his head and said, I gave them a new combat mission and asked them to collect more survival points. Jiang Xiaozi spoke very tactfully and did not directly mention things like killing people and destroying shelters. Because she knew that Su Yi was a man who still had good intentions. It shouldn't be a case of killing innocent people, right? Su Yi raised his eyebrows and soon got a satisfactory answer. Jiang Xiaozi shook his head, I will not give such an order. I also need to take care of the soldiers' personal emotions and beliefs. I asked them to look for the rioters and to pay special attention to collecting intelligence information about the Little White Bear shelter. If they find rioters, they will conduct an appropriate pursuit and they have the right to decide whether to kill people and destroy shelters at their own discretion. Of course, their main mission goal is still to collect as many points as possible for the gentlemen. Jiang Xiaozi gave the soldiers a lot of autonomy, which made Su Yi very satisfied. Actually, if you want to kill innocent people, I can understand that. After all, I am really short of points right now. Su Yi turned his head and looked out the window, and suddenly said, I won't blame you, you are mine, I will naturally be responsible for what you do. Gentlemen. Jiang Xiaozi looked up in surprise and frowned slightly, I know you are not that kind of person. So, I'm trying to change. Su Yi turned his head and looked at her cute frowning face, and couldn't help but smile. Leah told me that in such a cruel era, as a leader, I should learn to adapt. She said that leaders are born to be cruel, even if it means issuing orders that go against their principles. I think what Leah said is right. Su Yi said this very seriously, he really thought so. He has a kind heart, but he cannot be kind without reason. He must ensure the safety of himself and the shelter. If kindness and safety conflict, Su Yi will choose safety without hesitation. Very well, sir. Jiang Xiaozi was silent for a moment, then said softly, actually, you can trust me. Su Yi turned his back to her, what do you believe in? Believe me, I will not allow these cruel choices to appear before you, sir. Jiang Xiaozi's voice was gentle, his eyebrows lowered and his eyes were pleasant, but his tone was firm, they will never appear on your desk, sir, and will not cause any trouble to you. There was a silence in the air. After a moment, Su Yi broke the silence with a smile, well, it's good. Xiaozi, go get busy. Yes, sir. Jiang Xiaozi bowed respectfully, turned around and left, but stopped temporarily and looked back at Su Yi's back. Sir, I'm serious. I will protect you, not just your physical safety. Yeah. Su Yi just turned around and was about to speak, but found that Jiang Xiaozi had already gone downstairs. Su Yi touched his chin and suddenly laughed out loud, a woman solemnly promised to protect me, so does this count as a gigolo? But you know what, this feels actually pretty good. 10 soldiers set out, but unfortunately Su Yi had no means of long-distance communication and was not clear about the details of their mission. All Su Yi can do now is wait for the result. During the boring wait, Su Yi has begun to try to make some self-exercise plans in the room. At the same time, Su Yi secretly swore in his heart for the 100th time, the first thing to do after collecting enough points is to light up the technology tree project and restore the shelter's power system. I will. Must. Absolutely. Play computer games all night long. No one can stop me. It turns out that being an outstanding leader is not that easy. At least you have to be able to endure loneliness and boredom, and keep a cool head in any boring environment. The way Sui keeps a cool head now is very simple. Sleep. The most thing Sui does every day now is sleeping. He finds that since the end of the world began, his sleep time has increased dramatically, which is a bit weird. He didn't have any symptoms of physical discomfort, nor was he injured and needed rest, nor was he tired or sleepy. He just suddenly became very sleepy. If his physical fitness had not improved significantly, Sui would even wonder if he had awakened a new talent. When Sui opened his eyes again, the window was already dark. I slept through the night again. Jiang Xiaozi was not around, which meant it was just dark. Just as Sui lazily got up from the bed and wanted to look up at the time on the wall clock, he suddenly noticed a series of dense information prompts in front of him. Congratulations. The country's first war is over. State of war, great victory. War evaluation, total annihilation without damage, perfect score. The country wins the war, and now the victory rewards for the survivors of the country are given out based on the difficulty of the war. Congratulations. Obtained the F-level consumable, Little Huanghua. Small yellow fruit, a yellow juicy fruit that can meet the human body's daily food and water needs after consumption. The country's army has won 3 battles in the last round of war. The country's army has activated the right to win the war and carried out 3 nationwide grant operations. Congratulations. You have obtained the F-level consumable small yellow fruit, the F-level weapon beautiful knife, and the F-level special item 10 survival points. Oh, the battle really ended in one day. Sui suddenly woke up and quickly got up to check the information, but found that although his country won the war, the reward was very low. The final winning reward and the battle reward are squeezed together, a total of 4 rewards, but the total is not as valuable as Sui's 10 bottles of ice water every day. TSK, but at least we won, and no one died. Sui smacked his lips, but he didn't feel disappointed. After all, these things were free. Soldiers are fighting for their lives out there, we can't just complain that the material rewards they get are not enough, right? In short, as long as we can win. Even if there is no reward, we must ensure that the country's army can win. After all, the cost of losing is something that no survivor in the country can afford. Sui opened the information record of the combat module and checked the general process of the war. He found that in the evening, the army had figured out the distribution of the remaining demons in the morning. Then human soldiers were sent out to act as bait under the cover of drones, leading them into the encirclement of the tank group. And then, nothing happened. Although the mad demon has twice the physical fitness of a human, he is still no match for the dual steel torrents from land and air. 100,000 fully armed soldiers could easily crush the enemy with just some equipment, without even any complicated tactical arrangements, and the victory was no surprise. Perhaps it was because the soldiers won too easily. After viewing the direction of the war, many survivors discussed it on the chat channel and agreed that it was time to strengthen the soldiers. This isn't even enough for a normal military exercise. The confrontation between the Red Army and the Blue Army is even more intense than this. F rank is really boring. Let's vote for a higher difficulty level next time. We must let the soldiers experience the horror of the apocalyptic war. Yes, I support it. I also need more material rewards. Such a small F-level reward is like giving away beggars. Who would care about it? Sui browsed the chat channel and found that everyone was shouting very fiercely. After an extremely heated discussion, everyone decided to raise the difficulty of the next round of Doomsday War by 1 level. From Class F to Class E. Teach the soldiers a hard lesson. Sui was stunned. Is this called strength? You say you're being fierce, but you're raising the level 1 level at a time, right? You don't even dare to let them challenge you, you are really down to earth. Sui was amused by what he saw. It seems that everyone not only feels sorry for their soldiers, but is also afraid of the random annihilation punishment for losing the war. But then again, the first round of battles lasted 21 days, and now we've finished the battle in 1 day. What do we do with the rest of the time? Sui pondered, will these soldiers be allowed to go home? I guess it's unlikely. Then what will the soldiers do in these 20 days? What space will they be in? This is not just Sui's doubt, most of the survivors in the country have this question. But soon, new prompt information appeared, solving Su Yi's doubts. Global announcement. A country has completed the first round of Doomsday War, and the Doomsday War-related ranking list has been opened. Congratulations to our players. Our army is the first in the world to complete the Doomsday War and has received the achievement reward, reproduction of the domestic military-industrial system of a designated type. Participants who have ended the current Doomsday War will temporarily be unable to return to Earth and will be in a replica world similar to Earth, but without any available technology, limited to the basic city template, waiting for the next battle. Well, I really can't come back. Su Yi sighed, but fortunately the soldiers still had 20 days of rest time, and the resting place was similar to the environment on Earth. Except that they have no technology to use like the survivors, the conditions are even better. At least there is no high temperature and harsh environment. It's good to rest for 20 days. It's enough time to think about how to fight the next battle. Su Yi murmured. He opened the Doomsday War rankings and took a look, and found that China ranked first in both the Doomsday War winning list and the Doomsday War completion time list. Simply put, China is the only country on the Doomsday War list. Most of the other countries are still in the war copy and have not appeared yet. Only the Chinese army has been cleared quickly. Su Yi was looking at the list when suddenly a new message appeared in front of him. The country's army decides to carry out a replica war and repeat the last round of Doomsday War. The difficulty remains unchanged. The punishment after the replica war does not affect the survivors of the country, and the rewards after the replica war are limited to the country's army. Ah. Su Yi was shocked. They don't plan to take a break and want to fight a replica war. Could it be that he is addicted to sex? Su Yi sighed, but he also understood the country's intentions. Obviously, the country has discovered the setting of replica war, and they happen to be very familiar with the actual combat power level of the demons in the previous battle. It can be said that battles of F-level difficulty pose almost no pressure on the country. Even if the reward for level F is as small as a mosquito leg, it is still much better than waiting for 20 days without doing anything. What if, as the number of accumulated wins increases, a reward of industrial system restoration is given? Industrial system, this thing has a direct impact on the army's logistics capabilities. Apart from anything else, even if only 1/3 of the country's industrial capacity is restored, it will have some confidence in facing the future Doomsday War. After all, when you are undecided, fuck him. The country's attitude is very simple, there is no need for any rest time. Fighting an F-level war is no different from resting. Keep playing, get as many rewards as you can, and create a snowball advantage. The country has worked so hard, so I can't be too decadent. Su Yi took a deep breath and clenched his fists. I want to be a good otaku. Seriously kill my free time. This may sound a bit outrageous, but it is true. Su Yi's way to become stronger is to lie down and wait, killing time in boredom. In the chat channel, there was still shock and discussion about the country's behavior, but Su Yi no longer felt much. Fighting to support fighting, a very fair way of fighting. Just when Su Yi was about to fall asleep and continue to while away the time, another message suddenly appeared in front of him. How come there is constant news every day? Can't we sleep? Lin Yue raided someone's house to silence them. Su Yi widened his eyes and stared at the message prompt in front of him. Your talent unit fought with other shelters and won. Since you are not on site, it is automatically determined that your main personnel will make the decision on shelter occupation. Your talent, Lin Yue, chooses to destroy the current shelter, and you inherit the remaining survival points, 358 points, of the current shelter. Item inheritance judgment in progress, inheritance failed. You did not inherit the current shelter's reserve items. The series of information in front of Su Yi meant that Lin Yue had taken action. This group of soldiers really found a suitable target and gave Su Yi a little surprise. Just lie at home and do nothing, and you can directly get more than 300 survival points. This is indeed more than the dispatch mission. 3 dispatch missions add up to only 30 points a day, but destroying a shelter is more than 300 points. Su Yi sighed, and at the same time, he was a little curious. Where is the shelter that Lin Yue and the others destroyed? What is the situation there? It's a pity that there is no means of long-distance communication. I can only wait for them to come back to find out what happened. Su Yi shook his head, feeling sorry that he couldn't participate in person. However, the shelter has just started, so it is normal to lack these means. Go to sleep, and talk to Jiang Xiaozi tomorrow about how to spend these 300 points. Su Yi fell on the bed. In a daze, he saw something flashing in front of him again. Su Yi opened his eyes and was stunned. Warning. Your talents are fighting in the wild and in the shelter. Your talent, Lin Yue, chooses to destroy the current shelter, and you inherit the remaining survival points, 563 points, of the current shelter. Item inheritance is being determined. Successfully inherited. You have obtained the current shelter storage items, D level, magic bread tree, and, E level, butterfly shirt. Ah. Su Yi suddenly lost his sleepiness. How come he had 500 more points? What are Lin Yue and the others doing? Are they poking at the bandits' den? Su Yi was puzzled. He wondered, the interval between these two message prompts was only about 30 minutes, right? This means that Lin Yue destroyed the two shelters almost continuously, and the two shelters might even be very close to each other, just like the residential building where Su Yi was. If this is true, will there be new strategy tips in the next 30 minutes? Su Yi didn't plan to continue sleeping and waited patiently. He counted the time silently. 30 minutes later. Your talent, Lin Yue, chooses to destroy the current shelter. You inherit the remaining survival points of the current shelter, 100 points. Item inheritance is being determined, inheritance is successful. There are no items in the current shelter. Really? Destroyed another one. Su Yi took a deep breath and said, it's confirmed. She is really destroying the criminal gang. This is definitely a cluster of shelters in one building, which allowed Lin Yue to destroy the shelters continuously. Su Yi didn't fall asleep for the whole night. Because every time he felt a little sleepy, a new prompt message would appear in front of him, indicating that Lin Yue had destroyed the new shelter. Such reminders continued until dawn, then gradually stopped. They've been killing all night. Su Yi opened the shelter and glanced at his survival points. Before Lin Yue set off, he only had 86 survival points left. After Lin Yue fought outside for a whole night, Su Yi's survival score was now 4,788 points. Earn 4,000 survival points in one night. This efficiency is much faster than dispatching tasks. I really made a lot of money. Su Yi felt so happy that he almost rolled his eyes, and he couldn't suppress the smile on his lips. He now understood how brotherly felt when he gained so much. Lin Yue definitely destroyed an entire building. Even though most of the thugs in this building have no survival points, destroying a level 0 shelter still gives a guaranteed 100 survival points reward. Even though this residential building is an old one, there are at least 20 to 30 households in it, so the minimum survival points are 2,000 to 3,000. Taking into account the survival points that some of the thugs have saved up for themselves, the total amount is indeed as much as 4,000 or 5,000. Sir, are you still awake? Su Yi heard a soft murmur beside him. He turned around and saw that Jiang Xiaozi had woken up from his sleep and was looking at him with sleepy eyes. Her black hair is scattered, and she looks lazy yet cute, which makes people's heart beat fast. I can't sleep. What Lin Yue and the others did is a big deal. Su Yi shook his head, still feeling excited, more than 4,000 points. They got me more than 4,000 points in one night. Come on, Xiaozi, what do you think we should do with all these points? Do you have any good suggestions? Su Yi had no desire to sleep at all. He just wanted to spend his points happily. But we can't be like Brother Li and the group of thugs who were killed by Lin Yue and his friends. People died and the points were not spent. It's really sad. So many points. It seems that Lin Yue and the others are really capable. Jiang Xiaozi smiled gently. She stood up with her arms propped up, and leaned her head lazily on Su Yi's shoulder. I don't know how to spend all these points. I don't fully understand the doomsday game that you mentioned. But if we look at our current situation and consider Mr. S safety, then we should focus on strengthening the building we are in. According to the idea that you are the core of the shelter, our goal is to build a strong shelter that is almost as powerful as a bunker. And to satisfy this requirement, from my limited knowledge, it may require high-tech means. Jiang Xiaozi lowered his head and played with Su Yi's fingers, and suddenly said, Sir, I remember that the room where Leah has been staying is the research room, right? Ah, yes. Good. Suyi's heart was beating violently. Is this woman teasing me? But it didn't look like that. Her movements were casual and she was thinking seriously about the questions she asked. Jiang Xiaozi tilted his head and said, then let's use the research room. Doesn't the gentleman keep complaining about the power system restoration problem? We can improve the shelter's armed facilities as much as possible while meeting the shelter's basic living needs. Where I used to live, there were always a lot of defense structures like machine guns and artillery batteries. I think if our shelter had these, the safety factor would be much higher. Of course, we don't just have to deal with human threats, we also have to consider the potential threats posed by natural disasters. Jiang Xiaozi's analysis was very thorough and the core was very simple. Excluding all messy factors, the most important thing in the shelter is Sui himself. Without Sui, everything is just empty talk. In order to protect Sui, defensive measures for the shelter are essential. Well, I'll take a look at the technology tree. Sui opened the technology tree and flipped through the densely packed scientific research projects. Since Jiang Xiaozi could not see the information, Sui dictated the content of the information and then listened to Jiang Xiaozi's analysis and suggestions. Through communication and exchanges between the two, Sui finally selected several technology projects. Basic power system, consume 1,000 points to obtain small-scale power generation facilities and corresponding construction technology. After construction, the shelter can have normal electricity consumption levels for human residents and can supply electricity for 10 shelter rooms, except for special types of rooms. Autonomous water resource system, consume 1,000 points to obtain a small-scale pumped water storage tank, automatically filled daily. After construction, it can provide daily water needs for up to 50 residents in the shelter. The water intake points of the water system can be spread throughout the shelter and extend outward. These two projects are technology projects that Sui has long wanted to buy. Once lit, there are ready-made magical props to use, allowing the shelter to achieve water and electricity freedom. Coupled with Suyi's original water purifier, freezer, and greenhouse room, with the combined effects of each other, the quality of life in the shelter can directly return to the normal level before the apocalypse. But these two things are really expensive, and it takes a normal person a long time to save up to be able to afford them. 2,000 points are gone, the rest will be spent on defense facilities. Sui adjusted the classification of the technology tree, and the data information in front of him changed rapidly, presenting densely packed shelter defense and weapon technology projects. Basic defense module for the main structure of the shelter, consume 1,500 points to equip the main module where the shelter is located with a multi-level sealed door system, biometric recognition, an iron fence, 4 meters high, fully enclosed, an electric shock net wall, an auxiliary module for the fence, and 24-hour fully intelligent cameras, at least 12, and strengthen the main structure of the shelter as a whole to give it excellent resistance to cold, heat, explosion, and earthquake. Make sure there are no other shelters within the main structure of the shelter and within 100 meters of it. Automatic sentry system, consume 1,000 points to quickly install at least 20 automatic machine guns, 300 rounds of ammunition, inside and outside the shelter. It can automatically identify friend and foe, and can enter alert mode and manual control mode. Initially, each automatic machine gun has 1,000 rounds of ammunition, which need to be replenished in time. Adding the two sets of defense facilities, Sui was left with only 374 points out of the more than 4,000 points he had just obtained. Sui let out a sigh of satisfaction. It feels so good to consume. No, it's all gone. Sui selected the technology project and was about to purchase it when Jiang Xiaozi beside him suddenly frowned. Sir, aren't there still over 300 points left? Why not spend it all? Jiang Xiaozi blinked and reminded softly, do you want to keep it and let someone else take it away? Right. Makes sense. Not a penny left, it all was spent. As long as it enhances the survivability of the shelter, it is worth spending any points. Sui nodded, that's right, if the military funds are not used up, they will be kept as war reparations. We don't want to be the sucker. Let me take another look. This one is good, exactly 350 points. Sui selected another technology project for the shelter's defense facilities. Underground isolation shelter module, consumes 350 points to create an underground space belonging to the shelter under the main building of the shelter. The space can accommodate 10 people and does not have any additional facilities, but has a stronger ability to resist natural disasters. This technology tree project can be regarded as further enhancing the disaster resistance of the shelter. The main body has already been strengthened. Let's strengthen it again. What do you think? Su-yi looked at Jiang Xiaozi, who nodded in agreement. This is a good retreat. At the critical moment when necessary, we can hide in it and perhaps get a glimmer of hope. Yes, this is the trump card facility. Hopefully we don't have to use it. Su-yi smiled, selected all the items, and chose to buy in bulk. When Su-yi chose to buy it, a golden light flashed, and then expanded rapidly, spreading quickly to the entire shelter with Su-yi as the core, and then enveloping the entire building. The girls in the building were stunned, looking at the golden light surrounding them at a loss. In the blink of an eye, the golden light dissipated, and the residential building underwent earth-shaking changes. First, in the empty room on the 6th floor where Su-yi was, a 2-meter-tall, honeycomb-shaped power generation component facility automatically appeared. Circuit pipelines were connected from it to the wall, and then disappeared after penetrating into the wall. The room next to it is filled with a huge reservoir filled with clean water, and there are corresponding water pipes connected to the reservoir, which are automatically distributed and connected to different rooms in the entire residential building. Since the technology project purchased by Su-yi directly affects the main structure of the shelter, and although Su-yi's shelter is only on the 6th floor, the main structure belongs to the entire residential building. Therefore, these technological projects will directly affect the entire building. In addition to the application of water and electricity systems, the changes in this building are also very obvious. First of all, there are a lot more surveillance cameras in the building. The 360-degree rotating cameras can ensure high-definition imaging and follow-up visits around the clock. The terminal of the monitoring screen is in Su-yi's room. There is a monitoring split screen composed of multiple screens next to his bed, which allows Su-yi to easily see the images in most areas of the entire building and the room. In addition, there are machine gun firing ports hidden on each floor. Their control terminals and monitoring terminals are integrated to achieve synchronous operation. At the same time, Su-yi has learned through the monitoring terminal that the walls of the residential building have been completely remodeled. The inner layer of the wall where the automatic machine gun is located can move freely and can be closed and opened at any time, providing excellent concealment for the machine gun shooting point. In addition to the changes inside the building, the changes outside the building are even more obvious. A 4-meter-high pure iron wall appeared out of nowhere, completely surrounding the entire open old building, and various types of flashing wire mesh were attached to the iron walls. At first glance, this is simply the outer wall of a military restricted area that appeared out of thin air. Even if someone could break through the wall and reach the door of the building, they would be stopped by the heavy multi-level sealed iron doors. This is a more powerful door than the simple iron door built by Lin Yue. It feels like the vault door of a world-class bank, reflecting the cold light of metal, and is so heavy that it almost makes people despair. The girls in the building were the first to notice the abnormality. They all widened their eyes in surprise, almost unable to understand the magical scene before them. Is this still where we live? Why do I feel like I've traveled through time? Is that ghost voice here again? Is it the cause of the trouble? I feel like our building is a little different. It seems to have become more solid. Is it my illusion? This door is so huge. Wait, are we trapped inside? Sister Li was the bravest. She held the steel spear nervously and approached the iron gate at the entrance carefully. Before she reached out to touch it, she heard an electronic synthesized sound coming from inside the iron gate. Ding! Target found. Biometric identification in progress. Judgment: target is a resident of the shelter, and his identity is legal. Recording biometric information characteristics. Scare. Sister Li was immediately shocked. There was actually a complete set of superintelligent electronic identification system in this strange iron gate. Excuse me, do you need to leave the shelter? An electronic inquiry sounded from inside the iron gate. Sister Li looked back at her sisters, who were all shocked. She tentatively said, I want to go out and take a look. Gah. There was a thrilling sound of gears running from inside the iron gate, and accompanied by a puff of white steam, the iron gate slowly opened. Goodbye, please be safe when exploring outside. As the sound of the iron gate rang, Sister Li saw several sisters standing outside the iron gate in a daze. It was the first time for them to see such a magical thing, and it almost felt like they were in a science fiction movie. Sister Li, what are these things? Where did it come from? It seems to be very obedient, and we can come and go freely. You are such a foolish girl who has never seen the world. Didn't you hear what the iron lump just said? It can recognize our identities. Is it something the chief has come up with? I've heard the Li guys discussing it before. It seems that the shelter panel can produce a lot of magical things. The women were chattering about it, their faces full of curiosity and surprise. Soon, a girl came running down from upstairs, shouting excitedly, "The electricity is on. The water is on. I can turn on the air conditioner. I just tried it and it actually worked." This shout made the women stunned. The next second, everyone dispersed and rushed upstairs frantically to their rooms. Immediately following. Snap. 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 The lights in every room were turned back on. The air conditioner units began to make a buzzing sound. Ah! A woman in the building screamed with great excitement in her voice, "The phone is ringing. It's really ringing. My phone can be charged. There's water in the tap. Sisters, we're finally alive. It's so great." The girls were extremely excited, screaming and shouting. Some people were even so excited that they rushed into the room, stripped naked on the spot, and then rushed into their bathroom to enjoy the coolness of the cold water washing over their bodies. All these scenes were seen by Su Yi, who was standing in front of the monitoring terminal. At least half of the girls were taking showers with the lights on. Their white bodies swayed in different split screens, making Su Yi look away in embarrassment. "Xiaozi, this monitoring function doesn't seem to be very useful. It's too invasive of privacy." Su Yi coughed, but Jiang Xiaozi looked serious. "No, sir, I think it is the most effective thing. These are extraordinary times. As the leader of the shelter, you have the right and obligation to monitor the entire shelter and every move of all residents. In this day and age, no one can maintain so-called privacy in front of you. That is irresponsible to the safety of the shelter and a potential threat to you." Jiang Xiaozi didn't care whether Su Yi saw the women's naked bodies. She only cared about the overall development of the shelter and Su Yi's personal safety. "Be in your position and plan your policy." "You're right, I'm too old-fashioned." Su Yi smiled and became much more calm. "Sir, I think it's time to set some new rules for the shelter." Jiang Xiaozi looked at the images on the surveillance screen and frowned, reminding them, for example, the rules of water conservation. "We need to let them know how precious water resources are and not waste them like this. It's okay, let them have some fun on the first day." Su Yi looked at the screen and said calmly, "Even I miss the days when we had water and electricity. They also suffered a lot, and taking a bath doesn't waste much water." Su Yi is very confident. After all, although the water resource system is expensive, it can provide daily water needs for 50 residents. This also includes the amount of water needed for basic living such as washing, drinking, and cleaning. Moreover, the water tank is automatically filled every day, so there is no worry about waste. "Sir, you are so gentle." Jiang Xiaozi shook his head, but did not continue to persuade. She understood it better than anyone else. It was Su Yi's gentleness and kindness that made her willing to devote more of her abilities to Su Yi. But even though she is willing, she will still focus on the long-term development of the shelter and will not allow women to waste water resources. "Sir, we should be able to move the water out of the reservoir, right?" Jiang Xiaozi reminded, "We can add more water storage space, move out the water saved every day, and make full use of the automatic recovery function of the reservoir." "Good suggestion. You always think one step ahead of me." Su Yi nodded in agreement. Jiang Xiaozi's brain was very useful and worked faster than that of ordinary people. Ordinary people may still be immersed in the joy of the restoration of water and electricity, but Jiang Xiaozi has already begun to think about how to use the restored water and electricity to increase the resource reserves of the shelter. "If you allow me, I would like to make some new plans to make full use of these new scientific and technological project facilities." Jiang Xiaozi looked at the girl's happiness, paused and said, "We will also establish more complete rules for the shelter." "Okay, you decide. I trust you completely." Sui smiled and nodded. He had already confirmed the loyalty of the talents. Even if they did not have the loyalty trait like Lin Yue, every talent had a relatively high loyalty to the shelter. As long as you don't do anything rash, people won't betray you easily. "Yes, sir." Jiang Xiaozi nodded, quickly stood up and left. Just as she reached the door, she suddenly remembered something and turned to Sui and said, "Sir, I have one more thing." Before he could finish his words, Jiang Xiaozi was stunned. She saw that Sui had half stretched out his body, with his buttocks still sitting on the chair of the monitoring terminal, but his upper body had already stretched out to the computer desk next to him. "He is turning on the computer." The computer host made a slight buzzing sound, and the screen gradually lit up. A beautiful two-dimensional anime girl's desktop was reflected in Jiang Xiaozi's pupils. "Xiaozi, is there anything else?" Sui scratched his head and turned back to ask. "Gentlemen." Jiang Xiaozi suddenly smiled and shook his head. "It's okay, I will take care of everything." "Then I continue." Sui pointed at the computer, and Jiang Xiaozi's smile became more gentle. "Sir, I wish you a happy time." After saying that, Jiang Xiaozi left the room gracefully. Not sure if it was an illusion, but Sui seemed to hear Jiang Xiaozi's muffled laughter coming from outside the house. "He is such a playful boy." Forehead. Sui blinked and murmured, "Is this a compliment?" However, computer games are really fun. "Forget it, never mind, I'm dying of suffocation." Sui changed his seat and sat comfortably in front of the computer. He randomly found a standalone game on the computer and double-clicked it to start it. "Let's have fun. I'm not going to do anything today but play games." "What is the most fun thing for a homebody?" Yes, Happy Cup." "Pooh. It's not that thing, it's a game." "It's a game. The Happy Cup can only bring short-lived happiness, but games can bring huge and lasting happiness to otakus. Especially for those who have a lot of free time at home, an excellent game masterpiece can kill your entire day." Sui never thought that one day he would be so fascinated by the game Red Alert. This may be because I have been holding it in for too long. Although the computer has power, there is no internet in the world, so there is no way to play online games. Fortunately, Sui has downloaded many standalone games on his computer. Many of these games have a multi-round, repeated play system, which is enough for Sui to play for a long time. If you get tired of playing games, it doesn't matter. There are hundreds of terabytes of learning materials to help you pass the time. If you get tired of this, you can always play Minesweeper. Spider Solitaire is also okay. Sui felt that if one day he could play with his computer to the point where he never wanted to turn it on again, then his shelter would become extremely powerful. Because before that, Sui will definitely spend a lot of time. Just like now. Sui felt like he had just started playing the game, and before he had even started a few games, the talent information prompt that appeared every noon suddenly appeared in front of him. "Congratulations. You have triggered the talent reward and obtained the C-level entertainment prop, Villain Warning Device." Villain Warning Device, a C-level entertainment prop. Carry it close to you. If someone around you has bad intentions towards you in the shelter, or your subordinates are disloyal, it will turn red. If you are not targeted by the villain and no one has the intention or possibility to harm you, it will turn blue. "Hey! Why did you give me such a thing?" Sui looked at the thing in his hand. It was like a watch strap and could be buckled around his wrist. It even has the function of displaying electronic time. Like an electronic watch, the timing function is a bonus. A warning entertainment prop. For talent, is this the thing I need most right now? Sui held his chin and thought about it for a while, and found that he really needed this thing. As his gathering place continued to develop, the plan that he agreed to with Jiang Xiaozi, the boss behind the scenes, would definitely be accelerated. By then, the population of the shelter will surely continue to increase. The loyalty of the talent units can be guaranteed, but what about the non-talent units? Who knows whether the current and future residents of the shelter are wholeheartedly committed to themselves and the shelter? Even if it is a state of loyalty now, will there be changes in the future? People's hearts are fickle. What if there's a mole in the shelter and we have no means of detecting it? That would be like planting a time bomb. This talent is really amazing. There are only a dozen women in the shelter right now, and they've arranged a heart detector for me in advance. Sui fiddled with his watch. He pondered for a moment, then stopped playing the game and got up and left the room. The detection limit range displayed on the watch is 50 meters in diameter. Sui goes up the stairs, detecting layer by layer. Just by standing in the corridor, he can easily cover all the residents on this floor, even if the residents are doing their own things in the room. From the 6th floor to the 1st floor, Sui took advantage of the fact that the girls were at home and tested all the residents in the building. The results satisfied Sui. The color of the strap remained blue and did not turn red. This means that they are still loyal to me and have no intention of endangering me or the shelter. This thing is really good. As long as I take a walk around the shelter every day, I can easily understand the state of mind of the people in the shelter. Sui walked around and returned to the room silently. Keep playing games. Nothing happened in the shelter, it was very peaceful, and Sui could only continue to kill time. This game lasted the whole afternoon. When it was getting dark, Sui raised his head in surprise. Hey! Why haven't Lin Yue and the others come back yet? I haven't received any new points notifications. They should not be fighting anymore. Aren't they considering returning to the shelter? Did something happen along the way? Sui frowned, and just as he was about to get up and find Jiang Xiaozi to ask about the situation, he suddenly discovered that his watch strap had turned red when he lowered his head. Sui was stunned. He looked carefully and found that the strap had turned blue again. After a while, it turned red again. Within a few minutes, it changed rapidly and finally stopped at blue. What is going on? Items in the Doomsday game shouldn't break easily, so is this something wrong with those girls? Do they have ill intentions towards me? Sui was shocked. This was no small matter. All Chinese people are most afraid of villains hiding such things. As the saying goes, 1,000-mile dike is destroyed by an anthole. The silent threats hidden in the dark are the greatest danger. No, I have to find out. Sui frowned and quickly left the room while studying the function introduction of the watch strap. This research really allowed Sui to see key information. It says here, the detection effect has a lingering time. Even if the threat actor has psychological changes towards the wearer, the threat signal will still stay for a short time to serve as a warning. If the threat signal flashes frequently, it means that the threat actor is at the edge of the detection limit range, which is caused by the weak detection signal. Sui murmured. He suddenly raised his head, stood in the corridor and looked at the wall outside. The detection range limit of 50 meters is right at the edge of the wall, right? It's not that there's something wrong with the girls, it's that there are uninvited guests. Just as Sui realized this, he heard footsteps coming from the rooftop, and soon a young girl on lookout duty hurried downstairs. Ah, it's the chief, hello. The girl bumped into Sui in the corridor. She saluted nervously and hurriedly. Sui frowned. What happened? Commander, I just saw it up there. The girl raised her hand and pointed at the rooftop, then pointed outside, swallowing nervously. Those 3 people are back. Which 3 people? Sui asked, and the woman's nervous breathing became disordered. It's those 3 people. The subway station, we slept in the subway station for a night, the 3 people who disappeared. Sui raised his eyebrows, he knew about this. After being driven away by him earlier, the women spent the night at the subway station, and 3 unlucky girls disappeared. From what she said, these 3 missing persons have returned on their own. Sui touched his watch strap and asked, are there only 3 of them? Yeah. The girl nodded quickly, a little overwhelmed. Chief, should we take them in? There was some excitement and a hint of guilt on her face, and she seemed to still accept and trust these 3 companions. No hurry, call Jiang Xiaozi over, I'll wait for her on the rooftop. Sui raised his eyebrows and turned to go upstairs. 10 minutes later. Sui stood on the rooftop, where there was a simple telescope modified by Lin Yue. Through the telescope, Sui could clearly see 3 ragged women wandering around on the community street outside the wall. Their faces were filled with panic and fear. They huddled together, neither leaving nor getting too close. They just kept walking along the wall and looking around. Only the three of them. Sui looked down at his watch strap. He observed carefully and found that every time the three women got closer to the edge of the wall, the color of the strap would turn red and then quickly turn blue. The signal is weak. It seems that the abnormality of the strap is caused by these three women. They were originally residents of this building, so it's normal for them to know the way home, but why would they have malicious intentions towards this place? Sui raised his eyebrows. While he was thinking, he heard the sound of crisp footsteps coming from behind him. Sui turned around and saw that it was Jiang Xiaozi who brought three women to the rooftop. One of the women was holding a pistol and looked a little nervous. "Why did you bring a gun up here?" Sui glanced at the submachine gun in Jiang Xiaozi's hand. This was the weapon that Lin Yue used at the beginning. "Sir, I think this person is up to no good." Jiang Xiaozi stood side by side with Sui, using another telescope to look at the scene outside the wall. "I have explained the changes in our building to the girls, but I think outsiders should have noticed the changes here as well. Sir, pay attention to their expressions. They want to come in. They want to visit us. I don't think it's a coincidence that the three missing people suddenly visited at this time. I'm afraid this visit won't bring anything good." Jiang Xiaozi's explanation was brief and contained a strong subjective judgment. The woman next to him didn't seem to believe it. But Sui knew that Jiang Xiaozi's intuition was correct. Well, they do have bad intentions, but it's not clear what exactly they want to do. Sui shook the strap on his hand at Jiang Xiaozi, without explaining anything, and just asked, "What suggestions do you have for those three people?" "Sir, please let them in." Jiang Xiaozi had been looking at the three women outside the wall, and said calmly, "We must have been targeted. There is no such thing as guarding against thieves for 1,000 days. We must take the initiative to resolve the hidden dangers. Where are Lin Yue and the others? When will they be back?" "Sir, before the trip, I set a deadline for them. They will be home in 30 minutes at the latest." Jiang Xiaozi paused, took out a small remote control button from his pocket and handed it to Sui. Unexpectedly, she also brought the control button of the automatic machine gun firing port in Sui's room. How considerate and thoughtful. Even if Lin Yue and the others were not in the shelter, the fully upgraded shelter was not afraid of most enemies. These 20 automatic machine guns are powerful weapons. Even if Lin Yue and his team were to face them head-on, they would not be able to escape. "Then let's take them in and have a look." Sui fiddled with the button in his hand, and glanced at the women around Jiang Xiaozi. "If they have no problems, everything will be fine. If there are problems, they will die." Jiang Xiaozi also stared at the women around him, which was a silent warning. The female spy chief was very good at controlling people's hearts. Even at this time, she did not forget to bring a few women around her to experience the drama of killing the chicken to scare the monkeys. Sui did not leave the rooftop. He watched Jiang Xiaozi and the women walk down the stairs and towards the wall. Although the community where Sui lives is old, it covers a large area and has large distances between buildings. The area is basically a separate place with a wall and you won't be disturbed. However, in order to facilitate entry and exit, there are simple iron doors on all four sides of the wall that can only be opened from the inside. Jiang Xiaozi didn't pause for too long. She walked straight to the wall where the three women were, opened the iron gate, and walked out with the women. "Xiaochen! Xiaochen!" At Jiang Xiaozi's signal, Sister Li quickly raised her voice to greet them, so that the three women could hear it from afar and turned to look over. "Oh, my goodness, it's really you three." Sister Li was full of surprise. She left the group, walked up quickly, and took the hand of one of the girls. "Where did you go? We couldn't find you after that night." "Thank goodness, God, you three are back." Sister Li did not allow the three women to refuse and pulled them in front of Jiang Xiaozi. "Ms. Jiang, these three are the sisters I mentioned to you before, the ones who disappeared at the subway station. Luckily, they managed to come back alive." Sister Li excitedly introduced them to Jiang Xiaozi, who looked them up and down. The three girls were dressed in rags and exposed themselves a lot. There were bruises all over their bodies from being abused. They had panic-stricken expressions on their faces, and even the smell on their bodies was fishy and unpleasant. Sisterly signaled to the three girls, "Hurry up and call for help." They lowered their heads and said timidly, "Hello, Miss Jiang." Jiang Xiaozi nodded and asked calmly, "I'm also very happy that you guys can come back, but I'm very curious, why did you disappear at the subway station?" We were so hungry, so we went out to find something to eat." One of the girls lowered her head as she explained, and she didn't look like she was lying. "Yeah." Jiang Xiaozi looked at them with a half-smile. "I heard from Sisterly that you all took food with you when you left here, and the amount is enough to last for 2 days. You guys just stayed out all night and you don't have enough food." Jiang Xiaozi raised his eyebrows and suddenly asked, "Are you a big eater?" Yes, I have a big appetite." The girl nodded nervously. She was a little flustered by Jiang Xiaozi's words and hurriedly took the step given by Jiang Xiaozi. Now even Sisterly and the women around her can see that there is something wrong with these three sisters. Helplessness appeared on Sister Li's face, but she didn't say anything. She just looked at Jiang Xiaozi with some fear. Jiang Xiaozi nodded and asked specifically, "Now that you're back, you probably don't plan to leave again, right?" "No. I don't plan to." The girl lowered her head, not daring to look directly into Jiang Xiaozi's eyes. "Open the door." Jiang Xiaozi didn't waste any words. He waved his hand to signal the girls inside to open the iron gate. "A new friend has come home." The iron gate slowly opened, and Jiang Xiaozi led the women into the wall. Outside the two buildings, 2 men holding kitchen knives were hiding in the bushes of the community, and they watched the women go home with their eyes slightly narrowed. "People have gone in. It looks like there are some fat sheep in this place." One of the men licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with hunger. "This place is full of women. The one wearing the cheongsam is so hot. If I can touch her, it's worth it even if I shorten my life. I think this place is a bit weird. Is there a wall like this in an old neighborhood?" Another man muttered, feeling uneasy, "This place looks like a military fortress. I'm afraid it's not a fat sheep, but a difficult one. What should we do? We have already released these 3 women. Are we going to lose them just like that?" His companion's expression was also a little hesitant. He gritted his teeth and said, "Those 3 women said that the boss of this place was killed by another guy. The guy who killed the boss must have earned a lot of points to build this wall. Go back and inform the boss that as long as we bring more people and equipment, we may not be worse than them. What's more, we have 3 spies inside. As long as we can take this place, we can not only get those women, but also these walls and everything else." The 2 men discussed it and turned around and quietly left the community. At this moment, in Suyi's shelter. As soon as the 3 women entered the building, they couldn't help but feel a chill and shivered all over. So cool. The temperature inside the building is only about 30 degrees Celsius, and it gets cooler the higher you go. The huge temperature difference gave the 3 women goosebumps all over their bodies and they shivered. There are a lot of air conditioners on here, so be careful not to catch a cold. Sisterly considerately brought a few pieces of clothes and handed them to the 3 girls, explaining with a smile. One of the girls was surprised, "Sisterly, isn't there a power outage in the whole city? How come the air conditioner is still on here? There's electricity here." Jiang Xiaozi responded calmly, not letting Sisterly explain too much. "There is electricity." The 3 girls looked at each other, and they all saw the shock in each other's eyes. During the high-temperature apocalypse when the whole city was experiencing a power outage, the air conditioner could even be turned on in this building and life seemed to be unaffected. "Is this the same building where we stayed not long ago?" The girls were a little confused and fell silent. Although they were standing in a familiar environment, they still felt uneasy and unfamiliar. Instead, it was Jiang Xiaozi who spoke first. She looked the girls up and down and asked directly, "Tell me, what is your purpose for coming back?" "Miss Jiang, they may just want to go home." Sisterly wanted to say something to help, but under Jiang Xiaozi's cold gaze, she tactfully shut up. "Yeah, we just want to go home." One of the girls nodded quickly and answered with her head down, "We lived here before. Sisterly can testify. We have been looking for Sisterly and her friends since we lost contact. We looked everywhere for you, so we had no choice but to go home and try our luck. We didn't expect you to be at home." Before the girl finished speaking, Xiao Wang, a girl behind Jiang Xiaozi, suddenly said, "You're lying. We have been looking for you guys since we came out of the subway station, and we almost got into danger. If it weren't for Sister Lin Yue saving us, we wouldn't know where we are now. All of us women would be in danger if we were together. How come you three were looking for us everywhere and you are still safe and sound?" Xiao Wang stared at the three girls. They felt flustered and kept their heads down in silence. Jiang Xiaozi smiled, "You still refuse to tell the truth. It seems you are very stubborn. Take them to the basement." Jiang Xiaozi turned and left. Xiao Wang bravely took the lead, holding the steel spear against the backs of the three girls. "Hurry up and follow us." "Xiao Wang, we all know each other, there's no need to do this." Sister Li wanted to be a peacemaker, but Xiao Wang glared at her. "Sister Li, we are always bullied because we are too soft-hearted. Miss Jiang once told me that women have to be more ruthless than men in order to survive in this era." Xiao Wang turned around and shouted, "Hurry up." The steel spears pressed against their backs, causing waves of pain. The three girls were a little panicked. They didn't know why the originally timid and gentle Xiao Wang had become such a different person. "The place is still the same place as before, the people are still the same people I knew before, but everything is so strange." In the empty basement, the darkness was dispelled by the light of torches. There is no cooling air from air conditioning here, and the whole room is filled with stuffy heat. The three girls were taken to the basement, where there was only an iron bed against the wall in the empty basement. Jiang Xiaozi was standing beside the bed, his slender fingers gently stroking the edge of the iron bed. "Last chance, why did you come here?" They looked at Jiang Xiaozi in confusion and remained silent. "Why?" Jiang Xiaozi sighed slightly. She looked up at the girl guarding the three women. Xiao Wang nodded. "Sister Jiang, Xiaozheng will bring the things right away." After a while, hurried footsteps came from above the basement, and another girl with a ponytail entered the basement carrying an old cloth bag. "Sister Jiang, most of the things are here, but Sister Li said there are some things she doesn't want to make." Xiaozheng handed the cloth bag to Jiang Xiaozi, who nodded nonchalantly. "Yeah, I got it." Crash! Jiang Xiaozi poured the contents of the cloth bag onto the iron bed, and the women around him who were holding torches all changed color. The things in the cloth bag were iron handcuffs, iron bamboo sticks, branding irons, clamps, and daggers. It was a pile of torture instruments of various shapes. "You know, I used to use these little gadgets all the time, but now I don't know if they are new to me." Jiang Xiaozi picked up a small pair of scissors and trimmed her nails casually. "Miss Jiang." Sister Li's face was filled with fear. She mustered up her courage and spoke tremblingly, We don't need to do this, can the chief allow it?" "Xiao Wang, pick one and tie it to the bed." Jiang Xiaozi did not answer Sister Li. She gave the order without even raising her head, her tone indifferent. "Yes." Xiao Wang was stunned. She gritted her teeth and nodded in agreement, pushing a girl forward. "Go." I. The girl trembled all over, staring at Jiang Xiaozi with wide eyes in disbelief. This beautiful woman could actually do such a horrific thing. Now anyone could guess what Jiang Xiaozi was going to do. One of the three women couldn't stand the terrifying and oppressive atmosphere and cried out, I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. Don't torture me, I don't want it. I don't want it." The woman's crying echoed in the basement, very sad. "Do you want to say it?" Jiang Xiaozi raised her head, tilted her head, and suddenly smiled. "It's too late, I don't believe you now." Jiang Xiaozi picked up an iron dagger from the iron bed and shook it to signal. "I only believe this." Ah. Sui took off his headphones and looked out the window with some confusion. Just now, he seemed to have vaguely heard a woman scream, which was so horrible and shrill, like a character in a horror movie. Is it my hallucination? Sui touched his chin, glanced at the computer screen, and simply exited the game interface. Although Jiang Xiaozi assured her that she could handle the three girls well and allow Sui to rest and have fun, Sui was still a little worried. Let's go down and take a look. Although nothing has happened yet, we can't tell when these three bombs will explode. Sui was going to go downstairs to check out the situation. He just happened to have dozens of minutes of unused time outside today. Just as Sui stood up and walked to the door was suddenly pushed open. It was Jiang Xiaozi. She walked into the room as gracefully as the wind, making the small room a little brighter. "Sir, are you going out?" Jiang Xiaozi lifted her hair and smiled gently. "If you need anything, I can help you." I was going to ask you how it went." Sui sat back on the sofa and waved to Jiang Xiaozi. "Have you arranged everything for the 3 women? Have you found out their background?" The reason why Sui let the 3 girls in was that he didn't want to be on guard against thieves all day long. Now that they have set their sights on the shelter, we must find a way to find out their true intentions. Sui felt more at ease letting the smart Jiang Xiaozi do this. "Well, I have fulfilled my mission." Jiang Xiaozi moved and sat down gracefully, leaning against Sui softly. "I had a detailed conversation with them, and they told me the truth. They did approach our shelter with malicious intentions. You can even ask such a question. Can you hypnotize people?" No way." Sui was suddenly stunned, frowned slightly, and leaned his head close to Jiang Xiaozi to sniff. "It's the smell of blood." "What did you do?" "I was communicating with them for a while and accidentally got some on me." Jiang Xiaozi lowered his head to look at his snow-white and soft palms, then raised his head and smiled slightly. "There is no perfume at home, and the smell cannot be removed for a while." "What kind of communication can involve blood?" "Torture." Sui was stunned and blurted out, "You tortured them?" Jiang Xiaozi did not lie and nodded calmly. "Yes, sir, this will ensure that they tell the truth. I don't have a lie detector, so I have to use this method to ensure the authenticity of the intelligence." Jiang Xiaozi said this very seriously. She had no intention of lying to Sui, and she could even tell him everything without reservation. This is really in line with your profession." Sui took a deep breath and didn't know what to say for a moment. The torture methods used by a Secret Service chief must be very painful. He instinctively felt that this matter was a bit too much, but everything Jiang Xiaozi did was for the sake of refuge. Reason told Sui that Jiang Xiaozi's approach was correct. Being cruel to others in the doomsday is the greatest protection for yourself. "I still need to learn." Sui sighed. Jiang Xiaozi gently rubbed his temples, and she said softly, "Sir, there are some things you don't have to ask, you just need to know the result." "And what was the result?" Sui paused and asked again, "By the way, those 3 women are not dead, right? One is alive." Jiang Xiaozi added calmly, "But he probably won't live to see tomorrow." "Ah, they'll all die." Sui was stunned, feeling a little unreal. Half an hour ago, he saw the 3 women wandering timidly outside the wall. They were real people. In the blink of an eye, 2 of them died. Sui was silent. He knew he had to learn to accept these things. If this is the price of growing up in the apocalypse, Sui feels that it is a bit too fast and it is not easy to adapt. "Sir, if you feel bad about it, I won't do it again next time." "No, I just think." Sui looked up at Jiang Xiaozi and asked with a smile, "If we kill them, how can we lure them out of their hole? Is there someone behind them directing them?" "Yes, I do." Jiang Xiaozi looked at Sui with some surprise. She was prepared to be scolded by Sui, but unexpectedly, Sui did not seem to be abnormal. At first glance, he seemed to be a man of cold nature. But Jiang Xiaozi could feel that Sui's heart was beating very fast. "Sir, he was just like himself before, hiding his true feelings and forcing himself to accept and adapt to the extremely chaotic rules of the world. Sir, according to the intelligence, they are no longer worth keeping alive. Even if they stay alive, they will cause some trouble." Jiang Xiaozi calmed down and spoke softly. "According to their account, they were abducted by a group of thugs at the subway station. The gathering place of the thugs was 8 blocks away from us. There was a man leading the gang. He had a very strange innate ability. He seemed to be able to remotely control people's life and death, and could also torture people's bodies. Because of this talent, he gathered a lot of subordinates, and used this ability to capture lone survivors. By capturing survivors, he found the shelter behind them. As for what to do after finding a shelter, probably to steal supplies or destroy the shelter. Those 3 girls were controlled by their talents and could not control their own life and death. They were forced to return here to act as insiders to contact the thugs in an attempt to break into our shelter. Jiang Xiaozi paused, casually lifted her hair, and said lightly, according to the original plan, the group of people should contact them before dark. It's dark now, the thugs haven't arrived yet, so they are naturally worthless. Why do you say that? Su-yi humbly asked for advice. Is it possible that the thugs discovered that our shelter's outer defense measures were very strong and were scared away for a while? If we want to solve these potential hidden dangers, we should still use the 3 girls to find the location of the thugs. I have already found out the location of the thugs. Jiang Xiaozi looked at the gradually darkening sky outside the window and suddenly said, Sir, Lin Yue and the others haven't come back yet. They are almost 20 minutes later than the scheduled time. Su Yi's expression changed. Xiaozi, you mean? The gang should have arrived, but they just ran into Lin Yue and his group on their way back. Jiang Xiaozi smiled slightly. That group of thugs not only have a magical talent, but many survivors have similar talents. They also have guns, and there are quite a few of them, about 50 people. There's no way a group of thugs like this would be scared off by our wall that only looks a little thick. Jiang Xiaozi expressed her analysis, which was the reason why she was certain that Lin Yue had already run into this group of thugs. Now that we have encountered this group of thugs head-on, there is no value in keeping these 3 women alive. Although they were forced to be the accomplices, I am not sure whether the thugs' talent can go far beyond controlling them to attack and hurt others. If the shelter is about to face a fight, I need to eliminate all potential threats within. Jiang Xiaozi explained in great detail, and today she said more than ever before. Xiaozi, why do I feel like you are teaching a child? Sir, I just don't want to be misunderstood by you. Jiang Xiaozi lowered her head slightly. I am not a woman who kills indiscriminately. Well, I believe you. Su-yi embraced Jiang Xiaozi and said seriously, if it weren't for you, even if I knew there was something wrong with these 3 women, I wouldn't be able to find out the truth behind them so quickly. If my hesitation delayed things and affected the safety of the shelter, that would be the worst possible scenario. You made the right decision, you didn't do anything wrong. He had no reason to blame Jiang Xiaozi. Jiang Xiaozi used his wisdom to protect himself from the threats of doomsday and did all the dirty work, never letting Su-yi make these cruel decisions personally. Her loyalty has been proven by her actions. But this doomsday does feel a bit. Su-yi took a deep breath and smiled. I was sitting at home and I still encountered thugs who came to my house to commit suicide. Sir, you don't seem to be worried that Lin Yue and the others will lose in the encounter. I won't lose. Even if I can't win, I can still come back and hide. Su-yi shook the remote control in his hand, with an expectant smile on his face. We have quite a few machine guns. As soon as Su-yi's voice fell, Sister Li's voice was heard in the corridor. Miss Jiang. Miss Jiang. Miss Lin Yue is back. Su-yi stood up and walked downstairs with Jiang Xiaozi. As soon as I reached the first floor, I saw Lin Yue and the male soldiers cleaning the dust and blood off their bodies. Lin Yue. Chief. Lin Yue raised his head and saluted Su-yi with the soldiers. Lin Yue, return to the team. Su-yi nodded, walked to Lin Yue, and asked in a low voice, did you encounter the enemy at the door of your house? Yes. Lin Yue nodded, straightened his back and reported, after receiving the mission from Miss Jiang yesterday afternoon, I formed a 10-man combat team and set out. With the shelter as the core, we searched for potential traces of thugs within a 5-street area and explored places where large amounts of supplies were suspected to be stored. We found a night market street and witnessed a group of thugs committing crimes. They killed several survivors who came out to search for supplies. After preliminary assessment, we unanimously agreed that the enemy met the characteristics of the target of extermination. We killed the enemy and learned more about the hiding places of the thugs from the captives. That night, we approached the gathering point, arranged tactics, and launched a night attack. It took us one night to end the battle. This morning, we moved the survival supplies in the shelter and placed them in a safer place and are preparing to return. On the way back in the afternoon, we found a grain store. During the search, a fight broke out between us and the criminals, which delayed us for some time. When we were about to return to the team in the evening, we found a large group of armed elements near the shelter, and they were suspected to be approaching the shelter. In order to ensure the safety of the shelter, we fought with them in advance. Lin Yue paused and said loudly, "In the end, we killed 20 enemies and the rest fled. We were worried about the shelter, so we didn't pursue them." Lin Yue's vigorous report made the women around him look envious. They also want to be as strong as Lin Yue, and be able to proudly talk about their achievements. Good. Su-yi nodded with satisfaction. He waved to Lin Yue and said, "Come upstairs with me. Xiaozi, you come too." Su-yi paused, then glanced at the male soldiers and said, "Li Yang, take your men to the top floor and pay attention to the enemy. Other soldiers, stay on the first floor, pay attention to the movements outside the wall, and be prepared to defend against the enemy." After Su-yi gave some simple instructions, he took the two women upstairs. In the room, Su-yi was sitting on the sofa, with Lin Yue standing in front of him. "Lin Yue, tell me in detail about the wave of enemies we encountered in the evening." Su-yi looked down at his watch and asked without raising his head, "Have you met any special guys, such as those who have some magical skills or make any strange movements?" Jiang Xiaozi on the side noticed Su-yi's actions. She didn't know the function of the watch, but she could feel that Su-yi was distrustful. This distrust should not be directed at Lin Yue, but most likely at the several male soldiers downstairs. Jiang Xiaozi knew that Su-yi had absolute trust in Lin Yue, but if the information the three women had given before their death was correct, that group of thugs had magical means of controlling humans. The warriors are very strong, but no matter how strong they may not be directly immune to all kinds of strange talents from different shelters. Strange movements. Lin Yue tilted his head and recalled carefully, "There was a guy who seemed to be pointing at me during the fight. I don't know what he was mumbling. I didn't hear it clearly." "So how do you feel?" Su-yi looked up and asked, "Are you feeling uncomfortable?" "No, it feels good." Lin Yue shook his head and said, "Lu Rui shot that man's hand off, and then he ran away. Even if he had any abilities, he probably couldn't use them." Su-yi lowered his head to check his watch, but did not notice any change in its color. It seems that the male soldiers are not affected by their talents. As for Lin Yue, Su-yi is not worried at all. Lin Yue's loyalty trait is very powerful, which means never betraying the shelter under any desperate situation. According to Su-yi's understanding of the mechanism of the Doomsday game, even if something tried to control Lin Yue, it would fail. How are the rest of the thugs doing? Do you feel any pressure in the fight? There is no pressure. Although they are fully equipped with guns and compound bows, their combat capabilities are very poor. Lin Yue shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Although there are a lot of people, it can be seen that they are just a mob. They ran away after a short fight. They have guns and bows and arrows, and they have the advantage in numbers, but they can't hurt even a single soldier. This group of people are not even as ruthless as Brother Li's group. Brother Li's group at least fought with Lin Yue for a long time and never thought of running away. Strange, is the intelligence wrong?" Su-yi looked at Jiang Xiaozi. "There are no talented people among those fighting. Perhaps the gifted one is a leader, and his status is not low." Jiang Xiaozi reminded, "Although the captives don't know this, according to my guess, people who have mastered talents should be considered strong in the current urban atmosphere. As a leader, a strongman would rarely go to the battlefield in person. Lin Yue might just not have encountered it." Su-yi nodded and closed his eyes to think for a moment. Jiang Xiaozi on the side did not interrupt, and this time she did not take the initiative to give any suggestions. This time, Jiang Xiaozi decided to wait for Su-yi's order. She keenly noticed that Su-yi was growing and changing every day, including the time when Su-yi called Lin Yue upstairs alone, but put Li Yang and the other soldiers together. This was clearly to let Li Yang supervise the other soldiers, and at the same time call Lin Yue up to confirm more inside information. Once the group of male soldiers was controlled, Su-yi would be able to make a comprehensive judgment based on the performance of Lin Yue and Li Yang, and thus launch a quick counterattack. This is Jiang Xiaozi's understanding of Su-yi's behavior. She doesn't know that Su-yi's watch can more accurately judge hostility. Su-yi didn't think for too long, he quickly opened his eyes. "Lin Yue, are you tired?" "Tired?" Lin Yue was stunned. She reflexively glanced at Jiang Xiaozi beside her, but saw Jiang Xiaozi waved at her imperceptibly. Lin Yue quickly understood, and she shouted, "Commander, I'm not tired. I can still continue to fight. Real. It is my duty to protect the leader and the shelter. Okay, let's attack at night, but we don't want to wipe out everyone." Sui nodded and looked at Jiang Xiaozi. "I think these people don't know that Lin Yue is one of ours." They were frustrated midway and they probably didn't expect that we had already grasped their position, let alone that we would take the initiative to attack at night. When we attack at night, they will definitely become chaotic. As long as they become chaotic, we will be safe, and we will also have the initiative in our hands. Sui asked Jiang Xiaozi for advice, and she agreed with a smile. "Sir, what you said is absolutely right. I also think that we should take the initiative to attack and nip the danger in the bud." "Okay, that's the way." Sui immediately made the decision. "I don't have much experience in how to fight, so I won't guide the experts. Lin Yue, you and Xiaozi should discuss it. I only have one request. If you can't win, retreat as soon as possible. I told you, everyone in the shelter has some weird abilities, I just worry about a capsize in the gutter. If conditions permit, you can lead the enemy to our side." Sui pressed the button on the remote control in his hand, and the sound of gears running came from the wall of the room to Lin Yue's right, and a black hole of an automatic machine gun was revealed. "Our home can provide you with firepower support." Sui blinked at Lin Yue. Lin Yue looked surprised but didn't ask any more questions. She was an excellent soldier, very self-aware, and never asked about the commander's confidential information. "Yes, Chief." Lin Yue stood at attention and saluted with a serious expression. "I will complete the mission. Annihilate the enemy." "Go ahead, you guys make the plan, I just want the results." Sui watched the two of them leave, and soon he was the only one left in the room. It is now 8 o'clock in the evening. Night has fallen. The street outside the window is full of silence. The rest of the buildings in the entire community are dim and silent. I don't know whether the survivors in the other buildings are dead or just dare not speak out. There was no sound in the city in the dark night. If there hadn't been any activity on the city chat channel, Sui would have mistakenly thought he was in a deserted ghost town. "I may not have room for you three women." Sui looked at the dim night outside the window and murmured, "But at least I can help you get revenge. Your death was not in vain. There will be someone to accompany you on your journey to the underworld." Half an hour later, the soldiers who had just returned to the gathering place set off, and this time Liang also set off. Sui stood outside the window and watched the soldiers disappear into the night. They had already learned the gathering point of the thugs through Jiang Xiaozi's intelligence. This time, their goal is to spread chaos and kill as many enemies as possible, and carefully collect more relevant intelligence about the enemy during the battle. As long as there is enough intelligence support, with Jiang Xiaozi's wisdom and the combat skills of soldiers like Lin Yue, it will be easy to formulate a battle plan to completely destroy the enemy in the next battle. I seem to have changed a bit. Sui sat on the sofa, reflecting on his recent psychological journey. Although I am dealing with a group of thugs, it seems that I am no longer disgusted with killing people. Is this the mentality of survival of the fittest? Humans are indeed very adaptable creatures. Sui smiled self-deprecatingly and looked at the computer desk again. He had no interest in entertainment at the moment. But instead of sitting there and waiting, you might as well find something to do. Isn't it a bit bad to let the soldiers fight for their lives outside while I am playing games at home? Sui pondered over it, sat in front of the computer desk, and started a new game. Time passes by. Soon it was 11:30 in the evening and Jiang Xiaozi had not yet gone upstairs. He seemed to be setting new rules for the women downstairs. Just when Sui was tired of playing games and felt a little sleepy, a series of new prompt messages suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Warning. Your shelter fighters are fighting with other shelters in the wild. The battle is over, your shelter has won. Your combatants are occupying the hostile shelter. Occupancy time completed. Your fighters destroyed a level 0 shelter, and you inherited the remaining survival points of the current shelter, 1362 points. Item inheritance is being determined. Successfully inherited. You have obtained the current shelter storage items, Random Talent Lottery Ticket X1, Talent Effect Gain Ticket X1, Personal Skill Ticket X1, and D-Level Weapon, Perfect Compound Bow, 100 arrows per day. Why? Su Yi was stunned when he saw the information in front of him. Lin Yue won. I asked her to disrupt the night attack, and she destroyed everyone's shelter in one go. Wait. The information about the inherited items is wrong. Why do they all look like top-grade items? What kind of shelter is this? Who would leave so many props unused? Su Yi was stunned. He thought about it in astonishment and came up with a possibility. Could it be that this gang of thugs lost to Lin Yue in the evening, and after returning home, they started using their points to prepare for a large purchase to increase their combat effectiveness? And then, unexpectedly, Lin Yue came at night, and the leader had just used up all his points to buy props, but before he could use the props, he was killed by Lin Yue. It can't be such a coincidence, this requires incredible luck. Su Yi suddenly shut up, he thought of a question. Lin Yue's opener characteristic seems to affect luck. There is an unexpected surprise in the night attack. Su Yi read the message prompt again and again to make sure he had read it correctly. And these inherited props and points have also arrived in one's own shelter reserve panel. Su Yi had even taken out these props and placed them in front of him. Random Talent Lottery Ticket, a special item that can summon a random DB level shelter talent. This item is a special item, and the buyer must first obtain the purchase qualification. Talent Effect Enhancement Voucher, a special item that can enhance your own shelter talent, which will definitely bring about a positive and enhanced transformation of the talent. This item is a special item, and the buyer needs to obtain the purchase qualification first. Personal Skill Voucher, an item from the Points Mall. You need 2,000 points to purchase it. You can randomly obtain a personal skill, only available to players, with a level not exceeding C. Perfect Compound Bow, a D-level weapon, which requires 1,000 points to purchase. Known as the sniper rifle among bows and arrows, it uses a pulley to save the user's energy when drawing the bow, and is equipped with a precise aiming system that can easily kill large prey. It is equipped with a quiver that automatically restores to 100 alloy arrows per day. Hiss, this guy is so strong. With such a rich family background, he is definitely a big shot on the leaderboard. Su Yi took a deep breath. He didn't know what that enemy, whom he had never met before, had done to obtain some special qualifications to get the two special items. But Su Yi knew that these two special props were not weak. If this guy uses them all, what if he gets a powerful personal skill and a B-level combat talent? That would be incredible. Even Su Yi can only adopt a defensive tactic and will definitely not send anyone to fight him head-on. How should I put it? Are you lucky or unlucky? Su Yi looked at the props in front of him, shook his head, and felt a little scared. Fortunately, I used the opener characteristic reward on Lin Yue, otherwise Su Yi would be the unlucky one tonight. Su Yi did not use the props immediately. He planned to wait for Lin Yue to come back before using it. Especially the talent-related props, Lin Yue must be the one to open them, so as to make good use of Miss Lin's luck. According to Xiaozi's intelligence, the gathering place of the thugs is a single-family villa in the city. If you count carefully, it is just a shelter. Lin Yue has destroyed the shelter and should be on his way back now. Su Yi waited for more than an hour. Sure enough, there were some voices coming from outside the window, and the iron gate was opened. It was Lin Yue who came back with the soldiers, exhausted. She triumphed once again. To Su Yi, this girl has made great military achievements. After a while, Su Yi heard hurried footsteps outside the corridor, and Lin Yue quickly pushed the door open and walked out. Commander, I'm back. Lin Yue stood in front of Su Yi in high spirits. He could still smell the faint smell of blood coming from Lin Yue. What are the results of the battle? Su Yi looked Lin Yue up and down and asked with concern, are you okay? No, wipe out all the enemies. Lin Yue held his head high, very proud. They have some strength, but they have no organizational ability at all during the night attack. I gave the rifle to Lu Rui. His sniping skills are better than mine. He wiped out all the resistance from the other side in the first place. But I'm not bad either. I think I took down one of the leaders. Lin Yue was very happy. Su Yi asked cautiously, before you killed the leader, was he just standing there in a daze, staring into the air, like I usually do? Hey! Commander, how did you know? Lin Yue was shocked and very surprised. Commander, do you have clairvoyance? You know all this. It was exactly as the commander said. I had already touched the outside of his window, but he hadn't noticed me yet. Then I threw the saber in my hand out. Then, there was a head explosion. Lin Yue spread her hands and curled her lips. He is too unguarded. He is no match for me at all. Really. This guy is so unlucky. I was happily spending my points here, and then I was killed by a headshot the next second. Even his own talents didn't come into play and he died in an unclear manner. Sui put himself in the other person's shoes and thought that if he had the same experience, he would probably die with regrets. It's true that I'm no match for you, but that's normal. Sui nodded in agreement. The regular army is fighting the Doomsday War, and those who remain are ordinary people. Their combat skills are definitely not comparable to yours. No matter how talented they are, most of the survivors do not have the combat qualities of professional soldiers. Lin Yue's successful sneak attack seemed to be clever and based on luck, but it was also a true demonstration of his military strength. Congratulations, sir. You have made a brilliant plan and solved the hidden danger. You can rest assured from now on. Jiang Xiaozi smiled and spoke. Sui laughed and scolded. Why did you suddenly learn to flatter? Jiang Xiaozi covered his mouth and chuckled, but did not refute. How about post-war processing? Sui looked at Lin Yue. This time he asked very carefully and did not leave all the matters to Jiang Xiaozi. Sui knew that as the leader of the shelter, although he did not understand many things, he had to actively learn and think about them. There are no living enemies in the villa, but we did find some prisoners, both men and women, young and old. I heard from the prisoners that they were all captured to be used as meat puppets, which is the name given to the leader who controls them. I felt sorry for them, so I decided to release them. Before they left, they asked me my name. I thought we couldn't expose our true identity, so I lied. Lin Yue paused, and Sui asked, why did you lie? I said, my name is Lei Feng. Lin Yue scratched his head and smiled shyly. They insisted that I was a member of the People's Liberation Army, but I said I was not. I was a member of the Lei Feng Army. Ha ha ha, all right, what a Lei Feng army. Sui laughed, with no intention of blaming him. Seeing that Sui was in a good mood, Lin Yue dared to continue speaking carefully. Also, I felt sorry for them, so I let them take away some of the villa's supplies, including food and drinks. I thought I was here to fight. I didn't make any preparations, and I couldn't take too many things with me at once. And the fighting was pretty intense, so it must have been heard by the survivors around me. I thought that even if I went to the villa a second time to move the supplies, a lot of them would probably be stolen, so I might as well do something good. Lin Yue watched the smile on Sui's face disappear. She felt even more uneasy and lowered her head. Commander. I'm sorry, I was wrong. It's okay. You're right. We're going to fight. We need to win quickly and retreat quickly. Even if we win, we won't be able to take away so many supplies. Sui waved his hand. Although he felt a little sorry for the supplies, he still couldn't bear to blame Lin Yue, who had made outstanding contributions in the war. It's sent, so just consider it as accumulating good karma. Commander, you are so nice. Lin Yue smiled. As expected, the leader was a kind-hearted person and would not really blame her. Sui sighed. He finally realized that the 3 women under his command had very different personalities. Leah is a taciturn person, a homebody like herself, who stays at home all day doing research. Jiang Xiaozi is a ruthless woman. It is definitely correct to describe her as someone who kills without blinking an eye. Lin Yue, on the other hand, is an exception. He is a warrior himself and deals with blood every day, but he still has kindness in his heart and cannot bear to see the weak suffer. It seems that Xiaozi will have to do the dirty work in the future, and Lin Yue can handle the positive things. Sui was thinking about it, and suddenly he laughed. Doesn't this mean that you are like having 2 gloves, black and white, and there is always someone representing your will in everything you do? If you think about it carefully, isn't this the behind-the-scenes plan that Jiang Xiaozi made for himself? Jiang Xiaozi on the side didn't say a word. She just smiled faintly, standing elegantly and gracefully, her beautiful eyes always fixed on Sui. By the way, that Lu Rue is a sniper, right? There's no need to give him that rifle. A sniper should also be able to use a compound bow, right? Su-yi pointed to the compound bow on the table and said, "Give this to him. Use it as a substitute for the sniper rifle for now." "Okay, Chief, I'll pass it on to him right away." Lin Yue nodded and was about to leave with the compound bow, but Su-yi called out, "Wait. Don't worry, help me do something." "Chief, please give me your orders." Lin Yue turned around and stood at attention. Su-yi smiled and waved, "Come here, don't be so serious. Come, sit next to me." Lin Yue blushed, but still sat next to Su-yi obediently. "Chief, are there any new tasks?" "It's not that serious. Just remember when you helped me use the coupon last time. Remember. There's one more today, help me use it." Su-yi handed the random talent lottery ticket to Lin Yue and looked at her expectantly. "You are lucky, you come and use it." The talent enhancement vouchers and personal skill vouchers both directly affect Su-yi himself, so he certainly can't count on Lin Yue's good luck. Therefore, when it comes to the talent draw, Lin Yue must be the one. Su-yi must eat her European energy. Good. Lin Yue nodded obediently, and used the same method as last time, tentatively shaking the coupon in her hand. "Use." Suddenly, a dazzling golden light filled the air. In a flash, golden light filled the entire room like an ocean, and Su-yi opened his eyes wide in surprise. This is not a simple movement. Absolutely a top talent. The golden light did not last long. After a few breaths, it quickly retracted and condensed into a golden human figure in front of Su-yi. It was the first time that Jiang Xiaozi saw this scene, and she looked around with curiosity in her beautiful eyes. After a while, the golden light completely dissipated. A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a white coat stood in front of Su-yi. "Congratulations. Successfully recruited B-level talent Chen Churen." B-level talent. Lin Yue's luck really exploded. "Hello, boss." The man stood in front of Su-yi and saluted respectfully. "My name is Chen Churen, your personal doctor." The man looked cold and had a smile on his lips, but his eyes contained undisguised madness and indifference. He was not like the other doctors who gave people a warm sense of security. Chen Churen exuded a cold and dangerous aura, which made Lin Yue involuntarily tense up and stare at this dangerous guy. "Personal doctor." Jiang Xiaozi looked at Chen Churen with interest, and she smelled the scent of the same kind. "Yes." Chen Churen spoke in a calm tone and responded politely with a smile. At this time, Su-yi had silently opened Chen Churen's data and took a look. Name, Chen Churen. Age, 40. Type, Doctor, Scientist. Talent level, B. Physical strength, 120. Neural response, 266. Endurance, 153. Spiritual will, 268. Self-healing immunity, 288. Talent characteristics. Medical genius, he is proficient in most medical subjects, and surgery, internal medicine, genetic research, etc. are his best areas. Poison expertise, he prefers killing to healing, he is good at poisoning, but not so good at detoxifying. Talent. Killer, he loves killing and has extraordinary and alternative killing skills. He was once a world-class killer, but later retired because he fell in love with a girl. This is a bloody story. Mental illness, his mental state is different from that of ordinary people, and his willpower is very strong, but he is suspected of being ill. A colleague once diagnosed him, but he killed him, and no one knows his diagnosis results. Value rating, 895. Hiss, a crazy doctor. Su-yi took a breath of cold air. This was his first reaction when he saw Chen Churen's data. A genius doctor who is a former assassin with mental illness. Very good, there are quite a lot of entries for this talent. His information data is also very pleasing to the eye, with 2 data points of more than 200 points, making his expertise very obvious at a glance. Are you good at killing people? Su-yi looked at Chen Churen and asked thoughtfully, I mean, non-frontal killing, using some non-combat means. Yes, boss. Chen Churen bowed slightly and said politely, excuse me, is this my next mission? I can provide the boss with more than 300 non-combat assassination plans. If the target of the assassination is in this room. Chen Churen looked up at Jiang Xiaozi and Lin Yue and smiled, I can kill her now. Lin Yue immediately grabbed the pistol and quickly opened the safety. The smile on Jiang Xiaozi's lips gradually disappeared, and she looked at Qinchuren with her beautiful eyes slightly narrowed. "We are all family, don't mess around." Su Yi spoke quickly, and he looked at Qinchuren. "It is somewhat consistent with the characteristics of a doctor to kill people. It seems that the treatment business of the shelter will belong to you in the future. So you're my companions." Qinchuren squatted in front of the table with a smile, poured 2 cups of tea and handed them to the 2 women. "I was offended just now, I hope you 2 beautiful ladies don't mind." "No problem." Lin Yue put away his gun but did not take the cup of tea, and Jiang Xiaozi did the same. "You guys go on." Su Yi smiled and said, "I just arrived and haven't recognized everyone yet. Some small misunderstandings are not a problem. A cup of tea is also a sign of respect." "Not a sign of respect." Qinchuren paused and whispered, "This cup of tea is the antidote. I just poisoned it." "Ah." Su Yi was stunned and looked at Qinchuren in disbelief. Qinchuren put down the teacup, took out a small sprayer from his waist and shook it with an innocent expression. "This is a neurotoxin I made myself. It has a paralyzing and dizzy effect. It can be fatal to those who are allergic to its ingredients. These 2 cups of tea contain an antidote that will prevent the drug from taking effect." After Qinchuren finished speaking, Su Yi realized that Qinchuren looked clean and there didn't seem to be any obvious talent or accessories on his body. You know, even D-level talents will bring pistols with them, so how could a B-level talent come empty-handed? After all this time, it turns out that what this guy brought was poison. Lin Yue. Xiaozi. Drink it up. Su Yi hurriedly gave instructions. After watching the 2 of them drink the tea, Su Yi looked at Qinchuren again. "Don't use this method on your own people in the future." "I didn't know just now." Qinchuren touched his nose, with just the right amount of guilt in his smile. "Now I know, boss, don't worry, I won't do anything to them. I will follow basic professional ethics and won't do anything that would upset my boss. Of course, if my boss could change my job, I might work harder." Qinchuren was hinting at something, and Su Yi frowned and asked, "What work are you referring to?" "Boss, you just said that I will be responsible for the treatment in the shelter in the future. Do you want me to be a public doctor?" Qinchuren shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, "Actually, I don't really like treating patients. I prefer to do some medical research instead of treating them." "What research?" "Human anatomy." "No." Su Yi immediately refused seriously, "Don't try to do anything bad to my people. Just be a good doctor, and you will be responsible for any headaches or fevers that people have in the future. If you can't cure it, it's your dereliction of duty." "Okay, boss." Qinchuren couldn't hide the disappointment on his face. "As you wish, I am a doctor who saves lives and heals the wounded." Su Yi saw Qinchuren's dilemma, but he didn't intend to change his decision. Firstly, there are already permanent residents in the shelter, and as more talents are recruited, a medical system must be established. Secondly, Su Yi felt that Qinchuren's personality was a little out of control, and he had to suppress this guy. "Xiaozi, take him down." Su Yi ordered, "Pick a room to be his infirmary, and then ask Lin Yue to go out and find some medical equipment for him." "Yes, sir." Jiang Xiaozi nodded gently, "I'll arrange it." "Well, let's all go down. It's too late. Go to bed early." Su Yi glanced at the time on his watch and it was almost midnight. Today was a very exciting day. Although I stayed at home the whole time, I encountered a lot of things in the shelter. "Yes." Lin Yue saluted and turned to leave. Qinchuren also obediently followed Jiang Xiaozi away, and he seemed to be obedient to the arrangements. These 2 things left, I can only use them myself. I don't know what my luck will be like. Su Yi looked at the remaining props on the table and suddenly laughed. That unlucky guy was really pitiful. He made things difficult for Su Yi for no reason. "Try this, talent effect buff ticket, first." Su Yi picked up a golden coupon, held it in his hand and silently chose to use it. As the gold ticket exploded, a ball of golden light enveloped Su Yi's entire body. New information prompts also appeared in front of Su Yi's eyes. "Congratulations. Your talent has been upgraded by using special items. Homebody's house, in addition to the original talent effect, it has an additional talent upgrade effect of reward stacking. Reward stacking: as you use your talent rewards more and more times, the rewards you get through your talents will continue to increase in level, and the probability of high-level talent rewards appearing will increase significantly. A luck-based upgrade effect. Sui tilted his head and looked at the introduction carefully, and was quite satisfied. The effect of talent rewards has been improved, which is definitely a good thing. Although the effect after the upgrade does not emphasize that every talent reward must be a high-level reward, you should know that Sui can get rewards every day. As long as you keep going, you will eventually win the talent award. Try this again. Sui picked up the last special item, personal skill voucher. Sui had seen this thing in the Points Mall, but he didn't buy it at that time. Just because the price of this thing is too expensive in the early stage. Moreover, the effect itself conflicts with Sui's shelter talent, and Sui's talent determines that he will not leave the shelter easily. Sui thought that even if he could get some personal skills, he would not go out, so the probability of using them would be very low. But now, since I got this thing for free, I might as well use it. Use. Sui picked up the personal skill scroll and used it directly. A silver light appeared on his palm, then penetrated into his skin and disappeared. The next second, a new prompt message appeared in front of Sui's eyes. Congratulations. You have used your personal skill voucher to obtain the D-level skill, Comprehensive Resistance. Comprehensive Resistance, passive skill: your body's resistance to catastrophic factors such as disease, high fever, high cold, penetration, etc. is slightly increased, and your bones become stronger, making it less likely to break even if you fall. D-class. Sui was a little disappointed that he didn't reach the C-level limit of the skill voucher. And it is a passive skill, which adds some characteristics of its own. Judging from the skill description, this thing seems to be very powerful, but a slight increase ruined Sui's mood. How much can a slight increase add? For example, now, Sui feels that the room is not so cold anymore. He stood up and opened the window, letting the hot air outside rush in and hit his face, making him feel warm. Normally, if he did this, the heat outside would make him shiver all over, but today he felt much more calm. Sure enough, there is some effect, but it's not very obvious. I still feel hot. Sui shook his head, thinking that this thing was not worth 2,000 points. Why didn't that unlucky guy use these 2,000 points to upgrade the shelter? The upgraded shelter is so powerful. It's a complete change. I can buy many rooms and weapon modules that are essential for the shelter. Sui touched his chin and opened the shelter's level ranking list while thinking. He discovered that it was already the 7th day of the apocalypse, and he was the only one in a level 1 shelter in the entire city, while the rest were still in level 0 shelters. Strange, after so long, why hasn't anyone upgraded the shelter? Sui frowned. With so many survivors in the city, there must be survivors other than me who can meet the requirements for upgrading, right? Wait, maybe what they lack is not points, but talents. Or upgrade materials. Sui recalled the 5 upgrade conditions for upgrading his shelter. At the beginning, the points required for upgrading were a difficult point for Sui. But for the group of thugs outside who are addicted to killing and looting, points are definitely not a problem. The only problem is talent and upgrade materials. As for upgrading materials, Sui currently only knows that this thing can be obtained by dispatching missions, and there seems to be no other way to obtain it. Not to mention the talents. Although there are many talents in Sui's shelter, they are basically awarded with talents. The only one who did not receive the reward from talent, Jiang Xiaozi, was also awarded for his national achievement. The Qin Churin who was just obtained was also obtained through the special talent lottery props. So, from this we can infer that talent units are actually very valuable. Even that unlucky guy seemed to have met some special conditions to be eligible to purchase this talent item. For others, if they don't have the channels, they won't be able to recruit even the lowest level personnel for the shelter no matter how hard they try. Sui lowered his head and thought, muttering, why didn't you use the props and recruit talents earlier? Could it be that he has just gained the qualification to purchase items? Or maybe you didn't have enough points to buy it, so you went crazy raiding the surrounding shelters to earn points in the past few days. And then you gathered all the points tonight. Sui felt that his guess might be the truth, but if that was true, then the more Sui thought about it, the more he felt that this guy was extremely unlucky. Just when the fruits were about to bloom and bear fruit, they were taken away by Sui. Stop it, you've been working in vain. The props are gone, the points are gone, and the person is dead. So, I'm way ahead. Sui's eyes widened, feeling a little excited. Even if there are survivors who have similar means of obtaining talent channels as mine, there will definitely not be too many of them. After all, I'm the only one in the city who has done it, and I killed the other unlucky guy who had a chance to upgrade the shelter. Even if the rest of the people want to upgrade, it is estimated that they will not be able to complete it in the short term. After all, the Doomsday game mechanism has not announced a method for the rest of the people to obtain talent units stably. Hiss, why do I feel like I seem to be one Doomsday version ahead of the others? The more Sui thought about it, the weirder it seemed. Talent units, looking across the city, he was the only one who had a lot of them, and the rest of the survivors' shelters didn't even have a single talent unit. They don't even know how to acquire talent. Thinking about it carefully, it feels like a game in which Sui plays the advanced server version and the others play the public beta server version. The pilot server will be the first to experience more game content, and after you have finished experiencing the pilot server, it will be the turn of the public beta server. My talent is indeed SSS level, it really has real value. Sui smiled. He had underestimated himself several times in the beginning. He felt that his talent was a little too late and the rewards given seemed lukewarm. It seems that he is a little unworthy of his SSS level talent. Now that the Doomsday has been going on for a week, I look around the city and find that I am the only one leading the Doomsday version. You can't even upgrade the shelter now, and the number of my talent units has exceeded 10 digits. Comfortable. Sui touched the back of his neck, chuckled, and lay down on the bed with his head tilted back. Sleep. The only way to kill time is to sleep. Hurry up and wait until tomorrow noon to start the next wave of rewards. I hope tomorrow's talent award will continue to bring me talented people. Since Sui already knew the scarcity of talent units at the current stage, he naturally hoped that he would be given a talent unit every time a talent reward was given. After a good night's sleep, when Sui opened his eyes, it was already 11:30 in the morning. As soon as he got up from the bed, he saw Jiang Xiaozi preparing delicious food on the dining table. She seemed to be aware of Sui's gaze, raised her head and looked at the bed, smiled and waved to Sui, "Sir, get up, come and wash up and have dinner." Her gentle attitude was like that of a virtuous wife, always giving Sui the illusion that she had already started a family and had children. Well, what about Chinchurin? Sui got up, got dressed with the help of Jiang Xiaozi, and asked about the newlywed situation. "Sir, he's already at work." "Work?" "Yes, he doesn't seem to like me controlling him, so he set some rules and work schedules for himself." Jiang Xiaozi said softly. "I looked at it and thought it was appropriate, so I let him go. After all, he is also loyal to the master, and I don't want to make things difficult for him." "The rules you set for yourself? Tell me about them." Sui was a little curious, so he sat at the dining table and asked, "Tell me what the rules are." He said that from now on, I have to get up at 8 o'clock every day and work in the infirmary until 8 o'clock in the evening. After 8 o'clock in the evening, he will no longer do any medical treatment or rescue work, unless you personally order it. Every weekend, he takes a day off from work to see a doctor. In addition, he also wants to have the right to use Lin Yue's research institute. He seems to want to go in and make something. I guess it should be poison. Jiang Xiaozi explained it in great detail, and Sui was amused. It's the end of the world, and this guy is still trying to figure out a timetable for his workday. And he only has one day off a week. He really thinks he is a doctor. The doctors in this hospital are much busier than him. There is also the concept of emergency room. Sui smiled, and Jiang Xiaozi asked, "Does the master allow it? If not, I will ask him to change it." "It's okay. There aren't many people in the shelter right now, and people don't get sick every day. Just let him be." Sui shook his head. "It's better to let him adapt for a while. By the way, he wants to use the research institute. What is Leia's attitude?" "Leia doesn't allow him to go in." Jiang Xiaozi said softly, "I couldn't convince Leia, and Lin Yue seems to be researching some new technical modules recently. I thought it might be helpful to the shelter, so I didn't let him in to disturb her. Yeah, well done. Sui nodded, ask Jinchuran what equipment he needs, and let the soldiers go out to explore and find it. If they can satisfy you, then satisfy them. If not, let him wait. His current position is mainly to save people. Things like poisoning and killing people. He is not needed for the time being, so don't worry about it. By the way, it's almost time to resume the exploration mission schedule for the shelter today. We have to complete all 3 daily missions, mainly to collect materials for upgrading the shelter. Suyi's shelter now has sufficient supplies, complete props, and a large number of talented people. He is not short of supplies such as food and drink, but he lacks materials to upgrade the shelter. Sui thought that he should take advantage of this rare opportunity to take the lead and make more efforts to make his shelter far ahead. Being 1 level ahead is simply not enough. If possible, Sui hopes to upgrade his shelter to level 7 or 8 before other survivors upgrade their shelters. Yes, sir. Jiang Xiaozi nodded in agreement, and the two discussed some other topics. Time passed, and just after dinner, it was time for the talent reward. Sui had just sat on the sofa and made himself a cup of tea when suddenly a new prompt message appeared in front of him. Sui raised his head expectantly and took a look, but was immediately stunned. The full cup of tea in his hand fell between his trouser legs while he was distracted. Ouch, it's burned. It's burned. Sui immediately shouted, what a mistake, the chicken is burned. Ah. Sir. Jiang Xiaozi, who was cleaning up the mess nearby, saw this scene and hurried forward in panic.